좋은 아침입니다. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of BUIDL Asia. 네, 벌써 BUIDL 아시아가 이틀째를 맞이했습니다. 저희 어제는 정말 정신없는 하루를 보냈는데 즐기셨는지 모르겠어요. So yesterday was quite an enormous event. So I was really thankful for everybody participating. So thank you so much. And we're back with day 2. 그래서 저희 이틀째도 정말 많은 토크들이 준비되어 있고 정말 엄청난 연사들과 패널들이 준비되어 있습니다. 그래서 빌더 스테이지 4층에 있는 토크도 1시 반부터 준비되기 때문에 꼭 들어주시고요. 여기서도 정말 많은 열띤 토론들이 예정돼 있습니다. So today we have a bunch of talks ready for you from the builder stage upstairs and also to the main stage. So please stay on top of the agenda and we will fill you in with like amazing content and with insights from speakers. And starting now, I'm going to introduce my first surprise session. So we hosted ETH Seoul in June 2nd to 4th. It was a very big hackathon with local builders and global projects coming from abroad. And we have selected a few major winners to the project, and people were so happy with the results. With 800 participants, 250 hackers, and 48 projects submitted. And so we're going to introduce a few winning teams. 그래서 저희가 지금 6월 2일부터 4일까지 이드 서울이라는 행사를 주최를 했었는데 해커톤 너무 분위기가 너무 좋아서 많이들 좋아하시신 것 같아요. 그래서 800명 넘게 참석해 주셨고 한 250명 해커들과 함께 열띤 해킹을 했었고 그 다음에 또 서브미션, 그러니까 팀 제출한 프로젝트가 한 40개가 넘었어서 그래서 엄청난 반응이 있었고 제가 이제 BUIDL 아시아에서 그 탑 팀들을 좀 소개를 드리려고 합니다. 그래서 간단하게 데모를 할 건데요. 그래서 설치하는 조금 시간이 걸릴 수도 있지만 양해 부탁드리고 먼저 첫 팀을 소개하겠습니다. So the first team that I would like to introduce is Team Safira. So come to the stage and 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네.
So hello everyone, this is Safira. We won 2 main tracks in the East Seoul conference, not the hackathon. We worked on an AI-powered smart wallet. Let me begin. Yep, so the problem that we faced in the crypto is that there are many phishing schemes and scams out there. Since May 2022, $6 million has been stolen to the scam wallets. According to the Dune Analytics. And 5,000 in total victims lost their funds because of NFT scams and airdrop scams. And the crypto phishing is growing 30% in every year. It is predicted to grow much larger because more people are jumping into crypto, and it's really easy to scam out people who are not really experienced in any crypto apps, or it tends to be very complicated because people can't really read the code. So the current state, how phishing scams are detected, it's really rudimentary. So people either report to Twitter, just warning that this wallet is likely to be a scam, or otherwise you can report something into Etherscan that this wallet it could be a phishing scam or requires a caution before sending a transaction to that wallet. But either of these is not automated, and by not being automated, by the time people report to the Etherscan or people tweet about it, there's already enough victims who lost money, and the scammers are targeting exactly that. They are not really targeting people who are prepared. They're targeting people who are not really into this place, and it's more of a 0-day attack and 1-day attack. So there's a time difference between by the time it's known, like the scammer already earned their money. So we need a way to automate the phishing and scam detection in blockchain before it's known by people on either scan or tweets. So the solution that we came up is we wanted to leverage on-chain AI and prevent and detect phishing accounts on live. So we want to introduce Yusifura. It's a mimic name for safe Infura. So basically it's an RPC relayer to automatically detect any potentially unsafe transaction before it is committed to a block. So I think seeing is believing. Let me show you the demo first. All right. So the basic thing the user has to do is just to add a network to MetaMask wallet. That's our RPC URL, and you add that. So it relays to a Gurley network. Works seamlessly, just like the experience that user is having when they're using MetaMask wallet. And this is Uniswap. So since Uniswap is a safe DApp that is known by many people, our AI model actually goes through all the transaction and determines whether it's a scam or not. And of course, Uniswap is not a scam. We can see that the transaction is actually successful. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the phishing website, imaginary phishing website that we've built. And if you try to mint an NFT here, it's automatically blocked by RPC relayer. Yep. So, yeah, so it gives a seamless experience to users without, besides like adding a network, it's just the same experience to the users, and it protects like people from the fraud or scams. And we use 3 technologies: machine learning and zero-knowledge proof, and account extraction. So machine learning, we scraped the data set from the Kaggle. There was a fraud detection data set. And we trained a model. It's a basic 3-layer model that is easily verifiable on-chain. And we use zero-knowledge proof just to make the AI model be transparent and accountable. People know what model they run or rerun. And proof is generated to ensure that we have the actual model that is public to the people. And we run the inference off-chain, but we verified, it's verified on-chain. And the third technology that we used is account abstraction. So we use account abstraction to verify the transaction on-chain. The verifier code is actually a function in the account abstraction contract. We also check whether the user has signed the transaction, and it also executes the final transaction if everything is valid. So how it works, people just change the RPC, and the signed raw transaction is relayed to our server, and if the address is safe, we relay that into an account abstraction, and within the proof is actually verified on the account abstracted wallet, and if that proof is passed, we finally transact the verified fund to the final destination of the transaction. Yep, so this is our team. Our roadmap is to develop a DAO-based voting for any changes that we make on the machine learning model. And we want to improve the machine learning, including a contract as a bytecode as a part of the training data, not just the transaction history. And we want to gather a lot of community support because we need a lot of people reporting to add on to our training data set. So it's very likely to be a collective effort by the community to protect users from any scam or phishing. Yep, that was it. And thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Okay, so hello, BUIDL Asia. We are Team Take 5 presenting with Wi-Fi. So our team aims to solve the ultimate question, why DeFi? And we saw a lot of potential in the DeFi finance sector. It was very flexible and scalable and unbounded. But there were some problems that hindered this possibility. So if you are new to DeFi, you would not know where to invest. There are just so many DeFi protocols to invest in, but you would not know which would be the optimal DeFi protocol to invest in, and what type there are, and what they actually do. And even if you did know which to invest in, the process is very actually complicated. To moving your assets to actually into the DeFi protocol itself is very time-consuming and has a very complex process. You need to go through swapping, bridging, and transferring the assets, and actually putting the assets into the DeFi protocol. And this, you would also need to know the optimal path. So it's very hard, time-consuming, and stressful. So we thought about a solution to tackle all these problems. And that's this all-in-one DeFi D-app. And this is a demo. And on the front page, as you can see, we provide 3 utilities: investing in the actual DeFi product, and gathering multi-chain assets, which is sending gas fees, and withdrawal. So you first connect your wallet, and first we'll be investing in the DeFi protocol. On the left-hand side, you could see that it automatically detects which type of assets you have and how much you have regardless of the source chain. And on the right side, it shows you the DeFi protocols with the highest APR regardless of the DeFi protocol type and the destination chain. So you choose which assets you're going to invest with, and you press that button. So in this case, I chose the DeFi protocol with the highest APR. And what this does is it calculates the optimal path to invest in the DeFi protocol. And every single process is aggregated and abstracted into this single page. Normally, you would need to go through multiple D-apps and press approve and go through different pages and move your assets, which is very stressful, time-consuming, especially if you had no knowledge in the Web3. But in this case, all you need to do is just press confirm, and it does everything on its own. If you had no knowledge in the Web3, you would not know what this means, but actually you don't need to know what this means. But if you are concerned about the process, it gives you a brief explanation about what's going on. On the left side, for example, it shows that it's bridging from the Wi-Fi bridge to the Ethereum network. And as you can see on the left-hand side, there were these green dots. These green dots represent that transactions that were finalized, and the blue blinking dots represent the transactions that are being processed in the moment. So through these intuitions, you could easily see what's going on and not get lost. So through these MetaMask transactions, you could also safely see what's going on and approve all the transactions on your own. So it's safe and simple. And these transactions just keeps going on, and you just need to keep on pressing approve. So it's a long process, so I'll be skipping some. So this is the final transaction. And through this process, you would successfully be transferring your assets to the actual DeFi protocol. So your investing is actually done. And as you can see, all the transactions were finalized, and they were all approved. So this was the case when you had sufficient gas fees. But what if you didn't have enough gas fees in the destination chain to execute your transactions? Well, we have a solution for that too, which is gathering multi-chain assets. So you choose which destination chain you're going to be transacting, and you could pay for your gas fees with other assets from other chains. In this case, we're going to be using Pepe from the Ethereum chain to fund your gas fees in the Polygon chain. So it basically goes through the same process, and it's this simple. So through these utilities, you could possibly do everything, every DeFi experience you want in a single app, which makes it very simple and relieves all the stress. So these are our teammates. Soo-young Lee is the front-end developer and the tech lead. And I am Jakyung Koo, the back-end developer. And Suha-jin was the contract developer. So thank you for listening.
Hello, our team is Solidity Copilot, and we've essentially built a developer tool that is built on VS Code that enables smart contract auditing in 1 minute. So what we wanted to do here is we identified some of the problems for blockchain Web3 ecosystem Solidity developers and also main protocols. So with this, stop having to spend expensive amount of fees to audit your smart contracts or have to wait on the wait list for at least 2 months for your project to get smart contract audited. So at the current moment, even if you do launch your project, it still has some vulnerable security issues until your project gets properly audited by a smart contract auditor or a professional firm. So what we do here is with our VS Code extension tool, you can audit your smart contract and your DApp in 1 click with the power of OpenAI's GPT-4. You can identify security issues and immediately refactor your code to make a secure, reliable, and accessible DApp. So some of the features that we have here is when you're using your favorite IDE like VS Code and you have your smart contract opened up, if you click Audit Smart Contract, what it does is it runs your smart contract through a GPT-4 model, and the GPT-4 identifies some of the security issues that the smart contract has, and also solve those issues based on the GPT-4's model. So after it does that, it immediately also refactors your code, and you can see that a new window on the right-hand side immediately popped up. So we wanted to make a very easy way for developers to visualize and comprehend what kind of changes were made to the code and to facilitate their process to easily fix their code, review their errors, and see what kind of vulnerable risks that they are open to. So we have some features that include smart contract auditing, refactoring, test code generation, and gas fee optimization. Essentially, we wanted to really streamline the process of Solidity development and Web3 development in order to safely launch your Web3 app into the ecosystem. So some of the first features that we introduced was smart contract auditing and code refactoring. Again, with a single click, you can audit your smart contract through the GPT-4 model and visualize and visually see what kind of code errors were fixed. And it also provides comments to how the code was changed and why the code was changed accordingly based on the GPT-4 model. Now, another feature that we have is test code generation. One problem that we identified is that when doing Solidity development, for each new function that you create in your smart contract, you need to also have a test code for that. Now, it's a very much of a hassle if you have multiple functions within your smart contract and you have to make test codes for each of the functions. So we really wanted to automate that process. So with GPT-4, if you click Generate Test Code, it also runs the smart contract through the GPT model and then creates a test code based on the smart contract code that you have. So this really eliminates the need for manually having to check the functions, and also ensures a proper organized structure for the files, because in your directory or your repository, if you don't have a test code or a test folder, it also creates a folder and ensures that the newly generated code goes into that test directory. So based on this test code generation, what we can do now is also check the gas fees. At the current moment, what Solidity developers are doing right now is using Hardhat's package, which is Hardhat Gas Optimizer, Gas Reporter, sorry. And what it does is they have to manually check how much of their each function like consumes how much gas, or how much gas you need to consume in order to deploy your smart contract. So we try to eliminate the process as well and streamline the process of gas fee checking by using the functions within the Hardhat Gas Reporter. By clicking check gas fees, it automatically calculates how much gas you used for each function and how much gas you need to consume for deploying your smart contract. Now, these are some of the features that we have, and what we wanted to enable for the Solidity developers is really a streamlined process of developing your smart contract and launching it into the Web3 ecosystem in a secure and reliable manner, but also in an efficient manner so that you don't have to go through the hassle of checking every single code or checking through the security issues manually by yourself. So some of the next steps that we're planning to take is not only launching it on VS Code as an extension so that everyone can have access to it. What we're trying to do is that we acknowledge some of the errors that GPT-4 can create. Because GPT-4 is reliable, it also creates hallucinations, which is like identifying bugs that don't even exist. So what we want to do is for identifying security issues, we're going to integrate tools that smart contract auditing firms use at the current moment, such as Slither. So for identifying security issues, we will use these tools to list all of the security issues that are within the smart contract to ensure that it catches all the bugs. But for the code refactoring process, to automate it, we'll be using GPT-4 so that it can automatically and immediately refactor the code based on the issues that were found by tools like Slither. So we would greatly appreciate it if you guys could scan the QR code. Anyone who wants early access to Solidity Copilot, please scan the QR code on the right. For anyone who is curious about our landing page and want to explore more about it, please scan the QR code on the right, which is on the left, which is the website. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
네, 너무너무 감사합니다. 이드서울 우승자 세 팀 발표했는데요. 더 궁금하신 것들은 저희 웹사이트도 다 있으니까 또 확인해 주시고 정말 앞으로의 미래가 기대가 됩니다. So thank you so much for the ETHSeoul winners for presenting, and we go on to the main agenda as planned. And so I'm really proud and happy to announce my next speaker, and she's from the head of research at Masari. And Masari has been presenting since last year at BUIDL Asia, and it's been wonderful to have some objective data and analysis. It was great to have Eric last year, but it's good to have Machet again for BUIDL Asia. So. 저희 지금 몇 살이라고 잘 아실 텐데 리포트 보시면 몇 살이라고 정말 많이 나오잖아요. 인용이 되는데 그래서 거기서 리서치 담당이신 분이 오셔가지고 저희 지금 발표를 해주실 건데 정말 유익한 내용일 것 같습니다. So 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Let's welcome Machet to the stage. Yeah.
GM, everyone. I'm going to be talking to you about the future of financial reporting. So financial reporting, Jan has perhaps something boring to it. I can tell you it's not boring in the context of crypto. It's actually a very exciting and evolving area. And so what do we really mean by financial reporting, right? So with traditional companies, financial reporting usually refers to management of these companies preparing financial statements. Financial statements being balance sheet, income statement, and a cash flow statement. Now, what these statements do is provide information around the financial health and performance of these companies. And this information is useful to a variety of stakeholders, but in particular to the likes of investors and lenders, for example. And the financial statements help these stakeholders make decisions around engaging with these companies or continuing to stay engaged. Another thing that financial statements do is provide information to the management of these companies around planning for the future. And financial regulators worldwide mandate that public companies periodically file financial statements. So in the US, for example, you have to file as a public company a Form 10Q, which is a quarterly report with the SEC every quarter. Now, as decentralized entities, crypto projects typically don't have a CFO or a investor relations department. However, crypto communities also need information for financial decision making. So what Masari has been doing over the last year and a half or so is financial reporting for crypto projects, so in the form of quarterly reports that we publish at the beginning of every quarter for a range of clients. So coming this second quarter, we will be doing around 40 of those. Now, the reason why these regulators like the SEC ask or mandate that companies file these quarterly reports is to promote transparency. And that is actually, that's really great in theory, but there's a conflict of interest when you have these centralized companies between the management of these companies and the shareholders. And these ledgers, they are closed, right? They sit behind closed doors. So what that means is that there's usually a lot of creative accounting going on. And if you're a financial analyst, if you work for Goldman and you have to analyze these companies, that usually involves a lot of decoding and simplification of these financial statements to get to really understand it and be able to compare apples to apples between different companies. Now, as open source ledgers, public blockchain reduce that agency problem. And they provide transparency, they're also immutable, and theoretically, you can also provide these in real time. And that is actually the holy grail of financial reporting. And there's a lot of investors out there that are very excited about the potential that open ledgers provide from that perspective. Well, so in theory, it's very transparent and accessible, but it's actually hard, right? No one goes to a blockchain and reads the TVL of Uniswap version 3 like right off the chain, right? It actually involves quite a lot of work. And I like to think of the process as a pyramid, right? So at the bottom of the pyramid sits the raw data that you pull off the blockchain and that you store into tables. But that data is still pretty hard to work with, right? It's hex data. So in order to make that data into information that we can actually do something with and that humans can actually read, it needs to be decoded, it needs to be normalized and simplified. And what can be done with it next is aggregations. So you can then put this data together to turn it into actual metrics like TVL or like trading volume, or more complicated aggregations. For example, look at the TVL of all DEXs on Ethereum, right? And once you have these metrics, you can create tables and charts, and that can be analyzed by analysts that can then draw insights from it. And the holy grail there is actionable insights, so for example, alpha in the case of investors. Now you guys noticed, because you're developers, or most of you, I think, but yeah, so this is what it looks like, the raw transaction data, very different from the relatively polished picture that you get served up in Etherscan. Now, and what we're really looking for is, so crypto data, right? So in that black screen, that is the real crypto data. What we want is actually an interpretation of that data. So these metrics are interpretations, right? So for example, here, this is a chart from one of our quarterly reports. Filecoin produced 18.9 million in supply-side revenue over Q1 2023. Now, why I call that an interpretation, when it comes down to these kind of numbers and even more complicated aggregations, I may get a very different number than you, right? So it's probably really relatively easy to, for example, calculate a trading volume for like a single protocol, and you may get relative consensus if you have a number of different people calculating that. But when you get into more complicated things, like my previous example, calculated TVL, the aggregate TVL for all DEXs on Ethereum, you probably get different numbers. So hence we call that interpretations of data, and there's nothing right or wrong with that, just different views, different opinions of different people, how to calculate these things. Now, doing this, like the financial reporting, so to say, for crypto protocols, also actually involves like quite a number of different people. It involves like people with different skill sets. And one thing that's actually not shown here, but that I wanted to highlight as well is another party, and that's the source of your data. So we use data from a number of different sources depending on what the protocol is. But one source that we use and that we're very proud of to be using that I want to highlight here is the Graph protocol. So for those of you not familiar, the Graph is a decentralized indexing protocol for blockchain data. And they have a concept called subgraphs, and the graph allows anyone to build a subgraph, which is effectively an open API. And then Masari is a core subgraph developer, and so we're very proud that the code that we developed for these subgraphs is out there, and that everyone can see our interpretation of the various metrics. And one thing that we also do for the graph is standardize these metrics for subsectors. So that when you look at Uniswap and at SushiSwap, for example, that we calculate all the metrics that we report on for those in the same way, and that we're showing the same metrics for them. Now going back to this actual picture, so the research analysts, our research analysts are sector specialists, and they cover a number of protocols in their sector. So for example, layer 1s. And what they do whenever we start covering a new protocol or new network, they will think about what the most important metrics for that network are, that most accurately reflect how that protocol is doing in terms of financial health and performance. And then armed with that, they go to the data science team, so the data engineer and the analytics engineer, who then go out and collect the various data points that the analyst needs to calculate all these metrics. So the data engineer finds the sources, ingests them into our data warehouse and does the decoding of the smart contracts. And then after that, the analytics engineers go to work and they transform that decoded data into actual metrics that the analyst can work with. Then the analyst creates tables and charts and analyzes that data and produces context and insights on that. And then finally, we also work closely together with the protocol in case we have any questions about the data, making sure, for example, that we have all the smart contracts addresses that we need. And when we do these reports for the first time, we typically also ask them to sanity check the data because they know their protocol or network best, so it's probably easy to see if something looks horribly off, and because, for example, we're missing a smart contract address. And this is what the results look like. So, for example, for Polycon, the financial statements. And one thing that we look to do, as I alluded to before, is in the context of the graph, is make these relatively standard across similar protocols, so that you can compare apples to apples if you want to. And it's not completely all the same because every protocol has their nuances because of their specific technology or business model or whatever the secret sauce is. Yeah, but that's what it looks like. And then, as I said, there's also a lot of charting going on in these reports because it's interesting for the consumers of these reports to also see the actual trends. And this is also how analysts really dive into details and figure out what is going on and are able to provide further insight. And another thing that we do there, we don't just study the quantitative data, but also qualitative data around it. So we look at, what events happened during the quarter that were important, what governance discussions that are important are going on, what proposals passed, what big grants have been awarded, et cetera. Yeah, what does the roadmap look like? And all because it helps us analyze, why certain things happened the way they were, and it also allows us to give some insight into what may be happening in the coming quarter. Yeah, and so that's standardization. I talked about it in the context of the graph. We think that's quite important so that you can actually compare apples to apples, and that sounds like something very logic and sensible, and it is, but it's definitely not the case in a lot of situations because people interpret things in different ways, like we discussed before. So that's where our breadth of coverage, so we almost cover like 40 protocols right now, and that standardization allows us to actually do that. And we've started also to produce some of this at a sector level. So like with the case of the state of L1, so these are all the L1s that we currently cover and the various metrics. I actually pasted the link of the report like underneath it. So it's like these reports are all openly accessible to anyone. So if you're interested to look at further metrics across layer ones, the link is down there. Now, these are the quarterly reports, but our research team also does other stuff with data. And what is unique about crypto is that you can really drill down further into the details, right? When Coca-Cola publishes their annual report, you don't have that ability, right? And a lot of business intelligence sits behind closed doors. In particular, the further you dive down into the details, the more private that information usually is. Well, for crypto, as we discussed, it provides that transparency. It doesn't mean that it's easy to do, but it is possible. And that can get you to really interesting insights. And this is from a report on Solana that we produced, I believe it was last week. And when you look at the on-chain liquidity of these ecosystems, as it's a metric that people are obviously interested in, it shows that the TVLs of all these ecosystems have obviously fallen in light of the Black Swan events like last year, but Solana had fallen more than everyone else, and it hadn't recovered as well. So if you take that at face value, may not give you a fuzzy feeling around that. However, when we started drilling down into user level data, what we actually saw that there was actually a lot of positive stuff happening on Solana. So user activity last month, for example, in May, doubled. But it did not show up in that TVL data. And so we dug further, and what we noted is that there had been a lot of developer activity going on Solana, but in the consumer sector. So there were a lot of like new consumer applications that had been launched. So hence that didn't show up in that TVL data, which is obviously very DeFi-centric. Anyway, just an example. Now, so what, right? So who is great, I'm sorry that you guys are publishing all these reports, but who's like using this actually, right? Or who is this useful to? And let me give you one other user level example, also a report that we did probably about a month ago about decentralized social and the social graph, but you can equally apply it elsewhere. And that is this user data, so user engagement and user behavior data can be quite useful for builders, right? So because you can effectively see what dog food the dogs are eating and what crypto native features are really attracting users, so to say. So that gives you like important intelligence. Another area where we've seen our quarterly reporting being used is on some of these forums. So Gauntlet, they've been building on some of the analysis that we've been doing and some of the insights that we've provided for in our Venus quarterly report of Q1. Proposal discussion regarding deploying Uniswap version 3 on the Filecoin virtual machine. Been using various charts of us. And, but we also get obviously user data from who accesses these reports. And we distribute them typically in a number of different ways. So it goes out through our newsletter, which goes to a couple of 100,000 users every day. We tweet about them. We host them in our research portal. But we also have partnerships with some TradFi institutions. So with Bloomberg, Refinitiv, and S&P, and we get some user data from that, and they're actually being used consistently by very high-profile investors. Now, why is this useful to investors, right? These investors have like really small teams, right? And they don't have the resources to do all of this stuff, like get this data for like 100 protocols that they may look at, right? So that's why this is useful, and it's obviously unlike in TradFi that isn't been done by decentralized entities, so hence this is like a go-to for them to get that type of information. Finally, as I mentioned before, the holy grail is real-time financial reporting. And there is obviously real-time metrics out there, right? I mean, we host some of them, right? You can also go to DeFi Llama or Token Terminal, right, for like TVL or trading volumes or whatever it is that you're going after. But what I say with real-time financial reporting is the holy grail is having these actual reports, having actual insight, the overall picture, so to say, having that in real time. If you think about traditional financial reporting, what is so interesting about it is that you have an overarching framework of balance sheet, income statement, and cash flow statement that everyone uses, right? Now, the devil is then in the details because it looks very different for a bank than it looks for a software firm. But they still use the same framework. And we've been thinking about, okay, so how can we build a similar framework for crypto. And too much detail to go in for the purpose of this discussion. It's traditional balance sheet and income statement and cash flow statement don't really work. You can maybe see that for a DeFi protocol, how it could potentially work, but definitely not for a layer one. So what we came up with, we basically think that crypto communities need info that we can group basically in 3 different areas or 3 different statements. So product usage in the usage statements, who value accrues to in a value accrual statement, and who controls the protocol and can make changes represented in a governance statement. So this is just a little preview of what we're hoping to bring later this year. It isn't there yet, but wanted to share our views on that. Now, finally, ultimately, all of this financial reporting is about unlocking the potential of these open source ledgers. And it's something that is very close to our mission at Messari. So our mission is to provide transparency to the crypto economy and to help stakeholders make better decisions. So that's what we do with these reports. And yeah, if you want to learn more, hit me up. And definitely check out the reports if those are of interest on you. They're all openly accessible on Messari.io. Thank you very much.
네, 메사리 많이 레포트 보실 텐데 이렇게 투명하게 이렇게 알려주시고 하니까 너무너무 좋았습니다. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was insightful, wonderful, and yeah, I'm looking forward to more reports by Messari. And next up is Jordi from Polygon ZKEVM. 그 폴리곤 많이 들어보셨잖아요. 근데 ZKEVM 요즘에 또 엄청 인기 주목받고 있는 프로젝트인데 거기에 팀이 전체가 다 왔어요. 그래서 그 빌딩 하시는 분들이 오셔서 워낙 유명하신 분이고 그래서 많은 좋은 내용 받으시기 바랍니다. 그래서 조디 오는 걸 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, let's welcome Jordi to the stage.
Chuachimimida. I'm Jordi Bailina. I'm the technical lead at Polygon ZKEVM. And today, let me just take the clicker here. Today I'm gonna explain mainly. I'm gonna divide my presentation in 3 parts. First, I'm gonna give you a overview of the current status of the Polygon ZKEVM that we launched last March. Then I'm gonna explain a little bit the future of Polygon, more the long-term strategy. And finally, I'm going to give some details of the current work for the coming month that we are doing in the Polygon ZKEVM. So let's start. As I mentioned, Polygon ZKEVM is the first ZKEVM that launched. Actually, it's the current ZKEVM that's running mainnet in Ethereum. EVM is Ethereum virtual machine. That means that's fully compatible with Ethereum. Users can deploy smart contracts in the layer 2 without having to use any specific tooling. They can reuse all the tooling that's in Ethereum. Here is Hardhat, Remix, Truffle. They can just connect their wallet, MetaMask wallet, or whatever wallet that they have in Ethereum. They just connect to the Polygon ZKEVM, and they work exactly the same way without any friction for the developers and for the users. It has been, we tried to do let's say a soft launch. This is a very new technology and we don't want it to go crazy from the beginning. There is a lot of new code and a lot of new things, and we want to get maturity. So we are taking this blockchain as a baby. We are taking from the roots. We're onboarding a lot of DeFi applications right now. We are monitoring very much. We're seeing all the needs they have, and we are just trying to have a healthy growth. But currently, well, it's already ramping up at this point, and well, we are happy how the network is progressing at getting traction so far. So I would like now to explain a little bit what's the idea of Polygon. Why Polygon can scale. I can bring this technology to the society, to millions of users. Well, as you know, Polygon is a scaling. The vision is to scale Ethereum, and to do that, we are just having a layer 2 strategy. The idea, how we see the future in Polygon, is a kind of a constellation of rollups of layer 2s. We have the first one. The first one is the Polygon zkVM, but it can be other chains here. Some of them are public chains. Some of them are going to be private chains or chains from associations and so on. And all of them are going to be secured by a zk prover. Okay, this is what gives the security. All of them will share the same liquidity with L1, L2 bridge, and because it's a zk system, the time for exiting a rollup is very, very small. It's just the time that takes to generate a proof. And this can be as low as 30 seconds or 1 minute. That means that there is a composability. It's possible to do a composability between rollups, and you can be in one private rollup, do maybe an exchange or do some lending or some DeFi operation in a public rollup, and then go back to the private rollups. Or in between private rollups, you can communicate one each other. And this is possible, again, because this zk proof. This zk proof gives you finality, gives you details, so you can move between rollups very, very easily. The idea of this ecosystem also is that it may be rollups that require centralized or decentralized sequencers, depending on the application. And here we'll have a kind of a staking hub especially for the centralized sequencers, where it can be a multi-sequencer network. Okay, and all the proof. The idea is that instead of each rollup having a specific proof, what we can do is take all this proof and aggregate all this proof in a single proof. So that means that the cost of proving is going to be divided by all the networks. The proof right now is really cheap, and this will allow us to generate a proof every 30 seconds or every minute, just as a clock. Okay, and then is when you are transferring, you will be able. So the communication, the interoperability between the rollups will happen. Okay, so this is how it would look like. We are focusing very much in the throughput, in scaling, so that each of these chains can generate the maximum throughput for itself. We are working a lot in the current zkVM to scale it as much as we can. And then when this limit is reached, then we have this multi-chain idea. Okay. As I mentioned, it's going to be a network. It's going to be an infrastructure network for aggregating many proofs. This will be a consensus layer here for coordinating the generation of the different proofs of the rollups and aggregating all of them. This idea of composability, the idea of constellation between rollups, this is really important. This is what will give a full ecosystem. And the idea of the decentralizing the sequencer. This is very important because decentralizing sequencers, I mean, we are building decentralized applications. And even centralized sequencer is not, maybe the word centralized is not the most appropriate, because the sequencers, they cannot do much. They still have some power, maybe to kick somebody out of the system and so on. So the centralized sequencers are becoming really important. Okay? All of this is going to be, we are creating what's a Polygon stack. It's a ZK Polygon stack. We start from the prover. Prover is based in Plonky 2. Right now we are writing the Plonky 3. It's a much faster prover than Plonky 2, which is actually really fast, and it's the fastest prover in the system. We have the ZKVM and Maiden. Maiden is technology. It's a different paradigm. It's not Ethereum equivalent, but it will allow to have like a more asynchronous, it's a kind of asynchronous network, and well, it will allow another level of scalability at some point. We have the client, or the client itself, have the bridge, the staking hub for this. Mainly, the staking hub is for the centralizing sequencers, for the proof generation, and also for some data availability in the case of Validiums. They will have also an important role here. And all that on top of Ethereum, because at the end, what we are doing is scaling Ethereum. Okay? So now let me explain you a little bit what we are, what's the current work and the immediate work, the work for the next, I would say for the next 6 months, and what we are working in the Polygon ZKVM. The first thing is we are going from a type 3 to a type 2 rollup. That means, so right now we are, I would say, almost compatible to Ethereum, but there are some missing, I would say, some specific and missing pieces. Most of the applications don't use it, but to be fully compatible to Ethereum, we need to implement that. These are SHA-256, Belake, and pairing precompiled smart contracts. Except for this, all the opcodes and all the system is fully compatible with Ethereum, and I would say that right now, like 99% of the applications are fully compatible, but we're finishing that, and we hope that in the next version we can provide these precompiled smart contracts. Another thing that we are doing is we're improving a lot the prover. So the prover right now, generating a 10 million gas proof, it already takes like 1 minute and a half, between 1 minute and a half and 2 minutes, in a big server, but it's a normal server, not GPUs and nothing else. It's just a big server with a lot of memory and many cores, but it's a normal server. But we need to improve that a little bit. Right now, what we have is like a big monolithic proof that proves 10 million gas. But in this proof, if you see how the proof is made, we have different state machines for doing different pieces. For example, we can call them like like coprocessors. Okay, we have a main processor, and then we have a memory, we have a binary, we have arithmetic operations, we have caches, we have different arithmetic state machines. The problem is that this is fixed, and if we have not many ketchups, for example, we are spending a lot. I mean, we are spending a lot of resources building a proof that has no ketchups in there. So this is a little bit suboptimal. So the idea is to have different sizes, so that each of the state machine can have different sizes. Instead of having a monolithic proof, it's a composite proof with different sizes, and this will adapt much better. So here we'll have much optimization, much more optimization, and we will not have to do a kind of a Tetris that we need to do that today in order to optimize the transactions inside. Okay. So the advantages is that we are not wasting cells in the prover. This allows also not to count resources. One important feature of the Polygon ZKVM is that it's censorship resistant. That means that you cannot. So if the centralized sequencer decides not to include your transaction, you can always generate an L1 transaction with specific L2 transactions that will be forced, so that the sequencer will have the obligation to include that. Okay, the consequence of that is that you can always claim your funds, even if the sequencer decides not to do any transaction that you're sending to him. Okay. this prover also will require smaller servers with less memory, and also probably will fit, some of these provers will fit also in the GPU, so we will expect also a much better performance on that. Said that, I need to say that the proving cost currently is not the proving cost of the ZKVM is not the critical factor. That was probably when we started to design the ZKVM was the most concerning parameter, but right now is not the critical factor. So the proof is it's relatively cheap. Okay. Well, another thing that we are working on is in this, we call it BUIDL. This is a language for writing proof. Well, here we have a lot of, I don't want to extend here too much, but here we are extending this language so that we are somehow generalizing. This is going to be part of the stack, and if you want to build other provers for other systems, this will be more generic, okay? This new system will support these variable degree proofs. It will have a more constructive language. This is one thing that we saw, for example, in the audit, that we had like external scripts to generate part of these constraints. So we are embedding that in the same language, so that's much easier to audit and to be more consistent in the language. Well, we will have functions. These functions, this will allow to make us more complex. In the language will allow us to make more complex circuits and to reduce also a lot of the cost on this. It will allow also to build, so right now we have some hard-coded operations like lookups or permutation checks inside the prover. We are just enabling in the language to create these more low-level objects, and this will open for new constructions in like range checks or new constructions that are happening currently in the zero knowledge. This will allow us to include them and well, to use all the performance that these new systems that are currently in research we can put inside the prover. Okay. Also, the constant generations, there is a lot of parameters on the circuit that, again, they are from external scripts. We will be able also to put them inside the BUIDL. Okay. Well, some other details, we can have like accessing not to the next row, but having accessing to the previous rows and next rows. We'll connect, also we will split. Right now the prover is very, I would say, quite specific for the ZKVM, but we are doing that more generic. So that's not only for the ZKVM. Maybe somebody wants to build the ZK WASM or ZK, and this will give, as a community, this prover will become very much a standard for generating zero knowledge proof, especially for scalability. These big zero knowledge proof that are important for the rollups. Okay. Another point, and probably this is the most important point that we are working on, is in data compression. Right now, the rollups, the biggest limitation is the data availability. We are working really hard in compressing this data. What means compressing this data? Well, need to mention here that the rollups, there is like two approaches for putting the data. Well, in a rollup, you need to put, the data needs to be available, because there is an attack that if a prover generates a proof but the data is not available, well, you know the current state is valid, but you don't know which is this state or where this state comes from. So it's important that the data is available. Okay, and this is very much right now the way to make this data available is putting this data on chain. Okay, so putting this data on chain is still a little bit expensive, and so what we want to do is, well, first is compress this data so that we put the minimal data on chain so that the transactions are cheaper. And the other thing is also Ethereum is working very hard in lowering increasing the capacity, so lowering the price for the data availability. And this is the Dankshard protocol and the proto-Dankshard that's going to happen next. So what we are working very much is in this compression of the data. Here, just to mention, these two systems. One, the way to compress the data, you can do it two ways. One is put the transactions on chain or put what is called the state diffs, or the difference of the state that are changing. These are the two approaches. We are betting a lot with putting the transactions on chain. We believe that the financial system understands about transactions, not about state diffs, okay? And the other advantage of putting transactions is that transactions in general are made by humans, okay? And human-generated data is less random, it has less entropy. So the compression is much better. Let me put you an example here. Imagine that you are compressing a value. A human will send 1.1 ether or 1.2 ether. We'll put 2 significant bits or 3 significant bits. But in the state transition, maybe you need to decrease the gas. So here you have, the quantity of information for putting the difference of the gas that's more random thing, it's higher. So we can compress a lot, much better these transactions. There is other parameters to compress. For example, in the ZK rollup, we can substitute all the signatures, which is an important part of the data, of the transactions, by a single proof that all the signatures are valid. We are kind of aggregating the signatures. We're also, for example, another thing that consumes a lot of data is the addresses, but we can use so of course the first time you're using an address, you will have to send that specific address, but the second time that you are using, you can reference that as an index, as a reference to a previous transaction. So all this will give us, I would say, this will give us a total, more or less, we are estimating a 5x. This is a very pessimistic optimization. Currently we are seeing that this may be 6, 7x easily, depending on the transactions, but this will be given in the data compression. That when we add to the EIP 4844, that proto-dynamic sharding that will happen probably at the end of this year or at the beginning of next year in Ethereum, this will give us a total of 50x, okay? And this will be the cost reduction that we will see in 6 months in the ZKVM. This is the direct cost that we have to pay, that the users have to pay for the transaction. So this is where the real scalability is happening. We're also working in the node performance optimization, and I like to explain the example that when building a ZKVM, we build like a very fast engine, a very good engine, okay? But the ZKVM is not an engine, it's a car, okay? And you need to, so it's not, if you want to have a car that's running at 1,000 miles per hour, it's not enough to have a good engine. You need good wheels, you need a good aerodynamics, you need to go to all the screws of a car. You mainly need to build like a new car so that you can run at that speed. And this is also an important work. Probably I would say it's the main work that we are doing inside the Polygon ZKVM is to bring this car to 1,000 miles per hour. And if you want, we want to bring this system to thousands of transactions per second. Another point that I want to mention is that as we are Ethereum compatible, we are benefiting of all the work that's done in the space. And one example is the account abstraction. All the effort that's happening right now with the 4337 in the Polygon ZKVM, we have it for free. It's just deploying this smart contract in the Polygon ZKVM, and we will have full support of a account transaction fully compatible with Ethereum. We don't have to do a special wallets. We don't have to do special tooling. We are reusing all the tooling that the ecosystem is building. Okay, and this is the nice thing of the ZKVMs, that we are part of the Ethereum space and having all the synergies that the Ethereum is happening. And this is, well, is the first example. So I mentioned before, decentralizing the sequencer. This is a little bit longer run because it's a little bit more complex. But a way to understand the sequencer is you can replace the sequencer as a consensus system. Right now we have a kind of a consensus. Let's say it's a dictatorship consensus. It's a centralized sequencer. So whatever the centralized sequencer is, this is what's the consensus. Okay? But you can, the idea is to replace this consensus, this centralized consensus, with a more decentralized consensus that will depend on the different applications. Here we are in the consensus. We are in the trilemma, in the blockchain trilemma. So we need to choose what's the right place. If we want to be in the if the Ethereum is enough, we would be in what we understand as proof of efficiency. This is a protocol that mainly is using the L1 as the same consensus, but this has the limitations, it has the parameters that Ethereum has. But sometimes you want to have consensus that, for example, if you want a finality time of 1-2 seconds, you need a different kind of consensus, sacrificing all other things. So having this temporary consensus until the transactions are in layer 1, this is maybe important for different applications, and this is where we are also working very hard in Polygon. Security is a non-stop investment. This is our highest priority in Polygon. These are complex systems. We are investing a lot of resources, internal and external, in security and auditing. Right now, for example, in the coming weeks we're gonna do a new upgrade on the network, and it's currently being audited by external teams. All the changes, everything that we are touching. This is really important, and we keep the bug bounties, and it's something that we take very seriously in Polygon, because this is what at the end is it's important, is the value that we are giving somehow. Okay. From the trailing wheels right now, next stage is, we need to, the first thing is enable force transactions. Everything is implemented, but in the upcoming weeks, we are going to enable that. Then in order to be what we call it in stage 2, according to Vitalik's rollups, we need to remove the Security Council. Currently, we have a kind of a kill switch with a 6 out of 8. It's a 6 out of 8 multi-sig with recognizing members from the community. We need to remove that. This will happen. We're in the trailing wheels. We are going step by step, but this is absolutely planning. And the other thing is also extending the time lock. Right now, we have 10 days for updating the roll-up, and we need to extend that to 30 days, which is the recommended. But here, for practical issues, we are still at 10 days. These are the things that we need to do for the trailing wheels. This is the full roadmap. Summary of the things that we have been talking, but the idea is that at the end of the year, having this 50x, this is the goal that we have in mind and what we're working. As always, it's no commitment, but the only commitment that we have is that we're working hard to scale Ethereum. So thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here, and thank you all.
We can leave it there. 네, 너무 감사합니다. 졸리 너무 말 잘하셔서 저 너무 좋아하는 분이고, 지금 패널 2개나 참가하셔서 지금 사실 상태가 안 좋으실 텐데 이렇게 또 열정적으로 발표해 주셨습니다. Thanks again, Jordi, for the presentation. It was wonderful, and love your insights of the panels that you took. 그래서 궁금하신 거 있으시면 졸리 찾으셔서 질문하시면 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 다음 순서는 저희 다오에 대해서 좀 관심이 많죠. 저희가 이제 지금 작년부터 해서 다오에 관심이 많아져서 좀 저한테 질문이 많이 들어오기도 하는데, 지금 실제로 다오를 운영하고 계시고, 그리고 이제 트랜지션, 그걸 좀 전환을 이제 맡고 계시는 그런 분이 계세요. 그래서 저는 좀 쉐입시프트라는, 좀 국내선 생소하지만 해외에서는 엄청 유명한 팀이 있는데, 그래서 지금 쉐입시프트라는 그 조직을 다오화를 하고 있는 분이시거든요. 그래서 좀 실제 경험을 토대로 좀 이렇게 이렇게 그 경험담을 공유해 줄 수 있는 분이셔서 저희 모시게 됐습니다. So let's bring Ken to the stage. He'll be explaining about the DAOs, mystified DAOs, and about his narrative and also his insights on his recent experience about DAOs. So thank you so much. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Erica. 안녕하세요. 만나서 반갑습니다. 켄트입니다. My name is Kent, and today's talk is about DAOs. DAOs Demystified, lessons from 18 months on the DAO frontier. Quick show of hands, who is currently involved in a DAO right now? Okay, cool. Wow, this is actually a good crowd. Who is maybe thinking about joining a DAO in some way? Kind of vetting a DAO, okay. And who's actually thinking about creating a DAO themselves? Awesome. Well, for everybody, and then even if you're not too familiar with DAOs, I'm hoping to add some value with this talk. So we have a good amount of ground to cover, so let's dig right in. A little bit more about myself. I started the Ethereum Denver community back in the day, and I'm an ETH Denver steward. Probably saw some of you at ETH Denver this February. It's always a good time. I used to be the head of R&D at Shapeshift, and I'm currently the tokenomics workstream leader at Shapeshift DAO. So a little quick context about Shapeshift, because we've had a very unique journey. Shapeshift used to be a centralized crypto exchange, but non-custodial, so we didn't hold on to your funds. And we had a hell of a product market fit back in the ICO bubble. People loved Shapeshift because they didn't have to KYC, it was very frictionless. However, we had to abandon that business model for regulatory reasons. The writing on the wall was pretty clear, so we got rid of that. Kind of independently from that, we also decided to really, truly embrace the crypto ethos. We've always been very much about the cypherpunk values of crypto and actually become a DAO. This was about mid-2021 we shifted to being a DAO. So we've been on the front lines of building this stuff, kind of making it up as we go along for the past year and a half or so. I joined the DAO in late 2021. And that's kind of the TLDR on Shapeshift. So here's what today's talk is going to be about. Here's the premise. Basically, incredible new superpowers have been unlocked by DAOs. However, corresponding challenges arise from the use of those superpowers. So the idea here is let's explore some of those real-life lessons and how to address those challenges based on our learnings that we've had at Shapeshift. Because again, this is kind of the first iteration of DAOs, and I really hope that our lessons can maybe create an easier path for those that are building subsequently. So one thing, just before we get in, this shit is really important. It's extremely important that we get this right. DAOs offer a better path forward relative to what we've had. When you think about our current centralized institutions, they often have an incentive to divide humans, to pit humans against one another in an artificial way. And this is just how things have been for a long time. There's so many examples of this. Finally, thanks to crypto, we have alternatives. We don't need institutions for a trust layer and for a credibly neutral platform. There's all these wonderful benefits. DAOs are a wonderful embodiment of that. However, it's very early on. If we don't get this right, then perhaps the full promise won't be fulfilled. But I firmly believe that a brighter, more just, more prosperous, and more peaceful humanity lies down our path, or there's a better chance of it happening if we can get this right with DAOs. So that said, why do it? Why DAO it? This is a pretty sophisticated audience, so I won't cover a ton of basics here. But at like a high level, why are we doing this? DAOs hold incredible promise because they leverage the unique properties of blockchains to empower humans to build, collaborate, and coordinate in ways that were, up to this point, impossible. We're only just beginning to understand the potential of this new socioeconomic primitive or technology. I asked ChatGPT about some of the benefits of DAOs, and it spat out this list, which is actually pretty good. It's pretty comprehensive. We're actually going to touch on some of these shortly here. The reduced bureaucracy is actually something that's I think Shapeshift has gotten right, and I want to explain that briefly because we've done a good job with this, I think. Some people get the idea with DAOs that it's just kind of anarchy. Like, okay, you have a governance token and people are voting on everything, but it's like there's no leaders and it's kind of a mess. In fact, it doesn't have to be that way. At Shapeshift, we have a really effective organizational structure where workstream leaders are elected via community governance. People vote on workstream leaders. I am a workstream leader for tokenomics. There's marketing workstream leader, engineering, moderation, and so on. These people have the ability within the confines of their workstream to do a lot of things. You know, like manage the people under them and do different things with the budget. So even though there's no like C-suite level, CEO, CFO type thing, there are people who are kind of like helping create more focus, and this has been quite helpful. And yeah, there's some other stuff here too. Of course, I'm not here to tell you what you can learn on ChatGPT. I want to really explain kind of stuff we've learned from dealing with this stuff firsthand. Just one more thing to really couch this, and this is again this is the crux of it all. This is why we do crypto, guys. The properties of decentralization. Let's just briefly talk about that. Permissionlessness. Anyone, anywhere can build a DAO, and any token holder can participate in its governance. Transparency, we're going to dig into this for sure. The entirety of a DAO's finances and governance could be on chain for all to see. And finally, this beautiful censorship resistance. No individual or institution can interfere with the DAO's on-chain operations. These are incredibly powerful qualities to have. Just as a brief aside, beware of what I like to call dinos. So these are like DAOs in name only or decentralized in name only. So you see a lot of these days. And these are, you know, it's like any new technology. Some people are coming in leveraging this buzzword and say, oh yeah, we're a DAO, this is great. But in fact, it's only like, you know, one or two people who are like calling all the shots, and maybe like, you know, one or two people holding most of the governance tokens, and they don't embody these crypto values at all. Sometimes it's just a straight up money grab. Other times, some of these dinos, they mean well, but they need some prodding in that direction towards decentralization. They're maybe not quite getting it. So whether you're looking at maybe joining a DAO or, you know, getting involved some way, kind of keep an eye out for these dinos because they're out there, and I think there's going to be even more of them as this technology spreads. Remember, decentralization is the point. So let's talk about superpowers. Borderless participation is a wonderful superpower. So here's a cool story from Shapeshift. During our centralized days, this is back in 2017, 2018, Solidity developers were even harder to find than they are now, like a true unicorn, so hard to find. We actually found some, I think it was 2 developers in France that were an amazing fit, super talented people. The problem is, if anybody is familiar with French labor laws, it's really hard to hire people from France. There's a lot of bureaucratic red tape. And the real reason it's hard to hire is because it's extremely hard to fire somebody based on their laws if something goes wrong, you know, if it's not a good fit. So it's a big disincentive not to go that route. So we couldn't actually do that. Fast forward to the DAO, it's a different type of setup. It's a different type of paradigm. You know, we're not having to worry about these sort of things because anybody can just self-select, voluntarily join the DAO. And it's amazing, actually. We have contributors from Brazil, Australia, the States, Europe, including France. Like, we actually have a French developer, and he's a complete rock star. So what a wonderful contrast to, you know, this way of doing things before. And that is just one example of this nice, you know, borderless participation. It's quite powerful. But there is kind of like a potential downside here. Sometimes you find yourself wishing that you actually had an HR department. So, you know, as nice as it is to not deal with corporate bureaucracy, or I think everybody's seen the movie Office Space. You know, everybody hates that, you know, HR. But the thing is, once in a while things can go wrong, and you almost wish you had an HR department. So here's what happened at Shapeshift. The bear market really hit, you know, was really taking hold last year. And it became apparent some contributors weren't really pulling their weight. They were not doing a good job. maybe not being present at the DAO, not really showing up. In some cases, just kind of being a jerk or being a bit trollish. So this became kind of an issue, and I remember thinking multiple times as this whole thing unfolded, dude, if this was a centralized company, these people would have been gone 3 months ago. Like this is ridiculous. The problem was the DAO did not have a process for really dealing with people that aren't really contributing. And to be clear, this is not like a common thing, but I think with any organization you will have these edge cases of people maybe just who aren't a good fit or aren't doing a good job. So how we dealt with it, and this is kind of the learning, and this takes a bit of a page from just the centralized playbook, but like set clear success metrics for all leadership roles. Maybe contributor role is true, but especially leadership roles. There should be a very clear set of criteria that leaders are beholden to, because they really set the tone and tenor for the entire organization and its strategy. And that way, if they're not doing well, if they're not actually doing what they said they would, then it's easy for the community to hold them accountable. Another good thing on a related note is to use leadership and contributor terms of 3 to 6 months. I've seen either work. They can be pretty effective. I would really hesitate to have terms for these roles of more than 6 months. Like 6 months is like, in crypto, is like 6 years in real time. You know, six months, you go beyond that, a lot could happen. So much like, you know, elections in a democracy, this is a regular touch point for the community to weigh in and see, you know, how is somebody doing. And this has been pretty effective for us. Finally, you know, there's always the last resort threat of using community governance to actually vote somebody off the island, so to speak. And it turns out we didn't really need that. Usually the sort of notion that this is possible will encourage somebody to either shape up or maybe voluntarily leave for another direction. But just knowing that that's kind of an option is pretty powerful. In the case of Shapeshift, those contributors did find different paths, and you know, it was a good learning experience for us. Superpower number 2, ease of launch. So launching a DAO is so much more frictionless than when you, in many ways, compared to its sort of traditional counterparts. So you know, you don't need tons of seed capital. You don't need to worry about maybe overhead. You're tapping into truly, as we just saw, like a global talent pool. Tokenomic incentives can kind of give rise to interesting business models. So this is actually really interesting. As I mentioned, Shapeshift did have a bit of a unique experience in the sense that we actually started out centralized and then became centralized or decentralized. But even then, like, we were able to take advantage of all these wonderful you know, tools that exist, like things like Colony on Gnosis Chain for payroll, Snapshot for governance and other things, and it really is quite easy. So, and you know, we've seen this time and again where DAOs will just pop up almost overnight for like different reasons, and people flock to them, and that's very nice. However, the related challenge with this superpower is it's actually so easy that DAOs often launch without thinking everything through. They don't think through all the little details, and this can lead to ambiguity, confusion, and maybe suboptimal design choices around all sorts of stuff. So we actually experienced this firsthand at Shapeshift, where I mentioned our organizational structure, where we had work stream leaders that had the ability to do all sorts of things. So during the bear market, as it hit, some work stream leaders decided to make budget cuts because they had the ability to do that under their tokenomics or under their work stream, whatever that work stream was. However, after they laid people off, some members of the community pushed back and said, wait a minute, guys, you don't actually have the ability or the right to do this based on our structure. We kind of went back and looked at the DAO's founding documents, and those people were right. Like, it was actually pretty ambiguous. So we had a question of, like, do workstream leaders really have the ability to hire and fire however they see fit? What did we do? Like, a bit of a tough question there. The way we solved it is we fixed it in governance. We addressed it in governance. So we had this wonderful open debate, a contentious yet respectful debate about how to solve this issue. And after a lot, I think we talked about this for a good month or so. You know, it's big, important stuff, big picture shit. But In the end, the community decided to vote in a proposal that clarified it and said that yes, in fact, workstream leaders do have the autonomy to hire and fire anybody under their workstream as they see fit. So in this case, we were able to clarify with governance. But I think the lesson here, especially for newer DAOs that haven't launched yet, really take your time thinking about the foundational stuff. You know, stuff like tokenomics, governance, the business model, or whatever your mission is. That's very important. But also think through like the little details. Think through the weird edge cases, because these will arise. And the more you get this stuff taken care of at the beginning, the less you have to worry about maybe addressing things down the road, because problems will pop up. In terms of governance, you know, Shapeshift is pretty straightforward. We have our off-chain and on-chain layer. But one thing I think we get right that I would recommend, certainly for other DAOs, is to always have constant communication about what's happening for governance. So we have weekly governance chats at the DAO that are usually pretty well attended, where we can talk about all these things. People talking through proposals, or people have made a proposal can sort of bring that to the community, talk about why they're doing it. We can have debates about it. And that regular communication is a really nice thing to have. And then, of course, there's the on-chain component, your snapshot or what have you. But governance, of course, is the lifeblood of DAOs, and ideally with a good token, even token distribution, rather than concentrated in just a few people. All right, so this is one of my favorites. I don't know how this saying would translate into Korean necessarily. Maybe there's a similar saying, but in English we say sunlight is the best disinfectant. So in other words, you know, there's a lot of stuff that can be hidden in the shadows, but when everything is open to the beautiful sunlight of transparency and for all to see, you tend to have better outcomes. So this, of course, relates to the on-chain sort of transparency. We actually just heard a little bit about this, or a lot about it, from Marcha with Masari, and this actually relates so well. I was excited to see that presentation before. Transparency, I think, is one of the most important superpowers of DAOs. This is actually very, very near and dear to my heart. Believe it or not, but Bitcoin Magazine used to not be a maximalist publication. They used to be very open-minded. This is back before like Ethereum even launched. But back in like early 2014, I wrote this article called, talking about real-time transparency, talking basically about how things would really change once organizations and businesses were able to have the entirety of their finances and all their activity on-chain in a way that was completely auditable and verifiable and on a block-by-block basis. Like, what a stunning contrast to the way things have been done before in terms of you know, having to wait for quarterly reports, and even then, you know, there's all sorts of risk that might be hidden. Hidden risk is everywhere. We saw this. Of course, this wasn't a surprise when everything blew up, but we saw this in the crypto space with FTX and you know, all the centralized lending. It was opaque. It was not decentralized, and what do you know? It blew up. But we've certainly seen plenty of this in the TradFi space as well. Arguably the 2008 financial crisis, there was hidden risk everywhere in terms of you know, mortgage-backed securities. It almost brought down the entire freaking world economy. And of course, the lack of transparency also presents problems with respect to corruption in politics. Nonprofits suffer from a lack of this. In the corporate world, it's everywhere. So it's really good stuff, this on-chain transparency. There is a bit of a downside, though, and that's the fact that maximal transparency can be confusing, or maybe even misleading if somebody wanted to play it that way. What I mean is there's a ton of data out there, and we saw some of that in the Masari presentation. There's a lot going on, and even though you can sort of, you know, if a motivated person wants to see what's going on, they can look on chain. It becomes difficult sometimes with so much data. What do you do with all this stuff? There's a saying like analysis paralysis. Like, I'm just overwhelmed with all these numbers. So at Shapeshift, we solved this with what I like to call a dashboard. And this was built by an amazing DAO contributor named Darwin, and I'm just so proud of what we have at the DAO here. So you know, the naive and easy way to go about this is like point somebody to your mainnet treasury or wherever your most of your finances or assets are, and say, yep, there it is, and that's cool. But in many cases, for DAOs, all sorts of different projects, it's much more complex than that. For instance, at Shapeshift, the DAO has positions in DeFi and like LP tokens. It has assets over on Gnosis chain, which is used to handle like payroll to contributors, and it gets complex. So the thought is, wouldn't it be nice if you could just easily access all this data in a nice, easy to digest way? And this is what these dashboards are about. You can see the current up-to-date status of everything. You can see where these assets are located. Verify that yourself. There's also dashboards for revenue and expenses and things like that. And this is really a great way of leveraging that superpower, I think, because it takes away that ambiguity. We also maintain a runway spreadsheet. As with most startups, or crypto projects, there's a very finite runway. Right now, Shapeshift has about 8 to 9 months of runway. It's been that way for a while. But these, again, nobody should ever be wondering, well, like, how much longer is this thing gonna last? Like, there should never, that's like one of the most important fundamental things, and it should be very transparent and clear. This is what we often talk about in tokenomics, is just the status of the runway for all to see. Really quick brief note, the USDC unpeg, that was like an insane weekend. I don't know if you guys remember, but like, one of these things that everybody took for granted, the USDC holding its peg, all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, what do we do now? Shapeshift actually held most of its treasury in USDC at the time, and it was very much a wake-up call of like, this is actually some risk we didn't even really count on here, we didn't expect. So in response to that, the DAO has decided to diversify into some of its treasury into both USDT and LUSD, and this is a way to mitigate the threat and not to have the eggs all in one basket. Finally, relentless and crystal clear communication about tokenomics stuff, about everything we just talked about. I lead a call every week where we talk about all the details, we talk about the little nuances, people can ask questions. There is not a stone left unturned. Everything is out in the open, and the whole community can weigh in and ask questions. As opposed to some sort of, what a contrast to like the proverbial, excuse me, smoke-filled room where like a couple, C-level executives are talking about this and it's hush-hush. It's like, no way, this is the opposite of that approach. It's all out in the open and it's beautiful. So let's go back to ChatGPT, other challenges, and these are, we've seen a lot of these for sure. I'm not gonna, any of these could be its own talk, really. And again, I'm not here to just tell you stuff you can learn on ChatGPT, but there are quite a lot of other challenges. So one big point here is that DAOs don't magically create a global utopia. Like, it's not like just taking a project and being a DAO makes it successful. There's a lot of hard work to be done. So even though all these superpowers are wonderful, the onus is still on the people with the DAO to build, awesome stuff. So a thriving and sustainable community. That's a nice to have. It sounds great. But the reality is, if you're a DAO, people are often like maybe not quite sure about whether to join, or especially in a bear market, it's really tough out on the frontier. In addition to creating a resource-scarce environment, people are also just kind of down on crypto. People who would otherwise join a DAO are like, well, the media is telling me crypto is a scam, and they don't join. So you don't necessarily have that critical mass. We do have a wonderful community at Shapeshift, and I'm very proud of it. But it is a challenge, like getting more people involved. That's just how it is right now. Ideally, everybody kind of joins behind a shared mission. Yes, we're building this, it's awesome. And you do see this with like some DeFi projects that have a really good, they have a really good focus and they're successful as everybody rallies behind something, and it's great. But in reality, decentralized consensus is hard. And I mean this in the sense of the off-chain, like the social layer of consensus, not on-chain consensus. But at Shapeshift, we're actually still fighting to find a good product market fit. We have to have very important conversations about strategy, tactics, things like that. and there really isn't like a, it's not like there's a CEO that's going to say, hey, this is what you should do. So as we wrap up here, I think this is one of the most important things because the lifeblood of a DAO is its decentralized community. So what do you do? How do you take advantage of that? Embrace disagreement. Always foster civil discourse and respectful debate. You want people to be having disagreements about stuff respectfully. Of course, if people are getting very trollish, yes, that's bad. But you want to create an environment where minority opinions are encouraged to be spread. On a similar note, groupthink can be deadly. So if people are starting to become sort of like sheep and being like, yes, we're doing this, and at the same time, very dismissive of people that have other ideas, that can be truly deadly to a project because some of those minority opinions might be the ones that could really make a difference. So always discourage groupthink. Finally, better to deal with occasional borderline trolls than stifle minority opinion. In other words, if somebody's kind of a little bit of a jerk, but they're raising good points, perhaps they might want to, that might want to be encouraged. So that's it. Final note, remember why we're doing this. Centralized institutions are incentivized to divide humans against each other. This is wrong. Decentralization, crypto, and DAOs provide a path forward for us to build a more prosperous, fair, and beautiful humanity. And I look forward to building that alongside all of you in the DAO space. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent. What a passionate talk. 너무 인사이트 많죠. 엄청 강력하게 네, 너무 좋은 교훈들과 이런 걸 좀 공유해 주셨는데 많은 도움이 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 다음은 패널을 준비를 하고 있고요. 사실 저희가 그 소셜 미디어 이제 올해 제가 봤을 때는 화두 중 하나는 소셜 미디어의 미래인 것 같아요. 아무래도 다양한 미디어가 존재를 하다 보니 이제 또 이제 다음 웹3로 넘어오면서 어떻게 변화가 될까 이제 그런 것에 대해서 좀 의논이 많이 있는데 지금 그쪽으로 많이 이제 고민을 하시고 이제 많이 좀 프로젝트를 만들고 계신 분들을 모시게 됐습니다. So thank you, Ken, for the talk, and we're now in our last panel discussion before our lunch break, which is starting at 12:30. So let's welcome the panelists to the stage. The topic is the future of Web3 socials, and we have Makoto from ENS and Yan from Suji from Mass Network and Faber Network, Jonathan, and also Steve is moderating the panel. So let's bring him to the stage. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네.
시작하면 되는가요? 네. 안녕하세요. 저는 스티브라고 하고요. 이번에 모더레이터를 맡게 됐습니다. 잠깐만 한국말 설명을 드리면 이 웹3에서 제일 문제가 되고 있는 거는 이제 유스 케이스가 없다는 거잖아요. 근데 이제 제가 이제 투자를 5년간 해오면서 이제 지난 3년간은 어떻게 보면 인프라스트럭처가 이제 만들어지는데 좀 초점이 있었다. 그래서 레이어 1이 어떤 레이어 1이 이렇게 펌핑도 되고 익사이트도 있었는데 제가 봤을 때는 이제 저희의 지금 스테이지는 이런 인프라들이 좀 자리를 잡고 있고 이제 어플리케이션 쪽으로 넘어가는 단계. 그래서 다음 불마켓이 온다면 인프라보다는 어플리케이션이 올 거다. 그 안에서 소셜 미디어가 가지는 힘을 여러분도 아시고 있을 텐데 그게 이제 웹3에서 준비하는 친구들을 오늘 모셔봤습니다. 그래서 그런 흐름으로 어떤 프로젝트가 뭘 하는지 그 다음에 왜 웹3 소셜이 미닝풀한지 그리고 이 친구들이 각자 생각하는 웹3 소셜에 대해서 접근을 해보도록 하겠습니다. Okay, so I just mentioned the Web3 social is coming to the market, and then maybe the last bull market might be more infrastructure kind of focused development, but we are looking to a lot of application for the next market. So we're going to talk about Web3 social. So let's start from Suji, the very brief intro for each one, and very briefly, we're going to talk about your own project later on. So please.
Hello everyone, Suji from Mass Network. We've been in the Web3 social since 2017. Glad to be here.
안녕하세요. 저는 마코토입니다. So I'm Makoto from ENS. ENS stands for Ethereum Name Service, and we provide a kind of human readable name for the, like how to understand wallet addresses, mostly on Ethereum, but you can use it for other crypto addresses.
Hey, I'm Jonathan. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Favor, the gateway to Web3 social. And before this, I spent 10 years on the dark side. So I was at Google and then one of the biggest Facebook advertising partners, and felt quite uncomfortable about all of the invasive monetization that the platforms were doing. So figured we need to do something better.
So I think we can start. What is Web3 social? So let's from this side, maybe very briefly, what is the Web3 social definition you have? Because maybe slightly it's going to be different. So start from the Jonathan.
Yeah, I think overall kind of Web3 definition typically is about ownership, and we agree that it's about users needing to own their profile, their social life. But the extension of that also means that that ownership needs to be interoperable. So if we have an NFT that you own, but it only works in Favor, it's not yet Web3. It has to be something you can take away from Favor, and it still needs to have value. So it's about ownable and interoperable social media.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much same as what Jonathan said, but basically, yeah, it's about the social graph through the on-chain, all on-chain trade. Yeah, so pretty much same. Yeah.
Yeah, they already have most of the points, and I think I'm going to quote from Lincoln, the social network of people, by the people, for people. That's the decentralized social network.
So in this Web3 social, there's a lot of jargons, but one jargon that maybe one of you guys can explain is what is a social graph? I think the social graph is used in Web3 a lot, but maybe any one of you, can you explain what this social graph means?
Like how I know you, how I know your friend's friends, how your friends know your friends. That's like the people connect to each other. That's eventually the society, like the master graph of the society, right? And if it's online, then we call it social graph. That's very easy. And every node in the social graph have different relationship. People hate each other or love each other. It can be anyone. So that's the social graph, and I think that's the core of social network. And all the interaction are just following the graphs, yeah, following the connections, yeah.
Oh, okay. So now I think we can little go deeper. Each company or each project has very different product service and different maybe target users. So we can talk about from high level, and you can share with the audience that what kind of service or product are you guys offering to users or maybe to other company if you guys are B2B rather than B2C. So let's start from Makoto-san. So how ENS is, what is ENS? What kind of product people can enjoy or use?
Yeah, so we provide kind of, probably within a social ecosystem, we are more of the infrastructure layer, and we provide an identity service for any web services. When I introduced ENS, I initially said, you can have a name for the Ethereum address. We call it for lookup, which if you go to MetaMask and if you type vitalik.eth name, you see the address. But we have another thing called primary name, or we call reverse lookup, that you can also associate your main ENS name, which tied into your address. And what that enables is that every time you log into any Ethereum or similar, any kind of website such as like dApps, like Uniswap or like OpenSea, as soon as you connect to your wallet, actually these dApps can look up ENS protocol, which is just another smart contract on Ethereum, to see what name it is. And if you log in, for example, Uniswap 1inch, it actually shows your ENS as a user ID. That's where we provide a identity layer, and it's great. It's actually interoperable. That it's not just Ethereum ecosystem, but there are many chains which is so-called EVM compatible, like Ethereum virtual machine. They happen to have the same Ethereum address. So any blockchain system which has the same wallet address structure and integrate with ENS, you can see your ENS name as your on-chain identity. That's what we did.
Before we move to next, so the ENS is so everyone knows that the wallet address is a long word address, 0x ABCDEFG, right? So, but if you wanna hang out in Web3 space, you at least wanna know. I wanna hang out with the Makoto-san. I wanna send something to Suji. I have to memorize this OX like 25 different digits, which is very inefficient. 그 ENS를 갖고 있으면 이제 steve.it라는 주소를 가지고 있어서 그 안에 이 20개 뭐 몇십 개가 되는 어드레스가 보이지 않고요. 이 친구가 저한테 뭘 보내고 싶을 때 보통 때는 이 20디짓을 외워서 넣어야 되는 주소라면 그냥 steve.it라는 그 저희가 human recognizable address 네임 태그를 생각하시면 됩니다. 그래서 원래 웹3 안에서 제가 갖고 있는 네임 태그 그거를 만드는 것이 ENS라고 보시면 됩니다. Okay, let's move to Jonathan.
Yeah, so Favor is a social app where we started building on that concept of how do we make social both ownable and interoperable. So first to enable that, we partnered up with Lens Protocol. We were the first mobile app on Lens, and we're still the biggest app on Lens. And right now, Favor has around 100,000 weekly users. And we also integrated with CyberConnect, and we'll plan to integrate Farcaster in the near future, so you can use many different social graphs and social networks in one application. And then you can also start earning rewards by using the application and building your social credibility based on your NFTs and soon, for example, your ENS name and other credentials inside your wallets. So we try to make social also more kind of rewarding for the users and more honest, where you don't have the scammers and fake users making trouble like you do in Web 2.
여기서 let me step back a little bit. So 여기서 말하는 것 중에 여러분이 아시면 좋은 거는 이제 렌즈 프로토콜이라고 하는 것이요. 여러분도 아신 디파이 아베라는 그 디파이 프로토콜이 있습니다. 거의 넘버원 뭐 탑 디파이 프로젝트 거기 파운더가 만든 이제 소셜 플랫폼이라고 보시면 되고요. 그 렌즈 프로토콜 위에 올라타는 것이 지금 이 페이버이고요. 그래서 어떤 거가 할 수 있냐 뭐 여러 가지 얘기가 있는데 이런 거가 있습니다. 여기 소셜 애플리케이션 들어가서 내가 뭐 포스트를 하고 이제 블로그 포스팅을 했을 때 if someone likes it 뭐 인터랙 하다 보면 거기서 리워드 포인트를 받을 수 있고 그 리워드 포인트를 통해서 you can use a reward point like inside of favor. 그래서 어떻게 보시면은 그런 share to earn or share to earn, what was the business model you guys say? Share to earn?
Yeah, now we realize the to earns have a bad reputation
Okay,
nowadays.
so forget about it.
But you can earn by using the application and producing value.
Okay, 그렇다고 합니다. Let's go to Suji.
Yeah, so the one we started is 2017. Basically, there's no one doing social network. It's super early, and I always have this idea like Twitter and Facebook will go to decentralized social, maybe in different way. Hopefully they will do. And I didn't expect Elon came in. I think all I predicted somehow came true. So what we try to do is like we see there's so many Web2 social graph out there, and the user kind of stuck there. They weren't able to move. The data is like also stuck there. So what we're trying to do is say, hey, no matter you go to Lens, like Farcaster or Stay Mask or whatever, you have to have a bridge to kind of connect all these data and then port all these social graphs out of the existing, castles of the Web2 giants, right? So that's what we built. We first start with the extension, and we have many cool things on top of the Twitter. Then we realized, okay, Telegram, Facebook, Instagram, also pretty cool. We support all these. Then we also have our own DID, our own app. Basically, that's the things we've been doing. Since we launched Token, we also realized, oh, this is actually not a standalone word. It's not really one-on-one. It need to be a huge community, a huge developer community together against the old evil world, right? So we have our grants, we have our venture arm, just try to say, hey, if you need help, maybe we can help you. That's basically the mass network idea. I think eventually there will be maybe a Web3 Tencent or Web3 SoftBank, but it's more community owned. That's, I think, going to be the future of 10-year social network, yeah.
여기서 또 제가 한마디 드리면 좀 in big picture. 여기 이제 두 명은 어떻게 보면 이제 Web3에서 이제 born한 Web3에서 태어난 이런 어플리케이션을 보시면 되고요. 또 Mask Network 같은 쪽은 이제 Web2 쪽에 조금 더 가까이 있다고 보시면 됩니다. 예를 들면 트위터, 페이스북 유저들이 그들의 그 플랫폼에서 Web3 펑션을 즐길 수 있는, 그래서 어떻게 Mass Network는 이 트위터, 페이스북 유저들이 크립토 보내고 할 수 있는 걸 도와주는 인프라스트럭처라고 봅니다. 그래서 이 친구들이 에임하는 거는 이 Web2 유저스를 Web3로 가져온다. 이것을 아마 미션으로 가지고 움직이는 프로젝트라고 보시면 됩니다. Okay, so now I hope that audience know the high level of what you guys do. So I will break it down to a little bit more deeper. So I want to start with the Makoto-san first, because I recently read your interview with the Cointelegraph and a few other things that posted actually for last 72 hours. I read them all, and you have a very strong philosophy in decentralized social media. So I want to just throw out the very big question to you. So how ENS, your product, your projects, will play the role in this decentralized social media boom that we expect to come?
Yeah, I'm glad you read it. I actually had an interview yesterday, and I haven't read the article yet. So
I did. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So as I initially mentioned in the introduction, like we are more of the identity layer and the infrastructure level. So like it's not more that like we are not like Twitter competitor or anything that you can post something, but we are more like giving you identity to the any Web3 system it once connected. So like as soon as like again like if you're an NFT artist, like no matter which platform you use, OpenSea or like any other of them, as long as you use the same wallet address, and if you have a primary name set, it actually shows as your identity. And also like if you are into something like a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization and stuff, and if you vote, again using your publicly known primary name, that acts as your on-chain trail. So like we are basically giving, providing any system which might not be like conventional meaning of like social system, but like everything you do is actually social activity, right? Like it's not about like tweeting or Instagramming. Any activity you do is the actually social activity, and we trying to make it emerge as kind of social graph, and we make it more like easy to identify and discoverable. That's kind of what we provide. Yeah.
One follow-up question. So how do you try to get users, what type of, you said everything we do is social.
Yeah.
Any particular part of or segment or activity ENS is now pushing hard to get
this
ENS
one.
out to? Yeah, tell us more about that.
So, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so this one is, I don't know if you guys can see. Actually, my ENS name is written on this card, and you call this as a Web3 business card. And what it does is like, I don't know if you guys, actually, how many of you have Ethereum wallet?
Raise your hand, please.
Is that half?
Oh, pretty much.
How many of you have ENS names?
Oh,
Okay,
it's
more or less
impressive.
same. How many of you know a thing called POAP, Proof of Attendance Protocol? Okay, that's good. So Proof of Attendance Protocol is actually interesting that it's actually the NFT badge to say, oh, you attended this event. But we partner with the POAP and the other companies to issue this card. It's an NFC kind of embedded chip card, so that if you tap your wallet.
Very easy. I just tried.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, can you do that?
Yeah, it's gonna pop up.
Yeah,
open the web.
and it actually mints the NFT badge to say like you've met Matokun.is. And what's interesting is it's actually turning in real life social activity into on-chain. So like that's another thing I mentioned. Like currently, if you exchange business card, you just like check it in, and you have no regression of like who you met in or event. But like I actually go to every event I go. I actually like do my own like portfolio profile, and then create a new POP, and I give to people. So like by looking at my POP collection, I can kind of have rough understanding of who I met at which event, and by looking at, and then Pope does provide a list of names, but what's interesting that is by combining checking with other things like I think some of you guys provide is like linking with like Twitter Web2 information and stuff, so you can see, oh, this person went to this event or who voted what and or like what kind of NFT it does, and it's actually kind of you can see all the emerge like off-chain activity into kind of on-chain through this service.
Great. I think connecting the on-chain blockchain activity with the off-chain activity, I think is a very key theme for many the development happening in Web3. So let's go to Suji. So I think you said earlier, but maybe people might be interested in. So you guys work with or partner with or incorporate with the Twitter and Facebook and a few other partnership. The announcement I read for at least a month or 2 months. Maybe question here might be twofold. One is, if you talk to those Web2 social media about what you do and let's work together, what's their stance about Web3? And two is what it means to your product, what it means by partnering with the Facebook and Twitter. Tell the audience more about what it really means, the partnership mean.
I think eventually you don't want to rely on them. I mean, like there's another wallet. They do have something with Facebook, and then after the NFT goes down, Facebook just kill the NFT integration in Instagram, right? That's the bad talk you don't want to have. It's like basically give your community life to a giant, which is centralized. So what we want to talk is actually eco conversation. So that's something I want to remind every entrepreneur in this industry, that when big company like Google, Facebook talk to you, you want to have eco conversation, because we represent the people, the community. And if it's the user and these people want to have some integration, then it's actually easier to do, right? So for example, right after the I think right after the NFT, the last pool, 2021 early, we invest in a team. We kind of like pretty early helping this team Cent. They did a crazy job. It's not easy. It's not hard. It's just quite easy integration. Say, hey, your tweet can be NFT. And we then ask around all the friends. Then all of a sudden, I have no idea why, we have no idea how, Jet Dorsey started to sell his first tweet as an NFT. Is that an official partnership from Twitter? I don't think so. Is that an endorsement from Jack? I don't even think so, because he don't really put his money in, right? But it's like, oh, like billionaires and Elon Musk and Jet Dorsey, they're humans. They know what is right and wrong inside themselves, right? Because sometimes they are like kind of like controlled by board member, controlled by shareholder. They can do something, but they know what is good and wrong. They know what is interesting. They know what is amazing technology. So they can't stop trying themselves, right? So we don't really PR to get all these OG and Web2 OG billionaire to install mask. We don't really say, hey, you have to do that. It's a partnership, it's an agreement. If you think agreement gonna work, it's not gonna work. It's more like, oh, this is very amazing technology, and they really want to try. And in some case, very luckily, you will have some Jet Dorsey tweet for $2 million in the bull market. In the bear market, unfortunately, no one paid $2 million for a tweet, right? But this is a proof. Recently, we also have like the PR together with the Tone. It's like spin-off from Telegram. I think they're also like, again, it's a huge Web 2.5 applications. Everyone in the industry use them. They kind of also stuck there, right? They're great, but they cannot go IPO. They kind of stuck in the Web 2 business. They do want to do Web 3. So when we talk to them, we don't really just say, hey, we have to sign this thing. It's not Web 3 way. It's more like we show you what we can do. So our in-house DID protocol called NextID, we have our app of Firefly. We say, oh, we can integrate that thing, and you have your own anonymous DID. It's the Tone NFT number. It's going to be integrated and very cool. We're going to open source it. Then people are gonna try, and the other team will believe. So I think it's more about this. Do not rely on a contract signed with a huge company. They will just breach the contract. It will just They will never like, obey the agreement. Rely on the community. When the user really like the thing, they will like force the other side not to ban you or not to touch you. So that's the amazing part. Even the founder will be intrigued to try. Without the permission of the company, the founder was, oh, I really want to try. I really want to sell my NFT, my first tweet as an NFT. But that's the power of the community. I think that's also the right way to interact with the Web2 social giants or Web2 giants in general. Yeah, because they know what is good, what is wrong. They just sometimes don't really, they're trapped to not able to move. But they do know inside. Yeah.
Thank you. So let's go to Paper. So Paper, you guys made a good partnership with the Cyber Connect recently. Congratulations. And then they have around 100K users, which is 10만 명 every week on their application. So it's pretty meaningful user adoption so far. I think I saw on some article that you mentioned that you guys have a very unique gamification model. I think uh, in Korea, or I think a lot of people talk about, oh, how this business model works, token flow doesn't make sense. This doesn't really capture the users in very short term versus long term. So tell us about a little bit, if you're proud of your gamification model to capture this amazing active users.
Yeah, I think we've all seen that kind of rewarding people is a very complicated and tricky business because whenever there is money involved, there's people who are trying to cheat, and there's people who are trying to farm, and there's people who are trying to get value without giving any value back. So what Favor is focusing on is figuring out this kind of in-app economy and game economy where we are able to really reward the real people who create real value and trying to minimize the amount of value for those people who are just there to kind of take and not give anything. So we've been now for 1.5 years fine-tuning the different mechanisms where nothing in the Favor app right now is on chain. So we're able to test quite easily with the Favor points and Favor levels and Favor credibility score that are all components of this system where we're trying to first of all determine, are you a real unique user based on your credibility score, which comes from your wallet content. So if you have your ENS or you have some NFTs in there, any credentials or POAPs, we can take those and build you a credibility score based on your wallet content. And then based on your activity in the application, you then earn points if you create posts that everybody enjoys, or you help us discover the best posts every day. Then you invite your friends into the application. So all of these provide value, and then we can help reward with those. And then next step will be to launch a token where people will be every month able to redeem a certain amount of their points into tokens. And then the token itself will be also used, for example, as an advertising currency in the system. So in Web2, when somebody buys a Twitter ad or somebody buys a Facebook ad, the stuff I used to sell before, all of the money goes to Facebook or Twitter. And for example, the Instagram creator who spent 2 days making a great video gets 0. So we see that it's important that we build a system where the value is shared with the people who are also creating value in the system. And it's a very tricky thing to make this right and still requires some fine tuning. But we've gotten to a good point where our users are very active and kind of come back almost every day and are very passionate. So we have a good start, and now just need to figure out how do we scale that to like 2 more zeros at the end of every number without breaking the system.
Thank you. So I think we're gonna do one or two final question. But before that, quick thought is, 제가 생각하기에 지금 스타트업 씬에서 가장 중요한 거는 이 즉시성이라고 하는 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 그 어떻게 이 MZ 제너레이션에게 즉시 보안을 주는지. 그러니까 토스 같은 데가 만보기가 들어가 있고 뭐 이런 데는 뭐 게임 회사도 아닌데 게임으로서 사람한테 보상을 줌으로써 그 앱에 인게이지 시키듯 이런 즉시성과 그 인센티브라는 그 두 가지 개념을 어떻게 잘 녹여내냐에 따라서 유저가 많이 애쿠지션 된다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 근데 지금 페이버가 얘기해 준 게 이제 다 자기 나름대로의 그 인센티브 모델이 있지만 그 부분을 잘 해결해서 액티브 유저가 많지 않을까 생각을 해봅니다. Okay, last question. Maybe take one of you guys, volunteer. So, what do you think about Korea market in crypto, and or regard to social, or regard to what you do? Who wanna? Okay, go ahead.
I can
Quickly.
quickly say that Korea is one of our most active markets. That's why we also hired Sean, who sits there, and we made these cool Korea shirts. So let us know if you want one today. But we are very much investing into Korean market growth right now, and we see that there's so much potential and so many active users here for Favor. So very excited to be here.
Anyone else? You wanna say something?
Yeah, so I didn't know much about Korean market. Like I'm from Japan, so I know very well about Japan. So it was a good comparison to actually visit and talk to the people. And one thing I find interesting is like I think Korea has strong kind of Cosmos community, which I just found out.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
because the
so.
founder of
Yeah.
Cosmos is Korean. That you guys had Terra as well, and it's interesting that so from our point of view, we're well known in the Ethereum related chains, but we are very kind of ignorant on the other chains, and actually ENS can work to resolve other blockchain addresses. So it's great to talk to like actually the key players in the Cosmos system to learn what they do and they see how like inter-chain kind of things would work. And I think it doesn't really matter whether it's EVM or not. The more kind of on-chain activity we can build a social graph as an industry whole becomes stronger. So I think that's a great place to learn different kind of blockchain technology,
Gotcha.
especially in Korea. Yeah.
Got it. So maybe last how to wrap up this is so every audience learn about your project. Maybe first time, many first timer who got to know you guys. So what's the one action point that people can take after this session to get to interact with your projects? What do they have to do to interact with your product?
I think just easily follow us on Twitter, because otherwise it's hard to onboard.
Okay. What's the Twitter address?
Mass Network, Real Mass Network, or Sujian, SUJIYN.
Yes.
Yeah, follow
please.
us on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, please follow.
So in my case, if you already do have ENS, come and say hi and just tap and click this pop card. If it's not, you go to app.ens.domains and you can register ENS names. It's like $5 per year registration fee. It depends on gas, but yeah.
네. ENS 어드레스를 구매하는 게 그렇게 어렵진 않습니다. 그래서 없는 분은 하나쯤 있는 것도 앞으로 웹3에서 액티비티 하시는데 도움이 되지 않을까 싶네요.
And yes, if you don't have the Favor app yet, you can download it from the App Store and Play Store, PHAVER. We're of course also on Twitter @Favor app, but following us on Favor is way more cool.
앱스토어에서 다운을 받을 수 있습니다. 네, 그럼 이렇게 랩업을 하도록 하고요. 일단 다시 제가 정리를 드리면 매스크 네트워크 같은 경우는 이제 웹2 쪽 이제 회사들이 이 친구들의 인프라를 써서 이제 웹3 유저로 넘어오게끔 하는데 기여를 많이 하는 소셜이라고 보시면 되고, 이제 ENS 같은 경우에는 여러분들이 웹3에서 가상 세계에서 만날 때 내 이름 태그를 만들어주는, 어떻게 보면 그 만든 태그로 여러 가지 서비스를 이제 만들어갈 수 있는 이 도구를 만들어주는 회사라고 보시면 되고, 이제 Favor 같은 경우에는 지금 사실 유저가 있는 그런 앱들이 그렇게 많이 없지 않습니까? 근데 그 중에서도 정말 크립토에선 탑으로 지금 유저 수가 많은 소셜 앱이라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 네, 지금까지 모더레이터 맡은 스티브였고요. 여기 Mass Network, ENS, and Favor. Please find them after the session, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 와, 너무너무 스티브 역시 한국어 영어 다 가능하니까 너무 좋네요. 네, 너무 감사드리고요. Thank you so much. Thank you. 저 이제 점심시간이 12시 반부터 1시 반까지 있는데요. 몇 가지 공지사항이 있습니다. So we'll have a lunch break from 12:30 now to 1:30. So please stay in your seats and get your amazing bento boxes. 저희 이제 도시락이 적용이 될 거니까 앉아서 계시면은 아마 도시락이 제공될 겁니다. 몇 가지 공지사항이 있는데 그 1시 반부터 정확하게 시작이 되고요. 메인 스테이지에서도 1시 반에 DYDX 토크가 진행이 될 예정이고요. 위층에서 빌더 스테이지에서는 또 1시 반부터 정확하게 진행이 될 LAO가 토크가 진행이 돼 있고 그 다음엔 Risk Zero라는 또 CK 쪽 팀이 진행이 돼 있고 그 다음에는 나마다 팀이 이제 그 워크숍을 하게 돼 있는데 1시간 동안 워크숍을 개발자 대상으로 하게 됩니다. 그래서 1시간 좀 워크숍 통해서 좀 많은 정보들을 받아가실 수 있을 것 같고 개발자분들은 많은 관심 부탁드리고 또 네, 그래서 좀 많은 위에서도 진행이 되니까 꼭 토크 스케줄 보시고 참여해 주시길 바라겠습니다. So we'll have talk starting promptly at 1:30 at the main stage and also at the builder stage on the 4th floor. So please stay in touch with the agenda on the website. And from 2:30, Namada will be giving a 1-hour workshop above. So please check out that as well. And you can build many things with Namada and get your wallet address as well. So just please check that out and see you at 1:30. So 1시 반에 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 맛있는 점심 부탁드리겠습니다. 맛있게 드세요. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 간단한 공지사항 드리겠습니다. 저 5분 후에 이제 시작이 되고요. 그 지금 메인 스테이지에서 1시 반부터 정확히 시작이 되기 때문에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. So we're finalizing the lunches. So I hope you had a really nice lunch. And we're going to be starting talks in exactly 5 minutes. So please take your seats, get your coffee, whatnot. But we'll be starting in 5. And also, there's a set of talks going up on the 4th floor, builder stage. So please check that out. The first one going up there is Alio. So please check that out as well. 저희 4층에도 빌더 스테이지에서 좀 진행이 되기 때문에 Alio 발표가 지금 1시 반에 예정돼 있기 때문에 관심 있으신 분들은 올라가 주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Hi, everyone. Did everyone have some fun last night? Did you try some barbecue, try some karaoke? Let's see some hands. Yeah? All right. Chulishijo? Yeah? Or are we ready for some talks? Okay, so coming up next from the DYDX Foundation, we have Charles Dosi, and he's going to be talking about an application becoming a protocol. And just a quick reminder that also upstairs on the 4th floor, we have Anthony from Aleo.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Charles. I'm from the DYDX Foundation. I'm very excited today to give you an update on the DYDX ecosystem, the DYDX protocol, and the kind of evolution of the protocol upcoming. Before we get started, a little bit of a safe harbor. Everything discussed here is not investment advice or anything related. With this being done, we will try to understand a little bit where we are today in the evolution of the internet. I'm going to give you a quick update on the ecosystem of DYDX, an update on the version 4 of DYDX. Many people are paying attention. Many people are building it with the DYDX ecosystem. We will speak about the DYDX DAOs. There is a lot of activity over there, and how you can get involved as well. So I have one question for you: is where are we today when it comes to the internet? And I believe we are only at the beginning of the internet. Obviously, it's something we are all using every day today, but it's I think, a very long timeline, and essentially a public good which will keep evolving with us, building upon it. So if we look at the timeline, we got the first computers in the 70s, then Bitcoin came up, Ethereum later on, Cosmos, and then I really invite you to try to think and position within this timeline the Facebook of the world, the Mongox, Uniswap, FTX, and maybe Urbit, why not? But it's really, for me, it's very much an inspiration to be in this industry and to be building really public infrastructure to really enable the best of the technology and humanity. I believe as well we are, as a society, migrating from a bureaucratic age to an algorithm age. This morning, when you woke up, you open your phone, an algorithm were already choosing for you what kind of content you will be reading. Maybe you've been checking later on the crypto markets, and the crypto markets are in part driven by algorithm or kind of systems. So in this algorithm age for the society, I really believe as well that decentralized infrastructure such as blockchain and decentralized organizations such as DAOs will really help us as humans to strive in this very, very fast-moving environment, which will be more and more kind of co-hosted by algorithms. What is also extremely important, maybe coming back to the timeline of the evolution of the internet, is to think on how much the internet has already demonstrated to us its capabilities in composability. Composability is a keyword which we often use in our space, but it's extremely important to kind of sometimes settle down and trying to really digest what does it mean and what is the upcoming potential for further composability. And the internet is truly a composability factory, which gives me a lot of optimism. All these potentials of the technology come also with responsibilities. The list of responsibilities for us in the industry is a long list. I'll try to cover some of them. We really want to stay engaged with regulators. I don't think we should be shy of conversations with them. Most of them are very, very much progressive. They want to understand the technology. One thing I've seen in the past, which probably did not bring the results people were expecting, was only to claim what DeFi brings. And I think it's worked better when we essentially demonstrate to regulators how their agenda on protecting users, on keeping market healthy, actually align with the capabilities of DeFi. So I really invite everyone to stay engaged with regulators and also kind of look back on the way you are conversing with them. Don't be afraid also to work with regulators. They need to work with us as well. If you put together different pieces from our ecosystem, obviously CBDCs are coming our way. Stable coins are also already in motion. DeFi obviously is doing very well, and regulations are evolving. So this equation is not something which is unsolvable. It's definitely solvable, and spend time on being part of this solution. Also I think it's one of our responsibilities to keep essentially explaining the difference to governments, to regulators, to users, to executives in companies around us. Keep explaining the difference between money crypto and tech crypto. It's probably an obvious statement for us here in this room, but we have to stay aware that we are very early in our ecosystem and that we need to preach and kind of explain these kind of basic ideas to make sure people understand that money crypto and tech crypto are different. The same way people were essentially evangelists of the early internet, explaining that the internet is not only about scams, but the internet is also sharing data, is also connecting us. So it's a very similar journey to the people involved in the early days of the internet back in the 80s, 90s. I think one thing also which is part of our responsibilities in this space, and many of you are builders here, is to rethink and revamp the negative jargon around our industry and products. If you sit down and think a little bit of the words we use every day, sometimes in our product UX or sometimes in our conversations, we are speaking about non-custodial wallets. If you talk to my wife, for example, which is not a crypto native person, she will be sometimes confused, thinking, what is this wallet doing exactly? It's not custodial, so where is my money? So we can probably use another word or use better wording. Thinking also of permissionless. Permissionless is obviously a very, very, very strong and very, very high potential in terms of technology enablement. But it's also a word which can be bringing some fear and maybe some questions from newcomers in our space. Think of immutable, think of government-free, think of trustless. Think also of how many times users are being asked to connect with their wallet. And for newcomers, it's really weird, and it will remain very weird for many years. When I say hello to you in the hall here during this event, I'm not asking to see your wallet. I just want to shake hands and kind of connect with you. And we keep using and asking our users to connect with their wallet. So there is some work here to be done to really rethink the way we kind of create an experience for the new users. And also what is very important and really at the heart of the DeFi industry in general, at the heart of the DYDX ecosystem and product roadmap from the early days, is building DeFi products with the user intention at the heart of the products, with no hidden agenda. And we've seen with the latest dramas on CeFi over the past months and years that sometimes people in the crypto world will build products which are not always putting the interest of the users at the front of every piece of design and every product decision. And that's really, I would say, in my opinion, one of the secret sauce, which is an open recipe, just to be diligent, to be really open and building products which will bring transparency, efficiency, and not being kind of hiding anything from the end users. So to kind of segue from this UX improvement is really looking at how we can keep improving the custody systems. We see a lot of progress there with MPCs and some other solutions. That's something which is always some kind of bump on the road for new users, as well as thinking of the UX, moving away from the industry jargon and keep simplifying the user experience in general. Maybe one last responsibility we have also as an industry. I'm a very, very strong believer in DeFi. We are building DeFi at DYDX with the community. And also, I think one of our responsibilities is to deliver functional DAOs to really enable these global public goods. And DAOs are in motion today. Some of them have been doing fairly well. Some others have been failures. Some others are being launched nowadays with taking some of the learnings from the previous iterations from DAOs. But I think it's also a strong responsibility for all of us in this industry to think and build and share our learnings through this process, how you build efficient DAO to make sure that the same way your products might be scaling in a global in kind of a global pace, you can also scale your organization or scale the relationship you have with your community in general. Let's talk about DYDX. A short history about DYDX. DYDX was started in 2017, first on Ethereum mainnet. So definitely a project which has been early days and striving since then. A few years later, the second generation of DYDX was built on layer 2 StarkX from Starkware. And DYDX has been reporting last year in 2022 $466 billion of volumes, cumulative volumes on the platform. The ecosystem of DYDX keep evolving. We are extremely excited and many of us busy at building the version 4 of DYDX. which will be the DYDX chain built out of the Cosmos SDK, and which will be a customizable chain dedicated to this use case around the core product of DYDX. I'll come back to this a little bit later on. Coming back a little bit to the roadmap and some key data. So as I mentioned, $466 billion of volumes last year. Cumulative fees about 100+ million of fees collected last year as well, and about 30K traders using the protocol. Our journey to the version 4 of DYDX, the Cosmos-based version, is going through 5 main milestones. We've been progressing very well. The private testnet, which is a milestone number 3, has been concluded a few weeks ago, and the public testnet will be starting in a few weeks. So if you're a validator, if you're a beta tester in general, keep your ears open and eyes open on all the news related to DYDX. It's a public testnet where we really look forward to have as many engagement as well as feedback on the product so far. And the milestone 5, which will be the last milestone before the launch, should be happening later this year. So why are we building DYDX v4? The version 4 of DYDX enables us to keep progressing in decentralization. In terms of products, DYDX has been, I would say, very opinionated in choosing one side. And when you build on DeFi, it's not always easy. Sometimes you have technological constraints, and you cannot always put everything on chain, for example. But really, progressing in terms of decentralization is something which is really a point of attention and a point of progress always at DYDX. So progressing further in decentralizations means decentralizing the matching engine. We will talk about this a little bit later. The order book, the sequencers. The version 4 of DYDX also enables DAOs. So there is 2 DAOs today in the DYDX ecosystem, the grants DAO as well as the operations DAO. And there will be no central parties in the new version of DYDX. So the DAOs will be really in control together with the community of the strategy and implementation of the DYDX protocol in general. This version 4 of DYDX also enables us to increase the capacity of the platform, increase the throughput, get a better finality and a better outcomes of trades, as well as preparing, I will say, the foundation for new products and new services around the protocol. So let's be a little bit technical, excuse me, and try to look a little bit at what will be the 3 main components in the version 4 of DYDX. Maybe before we start, I really like to kind of emphasize that the version 4 of DYDX will be completely decentralized end-to-end and will be also outsourced. So all the source from DYDX, from the back end to the front end, will be outsourced. So it will be open source and available for anyone to fork or look at. So 3 main components in the DYDX version 4. The first subset of components is the protocol itself. So the DYDX chain will be built on Comet BFT using the Cosmos SDK, and there will be 2 types of nodes, the validator nodes as well as full nodes. On the validator side, which is another part of the protocol stack, they will be responsible for storing orders in memory. So essentially the validators will have 2 main missions. The number 1 mission will be to verify and produce blocks for the DYDX chain. And the second mission will be to keep updated within their memory, the memory of the validators, the latest version of the order book. So that's really the way essentially the order book gets decentralized. It will not be sitting on chain, but it will be sitting in the memory of the validator. So that's a very much a breakthrough architecture which we're very excited to bring to the world and testing with all of you during the testnet. So the validators will be hosting the order book. They will be gossiping also the transactions and the order book updates among themselves, the validators, as well as producing the blocks through the consensus process. Full node will have 0 stake, and they will not be involved in the consensus at all. They will just simply be gossipers and archiving as many transactions as possible. Another big part of the version 4 of DYDX, another component is the indexer. So the indexer is a read-only collection of services indexing essentially all the, the major information needed by users of the platform. It's more something which is closer to Web 2 infrastructure, essentially consumed mostly via API. And the last component of the version 4 of DYDX is the front end. So people will be able to essentially deploy web applications as well as mobile applications. On the web app, people will be able to deploy a JavaScript and React code base, which will be also leveraging IPFS. It will be open source, as well as mobile apps, iOS and Android, built with native Swift and Kotlin. So that's for the technical part of the architecture. I'm going to go again, and some of you might be familiar with trading, so that may be a point of attention for you. Looking a little bit at what will be the life cycle of an order in this new type of architecture at DYDX. So first, the user will place an order on the decentralized front end via the website or via API, if it's a kind of a systematic trader or high-frequency trader. Then the order will be routed to a validator. This validator will gossip the transactions to other validators and to the full node to essentially update their order book with this new order. Then the consensus process will pick one validator within the DYDX chain to be the block proposer. The selected validator will match the order and adds it to the next proposed block. When the proposed block, I will say, follows its path, it will go through the consensus process, and depending on, I will say, the number of validators and the proportion of validators validating this block will be essentially committed and then saved on-chain on the on-chain databases and shared with all the validators and full nodes. After the block is committed, an updated on-chain data will be streamed to all the set of validators as well as the indexer to essentially update all of them on the finality of the order. So the big takeaway here is we are one example of many applications becoming a protocol. So it means we used to sit on other projects' blockchains, and we are becoming really a full stack protocol. So this is what we call dApp chain, and that's an interesting use case, I think, for how the industry evolves, as well as how businesses might be approaching eventually maybe their roadmap or the kind of deployment and growth of their applications. Let's touch on the DYDX DAOs. So DYDX is having plan of different DAOs. Today there is 2 DAOs which have been deployed. The Grants DAO, which is running and effective and striving, supporting a lot of research in risk management, a lot of research in data collections and data treatments around the protocol itself. And another DAO which has been enabled earlier this year is the Operations DAO. And the community is discussing some potential additional DAOs later down the road after the chain kind of get launched and settles. So there is conversations about a risk and analytics DAO, R&D, growth, and finance and treasury management. But this is really in the hands of the community to decide how and when they would like to see those additional components to the DAO ecosystem of DYDX to surface. Talking about DAOs, the DYDX Operations DAO, so it's a sub-DAO, has been essentially in conversations with the community lately about getting some funding to prepare for version 4. So the DAOs would like to hire more engineers, getting some key infrastructure in place to essentially support version 4 of DYDX. So a snapshot was happening last week. The data is not necessarily the latest data, but eventually the community strongly supported the funding of the Operations DAO from DYDX, and this funding will be coming from the community treasury. So there is next week, if you have the chance to be a part of the community of DYDX, you will have also the opportunity to vote for the on-chain vote for this proposal. Essentially funding the DYDX sub-DAO for operations with $6.6 million to support the launch of version 4 of DYDX. If you want to know more about the ecosystem, if you're curious about who are the market makers, who are the validators, who are the users and co-builders or adjacent members of the DYDX ecosystem, don't miss the DYDX ecosystem annual report. It has been published by the DYDX Foundation earlier this year, and there will be an update of this report available within the summer, kind of looking at how the testnet has been progressing and how the ecosystem is progressing overall. Some takeaways. DYDX is a leading DeFi application, becoming a protocol. DYDX is migrating to its own chain, so we are not spreading DYDX to other chains. We are really migrating, and that's a process which will take some time, but that's a different way to kind of evolve from different stacks of blockchain. The community is really in charge and has the destiny and the strategy and the execution in their hands via the DAOs. And the decentralized governance are really the kind of new and emerging form of legal structure for the space in general. So we are very excited to be part of this journey with the community and building efficient DAOs. Something I should have mentioned also earlier regarding the Ops DAO proposals from DYDX. The Ops DAO proposal includes the use of a third-party auditor for the DAOs. So to the best of my knowledge, this will be the first time a DAO decides to use a third party to audit their own accounts and making sure that I will say the management as well as the accounting in general within the operations DAO will be done properly. So that's also, I will say, one step further in terms of professionalization of DAOs and kind of maturing of the stack and the practice in general. If you want to participate into the ecosystem of DYDX, I really invite you to. We have a lot of Korean friends here which are already active members in the community. You can start your journey via different websites. dydx.community, dydx.forum are a really good place to start. If you want to get more involved with the DAOs, there is a great portal, dydxdao.info, DYDX Ops DAO, also for everything related to the operations, as well as the DYDX Foundation, which I represent today together with my colleague Isashi, which is sitting here. So thanks a lot, everyone, for your time today. Very excited to be connecting with all our friends from Korea this week. And see you on the DYDX chain very soon. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Charles. How's everybody feeling? Gotcha! All right. So just a reminder, upstairs, we're still doing some ZK workshops. Up next is it's Manasi from Risk Zero. But down here, we're very excited to welcome Margot Eckel. She's going to be speaking about rapid response DeFi hacks in the first 24 hours. So let's get started.
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to be speaking in front of all of you. This is my first time at BUIDL Asia, so really psyched to be presenting here. And so yeah, welcome to this presentation on investigating hacks in the first 24 hours. Before I get started, I thought I'd take a moment to introduce myself and the company that I work for. So my name is Margot, and I'm a cybercrimes investigator for Chainalysis, which is a blockchain forensics and analytics firm. But for the purposes of this conversation, I thought I'd briefly present what the team that I'm a part of does, so the crypto incident response team within Chainalysis. We're a team of specialized investigators that are kind of scattered worldwide, and what we do is provide a 24/7 support to private customers who have lost funds as a result of a hack. And our objective is to put in place an investigation where we're going to locate the stolen funds and then put in place measures to recover them for the victim. And that's essentially what I wanted to talk to you about today, which is these investigations, how do they take place? I think a worthwhile question to ask first is, why is this topic relevant? Why am I here at a dev conference talking about investigating hacks. So I thought I'd do a quick survey of the room. So by a show of hands, who here has already heard of an exploit targeting a DeFi protocol over the past year? Wow, that is not as many as I had hoped, but my stats do show otherwise. So essentially, the reason that I'm here is because we believe at Chainalysis that the DeFi community has become a target of crypto hackers. If you look at the crypto crime report that we published last year, $3.8 billion were lost as a result of crypto hacks. And of that total amount of hacks, 82.1% targeted DeFi protocols. And the reason this is becoming such an issue is because whilst you might think that one hack would target one protocol, that's not always the case. It actually has implications that go way beyond. Take the Euler hack, for example, that happened earlier this year. So Euler is a DeFi protocol that was targeted by a smart contract vulnerability exploit, and that led the attacker to kind of drain tokens from a lot of their pools. So obviously, there was a financial implication to that. Euler lost $195 million, their native token plummeted in value, their liquidity completely decreased, but it didn't stop there because according to our analysis, 11 other protocols were financially impacted by this, and some of which actually had to close down as a result of that hack. So the good thing about Euler is that, sure, a couple of weeks later, the attacker sent the funds back, great. But what if they hadn't? And more importantly, what if that same attacker just decides to exploit another contract, one that maybe one of you guys created? Another area where DeFi has become a target is the tools, database, protocols that you're putting in place and developing, they're becoming increasingly used to launder stolen funds proceeds. Again, if you look at the crypto crime report, 57% of funds that are stolen by crypto hackers are then sent to DeFi protocols for laundering purposes. So whilst that conversation started quite bleakly, I'll admit, we do see quite a huge investigative opportunity with DeFi. As you all know, it's open source, DeFi is transparent, and so by its nature, it's become accessible and available to all. If you know where to look, you can find the information that you need, right? And so that means that we, as a community, can actually investigate these hacks and assist victims of exploits altogether. So just a quick note here, I'm going to be saying we, us, together quite a bit during this presentation, and I wanted to define what I meant by this. That's exactly my point. With DeFi, we're not talking about law enforcement and private investigators together in a room, just like hoarding that information based on confidentiality purposes. Those investigations have been open to all, and every actor has a stake in it, whether you're talking about the DeFi community, centralized exchanges, law enforcement, blockchain forensics company. The goal here is to essentially collaborate to get victims their funds back. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, and more specifically, how the first 24 hours of a hack investigation happens. The reason we're focusing on this time frame is because it's an absolutely crucial window. Imagine a situation where you have a burglar that kind of breaks into your home and steals a bunch of your stuff. I think we can all agree here that your chances of recovering your stuff is going to be increased if you kind of pick up that burglar when they cross through your front door than if they manage to escape, flee the country, and then sell your stuff anonymously on eBay. It's quite similar with crypto investigations. Take an instance where a hacker steals tokens from a DeFi protocol, right? They then decide that they want to obfuscate the trace of funds, so 5 hours after the attack, they send the funds to a mixer. They withdraw those funds to private wallets that they control approximately 10 hours after the attack. And then they're in a situation where they realize that they want to go off-ramp, they want to get fiat currency in exchange for the cryptocurrency that they stole. So in that sense, they're going to have to go to a centralized exchange, cash out part of their funds off-chain, and then send the rest to an alternative blockchain. Now imagine two scenarios. Scenario one, you start investigating 27 hours after the start of the attack. So if we go back to the graph, at 27 hours, the funds have been withdrawn from the exchange or are off-chain, right? So by the time that you actually catch up to what the attacker has done, you haven't frozen any funds and your investigation is ongoing. In a second scenario, if you actually start 4 hours after the start of the attack, the funds are still in the initial hacker address. The opportunity here is that when they start moving to the mixer, you can follow them live. That means that you'll identify those withdrawal addresses before the funds actually leave them. And what that allows you to do is that when they move to the exchange, they can be intercepted there. You can freeze the funds, essentially. And so the main difference here is that in an investigation that starts 4 hours after the attack, you have approximately 100% of your funds frozen and ready for recovery, and your investigation is done. Whereas before you had a situation where no funds were recovered and the investigation was still ongoing. That's not to say that if you start your investigation within 24 hours, your funds will be recovered and the investigation will be done in a day. It's just that the earlier you start, the more time you have to assess the situation and implement a situation and a structure that will optimize those chances of recovery, regardless of how your investigation goes in the future. And that's what I'm going to go through. Essentially, the key components that you, in collaboration with other stakeholders in the space, need to put in place to optimize your chances of recovering stolen funds in the event of an exploit. We're going to start with damage control and assessment. That component essentially aims to mitigate and understand an exploit. The first thing that you want to do is safeguard. So essentially, impede any further funds from being stolen, right? There are multiple ways of doing that. Some of them are listed on the screen. Some examples will include sending remaining funds to a safe address, or halting the activity of the vulnerable protocol, alerting the community as well, because that means that anyone that is able to help you in an investigation is actually notified of the fact that you were exploited. Another area will be to understand how the exploit happened and scope out your attack. Essentially, the questions that you're going to ask yourselves there are, what's the root cause? What vulnerability did they exploit? What chains were the threat actors active on? Where are the stolen funds? What are their addresses? What are the tokens that were taken? Everything that helps you assess the situation and understand how it happened. And in our experience, a victim doing that alone is way less efficient than when they collaborate with investigators, the DeFi space. If you look at previous exploits that happened this year, the first thing that's done is alerting the community on Twitter, and then there's a surge of support, there's a surge of involvement to help that victim assess the situation and determine next steps. And that's exactly the point of it. Understanding the situation allows you to define the strategy that you want to adopt. So I'm not going to pretend that these are the only 3 strategies that you can take when an exploit happens. There are many others. These are just some of the common ones that we're seeing during our investigations. So you can decide based on information at hand to put a bounty on the head of the attacker. Or you can decide to attempt to negotiate with them to recover your funds. Or you can just decide to go after them. And don't get me wrong, these options are not independent from one another. I've seen hacks where the affected DeFi protocol just decides to try each and every one of them, and then based on the result, just go to a next step. The second component that you're going to want to look at is structuring the investigation. There are 2 main ways to do that. The first is establishing channels of communication with any kind of relevant party that's going to help you in that investigation. The reason for that is that hack investigations are a really fast-paced environment, right? So what you want to do is be in a situation where when the information travels, it travels fast enough to be acted upon so that you don't miss any kind of opportunity for freezing, recovery, exchange of information. Another area that needs to be set up is a legal structure to your investigation. Unfortunately, currently, unless an attacker decides to send the stolen funds back, the only recourse you have to recover them is through a legal process. Whether we're incorporated or not, we're all private entities, and we therefore don't have the power to just recover funds without someone allowing us to do so. And so, due to that reason, you have to set up a legal structure to your investigation, whether you decide to go with law enforcement or work with a law firm and a civil court. If you look back at some of the exploits that happened over the past year, that legal structure is one of the first steps that they take. Within hours of the hack, those DeFi protocols are going to reach out to a local law enforcement agency and get them to back the investigation. It makes it more efficient. A third component is going to be tracing and locating your stolen funds. Because if you don't know where they are, you can't really recover them in any way, right? As we said at the beginning, a lot of threat actors use a variety of obfuscation methods to kind of hide that flow of funds. And the way that they do that is by using a variety of DeFi protocols and services. Some of the most common ones we've seen have been swapping one cryptocurrency for another, bridging tokens across blockchains, depositing funds into a mixer or a privacy protocol, or just generally using any kind of complex smart contracts to kind of hide where those funds are from and where they're going. But as mentioned at the beginning as well, since they're using DeFi more and more, it's highly traceable. Remember the mixer that we talked about? That wasn't the end point. Once the funds were deposited at that mixer, the investigation continued. We're able to trace the funds through that privacy mechanism, identify the withdrawal addresses, and based on that, determine where we're going to go from there. And that's where we have three options available to us generally. Either you have to kind of wait and see. So that's a situation that happens when the funds are sitting unspent in a private wallet that's controlled by the attacker, because you don't have any control over those funds. You can't recover them. You just have to wait until they move. A second option would be to take the investigation off-chain. So once again, if we think about the example at the beginning, the threat actor deposits funds into an exchange and then converts them into fiat currency. There's no point in having an on-chain investigations because the funds are not on-chain anymore. And the third option, which is what we're going to address today, is essentially freezing funds. So throughout the course of our investigations, we've developed relationships with specific third parties that have that freezing and blacklisting functionality. These generally include centralized exchanges, gambling services, as well as tokens with a blacklist functionality. There is quite a controversy around freezing, especially within the DeFi space, but I would like to stress that freezing is not a decision that is taken lightly. It's not you have a friend at Binance and you just call him up asking for them to freeze the funds because you have a hunch that, it comes from illicit activity. No, that is the worst scenario ever. It opens you up to legal, financial, and reputational issues. No, when you request to freeze a fund, there's a process. It's based first and foremost on legal backing. So imagine you trace funds to a centralized exchange, the investigator will go to the exchange, provide evidence, request a temporary freeze, which will then be backed by law enforcement and supporting documentation. And the second aspect is that you have to provide evidence. Essentially evidence to show not only that the account is controlled by the threat actor, but that most of the funds are actually coming from the exploit that you're looking into. This avoids freezing funds of an innocent third party or of a service who receives funds from a variety of different places. But even then, legal backing and evidence is not enough. So take a situation where you've managed to trace the stolen funds to a centralized exchange, you've prepared everything you needed, and then you contact them through their support platform. More often than not, by the time the exchange gets back to you, the funds are gone. Your opportunity just vanishes. And that's where those channels of communication that we were talking about at the beginning are absolutely essential. You need that information to travel fast so that those exchanges can act on it as quickly as possible and actually exploit that freezing opportunity. So now that we've gone through the theory of the components that you need to put in place to optimize your chances of recovery, I'm going to go through 3 case studies that I hope will illustrate how collaboration impacts an investigation. The first was a DeFi protocol that we worked with earlier this year, who was targeted by a liquidity pool exploit and lost funds on an alternative token. The first thing that they did was establish damage control measures. The community was alerted on Twitter. The activity of the vulnerable smart contract was suspended. They assessed the number of impacted users. They patched and solved the vulnerability. And they engaged with us to determine what had happened and where the stolen funds were. When we started working on the case, we actually found something quite interesting, which was the initial exploiter of the attack wasn't the actual address holding the funds. What had happened is the attacking transaction had been front-run by an MEV bot. What we did, considering that our objective is to recover the stolen funds, was look into that MEV bot. We realized that they were present on 4 different blockchains, that they had been involved in 2 previous exploits where they had front-run the attack, and that they had exposure to known services. So essentially, there was a way to gather more information on them. We shared that information with the client, and between that and the assessment of the attack, they decided that the best strategy for them was to negotiate with the MEV bot. And considering that initially that bot had no intention of actually targeting that specific protocol, they were very open to conversations, and the end result was that the victim got most of the funds returned in exchange for a bounty for the attacker. So here, collaboration allowed us to identify and patch a vulnerability, understand the exploit, negotiate with the threat actor, and all in all, recover the majority of the funds. In the second case study, a DeFi protocol was the victim of a social engineering attack on an alternative blockchain. The first thing that they did when that happened was activate a blacklist functionality that allowed them to freeze most of the funds that had been stolen on that specific blockchain. Working with us, we were then able to trace the remaining funds to the Ethereum blockchain to 2 wallets controlled by the threat actor. And at the time, the funds remained unspent in those wallets for several days. So we established a monitoring watch list so as to be able to kind of track the funds as soon as they started moving again, which is what they did a couple of days later. What happened is that part of the Ethereum was swapped to USDC, which is a token with a blacklist functionality, and the remainder was sent to a gambling service. At that point, there were already direct channels of communication with these 2 entities, so we reached out to them and the funds were frozen. Here again, collaboration allowed us to limit the extent of the damage. It allowed the victim to trace the funds through services and then freeze the remainder of the funds. So once again here, we're talking about a recovery percentage that is way more than just 50%. The third case study that I wanted to address is yet another DeFi protocol that was the target of a social engineering attack on an alternative blockchain. And the tokens that were stolen were stablecoins with a blacklist functionality. So here again, for damage control purposes, we reached out with the victim to the company that had set up that stablecoin, and they were able to freeze the funds. However, due to a miscommunication and lack of cooperation between us, the investigative company, the victim, and the company in charge of that token, the funds were unfrozen and moved forward. So at that stage, as the funds were being moved, we were tracing them live. So we were able to trace them as the attacker was moving them. The funds were sent to 2 centralized exchanges as well as 2 DeFi bridges. Again, thanks to the fact that we were tracing them live, the funds sent to exchange number 1 were frozen, and then the remainder were traced through investigative and open source techniques. As of today, we've traced them on Ethereum through a variety of different DeFi protocols, including bridges and mixers, and they're currently sitting unspent in 2 private wallets controlled by the threat actor. So here you can see that that lack of communication didn't allow for efficient damage control measures. Whereas part of the funds could have been frozen immediately, they weren't. However, future collaboration after that allowed for freezing and tracing of the funds. The investigation is still ongoing, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to be successful in the future. So I'm hoping that through this theory and those various case studies, I've been able to show how collaboration between victims, DeFi, and investigators is essential for good and efficient investigations. But what I'm hoping to finish on is essentially thinking about how we can bring that collaboration beyond the investigative space and more into the prevention realm. So essentially build a space that is so secure that when an attacker actually scopes it out, their reaction is, ugh, no, that sucks, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And on top of the opportunity that it represents to secure that space in a preventive way, it's also something that can be achieved in a completely decentralized manner, because essentially the preventive measures that you're gonna think about are gonna be building technical capabilities to prevent attacks or raise awareness, provide training, audit smart contracts, all those things that can be implemented independently by each stakeholder in that space. And we think that the efficiency of those measures will be increased through collaboration, through data sharing, through trend analysis and blockchain analytics, and basically engaging DeFi and actors involved in the crypto security space. So this is essentially what I want to finish on. I believe that the closer the engagement, the safer the space. And our objective should be to reach a point where when we collaborate, these threat actors just run away. So thank you for your time. It was great presenting in front of all of you. And if you have any questions, issues, or ideas for future collaboration, don't hesitate to reach out.
All right, thank you very much, Margot. So just a reminder upstairs that we have a hands-on experience building with Namada. But coming up next, we're going to have Sarah Tiem talking about how to store data with Filecoin, IPFS, and FVM.
Cool. Hi. Thanks so much, Matt. Hi, good to meet all of you. 여러분, 안녕하세요. I will be presenting in English, so I hope that's okay for everyone. Thank you so much for having me, BUIDL Asia. Super excited today to talk a little bit about Filecoin, IPFS, and the very new, newly launched 2 months ago, FVM, which is the Filecoin virtual machine. Cool. A little bit about myself. I am Sarah. I am the developer experience lead for the Filecoin virtual machine. So we run a team of people that are focused on developer resources, developer experience, tutorials, education, to help everyone understand how to use the FVM and how to unlock even more solutions and opportunities on the Filecoin protocol. If you're interested, we have a Twitter account over here as well. This is the FVM Dev Twitter account, and we have a Phil Builders Twitch account, where every Thursday we run through live coding exercises to try out things that we are putting out there and to see if there's anything we need to improve. So do join us. It's a super fun session every single week. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some context of what Filecoin is doing and where the FVM comes in today. So we have this Filecoin master plan. If you know our founder, Juan Benet, this is his Filecoin master plan for the whole Filecoin ecosystem. Step 1 was to provide a large decentralized storage network. So as of today, we have 20 exabytes of committed capacity on the Filecoin network, which is one of the largest in Web3 today. We have a huge supportive system of storage providers. Some of you are here in Korea, as well as many other parts of the world. So that has been what we've been building for about 6 years or so, coming to 7 years. So we have a lot of really good systems and hardware to store your data. Step 2 is to then onboard important data onto this network. So we are very focused on programs like the Filecoin Slingshot program, where we can upload huge sets of data onto the Filecoin network and to keep it stored there for a really long time. Now, step 3 is where we think about bringing computation to the data. So if you are familiar with Web2 AWS servers, if you think about the server architecture where you have a database and then you have an ability to build applications and write logic, that will be the computation part, and then it serves it through a gateway to your client. We hope to be able to create something like that for Web3 so that we can revolutionize the Web3 ecosystem and help bring the whole Web3 more mainstream than it is today. So that's where we think FVM is going to make a huge difference. I will explain a little bit more about the different technologies that I just thought about, but that is the vision that we have for Filecoin, and that is why the FVM is going to enable a lot more solutions to be built. So running through the evolution of storage on the Filecoin network, starting from IPFS, which I think everybody here is more familiar with, all the way to our latest piece, which is FVM over there on the layer 1. So to make some differentiation, sometimes we get questions around what is the difference between Filecoin, IPFS, FVM. So let's run through a little bit of that difference before I show you an example of how you can use the Filecoin virtual machine in your applications today. So first we have IPFS, which is a peer-to-peer storage network. This is not a blockchain. This is how you would see, like, you have different kinds of nodes, and you can keep sharing your data across these nodes and to keep copies of your data across the peer-to-peer network. There are some examples of this, and I'll run through them in my next slide. On top of that, and separate from IPFS, which is a peer-to-peer, we have the blockchain Filecoin protocol. So Filecoin itself is a layer 0, and that is our storage network, like what I just shared earlier on. So this would be a blockchain where we store metadata about your storage deals that you have made with our different storage providers that store your data off-chain. I'll talk a little bit more of that difference later on to help everyone get a clearer picture of what it is that we mean when we say they are different. On top of that layer 0, you have a layer 1, which is the Filecoin virtual machine. So this is really new. We launched back in March 14th, 2023. It's 314, so that is Pi Day. It was a really good launch for us. That is focused on computation over state. I will explain later what I mean by computation over state, but it is a part of the Filecoin network. And then on top of that is the layer 2, where we hope to see more of the community and more of the ecosystem building applications based on what we have provided with the layer 0 and the layer 1. So you are able to access your storage, you are able to write logic around your storage, and that will allow you to build applications that are either storage focused or could be more DeFi. It is up to you. There are many things that you can do with the FVM. So that is how we have evolved our storage solutions over time, and that is the vision that complements the vision for the Filecoin master plan that I shared earlier on. So let's get into the geeky part, right? Let's talk a little bit about the diagrams, and I hope it gives everyone a little bit more cool takeaways from today's talk, and you'll know a little bit more about IPFS, Filecoin, and Filecoin Virtual Machine. So running through some diagrams, these are the differences. This is IPFS. Like I said earlier on, these are nodes, right? So there are a few ways that you can store your data on IPFS. You can choose to run your own node. So just the client's own node. You run one node on your own. So you store your data one time on one single node. If one day your node setup fails, your data might disappear. Or you will have to take the responsibility to run your node forever to make sure that your data is stored forever. So that's up to you. If you can do that, that's a really cost-efficient way to store your data. If you want to run it with a bunch of your friends, a bunch of your own nodes, so you want, like, let's say 10 replicas of your data to make sure that if one node drops, you will still have your data replicated on other nodes, but you are in charge of running all these nodes. So you can do it in that way as well. Or you can choose to run it with a community that, if, let's say, your community is able to run nodes on their own, you can share the responsibility to store a piece of data multiple times. Right? Again, this is dependent on your community continuing to run their nodes for the long time that you need to store your data. So if your community maybe stops running or people of your community stop participating, you might not be able to store your data for the long term. So these first three options are all free, right? So these are all cost-efficient ways to store your data on the IPFS network. If you want to have a paid service, we have options like Infura and Pinata and Infura that you can use, which are paid pinning services. What that means is that they will run their own node system and you pay them to continue to store your data for a long time. These are also really useful, even though we have the FVM today and the Filecoin network, because when you store and you pin your data to IPFS, you pin, let's say you store it on Filecoin and you pin a copy onto IPFS, IPFS allows for much faster retrievals of your data. So it's still very much complementary technology, but this is the difference between what you have on a peer-to-peer network versus a blockchain. So now we come to Filecoin, which is the blockchain protocol that I talked about earlier on. This is our layer 0. So I'll talk about the process on top first. So if you think about it, let's say you are the client and you have a piece of data you want to store. You will make a deal with your storage provider. The emoji there with sunglasses, that will be your storage provider because they are cool. And you will make a storage deal with them. The deal is put into an escrow, and it's put onto the Filecoin network. So and then your file transfer happens off-chain of a separate process. You can choose either BitSwap, you can choose HTTP, then you can get your file sent over from a client to a storage provider. So what happens to the storage deal that you have made? The storage deal that you have made gets stored on the Filecoin blockchain. So if you think about the blockchain over here, sorry, the best emoji that I could find was the chain, but you all know what I mean. You can store your storage deals details and metadata. We call them metadata. So like how long you want to store your storage for, how big is the file size, all of those data, you can store it onto the Filecoin on-chain. So because it is very expensive to store large amounts of data on-chain, so we're storing just the metadata. This is a very important part when we talk about Filecoin virtual machine later on. So on the off-chain side of it, you will have your storage provider network that has their own hardware. Each of these storage providers choose how they want to store your data, but every 24 hours, they will have to prove that they are storing your data, and they have to prove it back to the chain to show, it's called proof of space-time, to ensure that your data is being stored. And so that is how the Filecoin layer 0 works. And now we move on to the layer 1, which is FVM. So this whole portion over here, we have covered in the previous slide, right? Up to the blue color part, that is the Filecoin layer 0. Now on top of that, you have the Filecoin virtual machine. That would be a layer 1. So remember what I said earlier on about your storage deals, metadata being stored on the Filecoin protocol? The Filecoin virtual machine computes and writes logic around the metadata itself. So it doesn't actually compute the data that is stored on the storage provider network. It computes the logic, it computes the metadata of your storage deals on the Filecoin chain. So this can be super efficient because it is lower cost, it is more performant, it is much faster, rather than you choosing to unseal the data, pull out data, compute it, and decide how you want to move that data around. Why not just move the metadata instead? So that is really the concept behind FVM, and there are a lot of different things that you can do at a layer 2 solution. So right now, we are very focused on building a rich application ecosystem for developers to build solutions. So there are composable parts that you can build. So we have like computation-enabled decentralized computation that you can send a job from using FVM to write a job from using your data set to send it across to a decentralized computation framework, have it train an AI model, whatever it is that you want to do for computation, and send it back to your application via FVM. So FVM is really like a coordinator in that case. Right? There are also things that you can do around encryption and access control. So you can choose to access control your data with FVM and only allow people who reach a certain criteria or pay a certain amount to access your data. And then lastly, it also enables a whole bunch of DeFi use cases. We have DEXs, AMMs coming on board right now. We have a few cross-chain liquidity bridges like Sealer integrated with FVM today. So there's a lot of things that you can do in the DeFi space with FVM that taps on the liquidity and the collateral that is locked today in the Filecoin protocol. So a huge opportunity there if you're interested in the DeFi space. To give you a sense, we have about 2 million FIL locked up in smart contracts today since we launched 2.5 months ago. So we're seeing a really healthy usage and adoption of FVM. And we have about 1.1 thousand unique contracts, FVM contracts, deployed today to the Filecoin protocol. Cool, so I hope that gave you a better sense of how those three technologies interact with each other. A little bit of a diagram over here. I won't go too deep into it, but for those of you who are developers, talking about the architecture of FVM, right now we are fully EVM compatible. So I just talked about having a Filecoin virtual machine as a layer 1 on top of the Filecoin network. So every Filecoin node can run an instance of the FVM. When you run an instance, it works this way in this architecture. Why I zoomed into the EVM compatible part, because I know our Ethereum community is large. We have been doing multiple hackathons with them so far. We are fully EVM compatible, so if you're a Solidity developer, you can use the tools that you are very comfortable with, like MetaMask, Foundry, Hardhat, to write Solidity contracts that can call methods to the Filecoin protocol via a Filecoin.solidity library. And then you can start to run your applications and build applications that looks like an EVM, uses all the tools you're familiar with, and then deploys it to the Filecoin network to access your storage. This is, sometimes I get the question, why use FVM's EVM compatible version rather than just use EVM and write to storage? The difference is that if you're using an FVM contract and you're writing to a separate storage platform, you cannot customize that storage platform as much. And it's also more expensive because it's not within a native environment and you are using a separate service. With EVM compatibility on FVM, you can write it all within a native environment, and so it leads to better performance, lower cost, and better security. So there's a lot of good benefits of using FVM to the FVM EVM compatible version. So on the roadmap as well, we have a few things coming in. We have new storage deal aggregation standards coming in, so that allows you to upload any size of data that you want that can be more efficiently stored into the Filecoin network. We have storage deal replication, repair, and renewal, which will unlock use cases like perpetual storage, ensuring that you don't have to manually check whether your deal is going to expire. It will automatically notify you that it's going to expire and help you to renew the deal based on the conditions that you set for your solution. We're also looking at building native WASM actors. So right now, EVM compatibility is a foreign runtime for us. So it is one foreign runtime. And we're hoping to build more. We are VM agnostic, and we hope to build more compatibility with other chains in the future, such as Solana and so on, so that we are unlocking storage for more communities out there. And then lastly, we have a lot more partner integrations and toolings and VMs coming up in our roadmap as well. So we're constantly working on that. So a lot of building in that space. We have about 50 applications that have deployed to mainnet so far using FVM in just 2.5 months. So we've had a huge community adoption, and we're super excited to see more of the growth of FVM for Filecoin. OK, so I know I talked a lot about the context, the infrastructure, how these things work. So one question to answer is, what can FVM solve? Right? I talked a lot about, Sarah, you talked a lot about the technology. What actually is it going to be used for? So I'll run through a really simple example of a data DAO. So data DAOs are a very unique concept that we think can tap on the very unique value of Filecoin as a storage platform to allow you to build a solution like a data DAO. Data is super useful to all of us today. What a data DAO is defined as is a community like a DAO. I'm sure we all know what a DAO is, and you're very focused on an important data set to you. So it could be, for example, like a Wikipedia. If you want to keep that you want to keep contributions coming into the data on Wikipedia as a whole data set. Maybe you want to access, control, and encrypt some of that data set to allow people to pay for usage of that data set so that you can earn money for your DAO. There's just so many things you can do. This diagram over here, which is a cake, it kind of shows what we're thinking about, how we're thinking about building data DAOs. There are 2 layers. The first layer over here will be around perpetual storage, so making sure that your storage is well taken care of. And then the layer on top of that is what you would usually see in a DAO, around like governance, tokens, endowment management on your treasury, which then interacts seamlessly with the storage layer, which is the layer 1 over here. And this is something that's super unique to FVM, and that's what you can do with the Filecoin network today. So I'll run through a quick example. I always think examples are fun. So this is an example. It's not real. I hope that it becomes real one day. But an example of a data DAO is, let's say we call it Biscuit Data DAO. By the way, this is the this mascot is the corgi mascot for Filecoin. We call it Biscuit. So we're calling it Biscuit Data DAO. So let's say you have a community of corgi dog owners that want to collect enough data to better understand their corgis and how they behave. So I mean, I have a dog. I don't know if anybody here has a dog. Yeah, any dog owners in the audience? Cool, cool, cool. Yes, great. Awesome. Okay, so you should relate to this more, right? Hopefully this gets built up for all of us. So what do you do with that data set, right? Here's what you can do. So with FVM, we have seen hackathon projects that have started to build using FVM to ZK verify that the contributor to the data set is a real person. So I want to make sure that your pet ID is real, right? So you can upload that. You don't have to showcase your pet ID. It is completely private. You can ZK verify that that exists. Maybe you can cross-check with the data system, submit the proof, confirm that this contributor is real, and then that allows them to then upload data to the data set and participate in the DAO. So now you're a member of the DAO, right? You can use FVM to upload your corgi's information. Maybe let's say you upload it from Monday to Friday. You take note of your corgi's behavior, and then you upload that to the data DAO, right? So you're submitting your information up there. What happens then is that your data gets stored by the FVM being able to automatically store that. So it will collect all this data, batch it into the right size, and then upload it to the Filecoin network and make a storage deal on behalf of the DAO without you having to do anything. So this all happens in the back end, because previously, before FVM, this was a bit more manual, and so it took more time. But now it's automatic, right? So you're actually getting a very fast and easy way to upload your data and get it stored. It will also submit proofs back to you to verify that your data is continuously being stored. So that happens more on the back end. But as the corgi owner, what happens is that once you upload your data, let's say the condition for the DAO is that you upload it 5 days in a row. So you're confirming like a streak. Because if I can observe data 5 days in a row, then I can see a pattern. So you want to incentivize the right behavior in your DAO. You can set your governor contract to have certain conditions on when you would reward that kind of behavior. So let's say you upload it for 5 days in a row. You would then get tokens minted from the DAO to your pet owner, to the corgi owner, which is you. So now you are a corgi owner and you have all these tokens from the DAO. You can now participate in voting. So that allows you to vote. What could you possibly vote on? So there are 2 things that you can maybe do as an example. On the top, you can vote to allow to send that data set to a decentralized computation framework to train an AI model to get better responses on what it means to when your corgi behaves in a certain way. So if let's say we have 100 contributors on the DAO, all contributing to a data set, we have a very good data set. We send it to a computation framework that then generates and trains the AI model. And then on the front end for your DAO, you can always key in, today my corgi is not eating its food. What does that mean? And then it will send the query to the AI model, generate a response, and send it back to the DApp front end. And this is all done, the coordination part of this is done with Filecoin Virtual Machine. So you could do that. You can also vote to provide access control on top of your data set. So I talked about this a little bit earlier on. You can make people pay to access all the great data that your DAO is collecting. So if let's say Google or I don't know, a pet facility wants to access that data, they can actually pay your DAO, and it can go towards your DAO treasury to access the data that is being stored. So let's say your DAO treasury now has more money, right? There are also things that you can do with that money, right? This would be the endowment management part. So your treasury could then fund the renewal and repair and replication of your data set to make sure that that corgi data set, all your hard work to contribute to that data set doesn't disappear overnight, or it can remain for a very, very long time. So you can continuously have a model that generates funds for your treasury, the treasury pays for renewal, and then your data is stored for a really long time. So your DAO can continue perpetually. And once your treasury has money, it can also unlock all the DeFi use cases that you're interested in. So for example, it could connect to a marketplace of services where your DAO members with more tokens are able to swap those tokens for whatever currency that a real-life marketplace is accepting. And then let's say my corgi is sick. I want to exchange my tokens to access a vet service, for example. And that can connect to your DAO, and that can allow your whole DAO to be like a really good use case as a community. So there are just a lot of things that you can do. I think the possibilities are endless. I just wanted to give you a little example of what you can think about for a data DAO. Other examples that we've seen in hackathons are things like collecting credit card data, collecting credit card data, making sure that it's kept private, and then being able to sell that credit card data to credit card companies. And so you're actually owning your data, and you actually get the tokens back directly to all these users. So endless use cases, I just wanted to spark some inspiration. We have a lot of good resources about how we're thinking about these things, and you can check them out. I'll give you a QR code. You can check them out later on to see what you want to build after this. So yeah, the result is that you get healthier and happier corgis. So that's a really easy example for how you can think about data DAO. I hope that it was fun. I hope this gets built. If anyone's building this, please let me know. And just to show you, we are trying to develop a more rich developer dev ecosystem. So we are integrating more and more tools that you can use. These are some of the partners that we already have integrated with FVM. Aside from Sushi, we're still working on that one that should be coming through soon. But yeah, a lot more partners are coming on board. So we'll have, I think every single month, we'll have more integration partners coming on board that you can use with FVM. And if you're interested to find out more, this is a really good QR code. It's a link tree. It has all links to documentation, use case ideas, and how we're thinking about it, and how other teams are building on FVM today, as well as how you can get involved with the community of builders that we have. We have a super strong community of builders who are highly technical. So if you want to come in and join, just learn more yourself, do feel free to check out these resources and get in touch with the team. And lastly, just a huge thank you to all of you for listening about learning something about FVM today. I hope it was useful. This is my whole team, and there are more people as well. I'm just one member of the team, and we have great partners that we're working with as well. So thank you all for listening.
Thanks very much, Sarah. That was a great presentation and quite a cute corgi example. But I'd like to just ask the audience, by a show of hands, do you prefer corgis or Pomeranians? Can we have hands up for corgis? Hands up for corgis? Pomeranians? Pomeranians? Poms, okay. I'm also the founder of keypom.xyz. You can check that out. So we also still have workshops upstairs. They're still going on right now. I believe it's the Namada workshop still. But coming up next, we have Mudit Gupta from Polygon, and he's going to be speaking about price manipulation of tokens in DeFi, time-weighted average prices versus oracles. All right, Manit.
Hey folks, thanks for coming here. So first of all, I'm Mudit Gupta. I lead security and smart contracts and Polygon. And today I'll be talking about TVOPs mainly, and how they can be manipulated in practice, or how you can avoid having TVOPs that you have built being manipulated. So first of all, what is TVOP? So I'll start with that. TVOP really stands for time-weighted average price, which means that it's a price of an asset averaged out over a period of time. So it's good to avoid spot price manipulation. If you get a price of an asset right now on the spot, it might not be its natural price. It might be up or down based on the last order. But if you get an average price over last 5 minutes, 30 minutes, or something like that, you are expected to get a more natural price. Big DeFi projects like MakerDAO make use of it. Although they do it off-chain rather than on-chain, but just having an average price weeds out those odd data points in spot price. So who uses them? Now talking about on-chain TVOP, a bunch of protocols like Inverse Finance use them. Rari Fuse allows them, so a lot of Rari Fuse pools like VUSD and Float use them. Bunch of new pools on Euler use them, and a bunch of other smaller DeFi protocols are using them. There is one common thing between all of these use cases. I'm not sure if anyone noticed or not, is that all of these were hacked in the last 1 year. None of them used it properly. They all fell into this trap of using risky things without understanding the actual risks. So the question is, are TVOPs not safe? Yeah, they're not. They never were. On-chain TVOPs are just inherently risky, and in most cases, the risk is not worth it. There are some use cases with which it might be worth it, but let me explain the risks first, and then everyone can decide if it's worth taking on the risk. So the follow-up question to that would be, like who uses them securely? And the answer is, I don't know. If you find out anyone who uses on-chain TWAP securely, please let me know. I've not found a single project that does it and has not been hacked so far. Everyone who uses them has been using it poorly and gets wrecked. And you'll understand why it happens. I'll talk about the risks now. So there are many risks like associated with TWAPs. But before going that, let's talk about how TWAPs are manipulated, how they actually work, and so on. So for that, let me explain how Uniswap pricing works. And I know this is going to be a little technical, so please bear with me while I go through the explanation. So here you can see Uniswap follows a price curve, which is x into y equal to k, which basically means that the amount of asset A multiplied by amount of asset B should remain constant. So if you buy a lot of asset A, let's say X, then the price of asset X should go up. If you buy a lot of asset Y, then the price of asset Y goes up, and vice versa. If you sell a lot of asset X, the price of asset X goes down. If you sell a lot of asset Y, the price of asset Y goes down. And the multiplication of both is always same. So one goes down, one goes up, the constant remains the same. That's how the pricing algorithm works. And here, the diagram shows 3 different invariants. We only need to focus on Uniswap for now. That is represented by the dotted line on the top. I could have used a graph that only has that dotted line, but unfortunately, this was the easiest graph to find. So here we are. Now here, let me explain how to actually manipulate price. Now, as I said, if you buy an asset, the price goes up. If you sell an asset, the price goes down. So if you want to manipulate the price of an asset on the upward side, all you have to do is buy a lot of that asset. And that will just shoot up the price immediately. And once you have shot up the price, you can do your manipulation. And at the end, you can sell the asset back to the pool for a high price as well, so you don't make any loss. Let me give you a more practical example. Let's think about a lending borrowing platform like Aave. Aave is not vulnerable to this. They use Chainlink oracles for the most part. You can't manipulate them in the same way. But let's consider a scenario where a protocol like Aave uses spot price on Uniswap for pricing their asset. It has happened in the past. A lot of protocols have been hacked in this way, but let's theorize for now. So what Aave lets you do is you deposit some collateral asset, and then against that collateral, you can borrow some other assets. So let's say you are depositing ETH as collateral. Now, ETH price right now is maybe $1,800. I'm not sure. It keeps moving way too fast, but let's assume it's the right price is $1,800. So you put in ETH as collateral, as you put in 1 ETH, the price is $1,800. So you can borrow assets worth maybe $1,200 from the pool, assuming LTV of 66%. So $1,800 collateral allows you to buy $1,200 of collateral worth of assets. All good so far. If your debt increases more, you will get liquidated. The protocol will sell your ETH, which is worth 1,800, to recover your debt, which is worth maybe 1,200, 1,300. So protocol will not make a loss. But what if you manipulated the prices? So in this case, you deposit 1 ETH in Aave, but then you go to Uniswap and you buy a lot of ETH from Uniswap. Now, suddenly ETH price on Uniswap shoots up. It goes to $10,000, let's say. And like you have bought ETH for as much as $10,000 from Uniswap, which means you have overpaid for your ETH. So right now you have an impermanent loss. Let's say you are temporarily in loss. But now what you can do is, now you go back to Aave, tell it, hey, I deposited 1 ETH in your protocol. Look at the prices. It's worth $10,000. Let me borrow $7,000 worth of assets from you, please. And Aave will see, oh, yeah, it's worth $10,000. If I give him 7,000, I can still liquidate and get my money back. I can sell this ETH on Uniswap and get my money back. So Aave gives you those assets. Now what you do is you go to Uniswap and you sell back the ETH you just bought. the ETH you bought for as high as $10,000, you sell it back and you get all of your money back, because basically the price follows this curve. When you bought the asset, the price went up. When you are selling the asset, the price goes down. So at the end, you make no loss. It's the same amount of assets you started with, except the fees Uniswap charges. Usually in Uniswap v2, it was 0.03%, and in the latest version, it can be as low as 0.01%. So you lose 0.01%, let's say, in fee, but you successfully manipulated and got all of the assets back. Now looking at Aave's situation, now they are in a situation where they still have one ETH as your collateral worth $1,800, but they have loaned you out $7,000 worth of assets. Aave can't liquidate you now, not to the full extent at least. Even if they sell your one ETH, they only get $1,800 back, and they are still at a loss of $5,200. So Aave just lost $5,200. You're not going to go back and give them $7,000. You're not going to pay back your debt of $7,000 to get back your collateral. So Aave has some bad debt, which is basically a loss for them. So this is an example of how spot prices on Uniswap can be manipulated. So everyone now understands this, and almost no protocol in the wild uses spot price for pricing assets. So people started thinking, hey, spot prices are not safe. What can we do next? So they came to TWAPs, time-weighted average price. So instead of taking the price directly in that block, which might be manipulated by you, protocols now started taking price that is averaged out over last 5 minutes or last 30 minutes. And the reasoning is you can't have a price be manipulated for so long, otherwise someone else will arbitrage. Like if you buy ETH, buy lots of ETH from Uniswap such that the price goes to $10,000, the expected outcome is that in the next block, someone else will come in and just sell ETH to Uniswap. Someone can buy ETH from Binance, for example, and sell it to Uniswap for profit and just arbitrage the difference. So the price on Uniswap won't remain too high for long. And that is why TWAPs will give you a more accurate price than spot prices. In theory, this is great, this works out, and TWAPs in fact are better than spot prices, but people assume they can't be manipulated, which is wrong. There are lots of risks and attack vectors with TWAPs that we can talk about now. So first of all, people reason that cost to maintain the imbalance is super high in Uniswap. People say that to maintain an imbalance, you need to make sure that nobody else can arbitrage it back. So you need to first create the imbalance by buying a lot of ETH in Uniswap. And in the next block, you need to fill up the block with your transaction so that nobody else can arbitrage. Nobody else can bring the price of ETH back down. And to fill a block, it does cost a lot of money. It can cost you almost equivalent to the profit you might be making. So it's a significantly hard task to maintain the imbalance theoretically. But the problem is that there are lots of loopholes here. One is people assume that you have to maintain this imbalance for 5 minutes to make it effectful and to affect a 5-minute TWAP. It's not the case. It's an average price. Even if one data point is higher, the average is going to increase. That's how maths works. So you only need to really manipulate one block to get the high price. So you don't need to maintain it over a long period of time. Similarly, there are other ways to make it cheaper to manipulate that I'll talk about. For example, instead of filling up the next block, you can think about 51% attacks. When Ethereum was proof of work, it used to cost only 15K per block to do a 51% attack, for example. So you could have just theoretically spent 15K and done a 51% attack on Ethereum to maintain your imbalance. It's not as easy as just paying 15K to someone to do it, because you need a lot of compute power. So you do need those resources. But then there are other ways to do it. And especially with proof of stake, it's actually easier. We'll talk about concentrated liquidity. So when manipulating prices, this graph I was showing earlier was for Uniswap V2. It's just a straight graph, like it's a straight line. You buy as many assets as you can, and the price goes up or down in the same ratio. But the thing is, with concentrated liquidity, although the price graph is the same, the liquidity is concentrated in the current price zone. So actually, you don't have to buy ETH for much more than its current price. All of the liquidity is around $1,600 to $2,000. So you buy ETH for, let's say, $2,000, and suddenly the price will jump for $10,000 to $10,000 because there's no liquidity in that range. That's how Uniswap V3 works. And this means that the capital you are putting at risk by doing this is quite low. You're only paying a premium of $200 versus a premium of $10,000, let's say, on ETH. So concentrated liquidity makes it cheaper, reduces the capital requirement. Then, yeah, people say that TVOPs allow you to take average price over a long period of time. It does, but this is how math works. It's an average formula. If you have infinity and then you add 10 terms after this and then average them, it's still infinity. That's how math works. People can understand that. And by this, you'll see, even if you manipulate the price on one block, it's likely that the net outcome will still be manipulated. Not to an extent that you can manipulate a swap, like a spot price, but it can still be manipulated a lot. And for protocols which deal in stable coins, for example, this can be devastating. If you manipulate the price, so Aave allows up to 97% LTV on stable coins E mode. If you manipulate the price more than 3%, which is not a big deal, if you manipulate the price of a stablecoin more than 3%, you can liquidate a bunch of users on Aave. You can do some nasty things. Fortunately, Aave doesn't use on-chain TVOPs, so it's not that easy. But theoretically, you can by just 3% manipulation. And then what made it cheaper was 0.01% fee pools. So earlier it used to cost 0.03% to go up and back down. Now it only costs 0.01%. So the attack is even cheaper. The other thing is people depend on liquidity a lot to imagine the cost of an attack. So if you look at the Uniswap pool, it has 100 million in liquidity. So you have to buy out 50 million of ETH, let's say, to do the attack. But the thing is, the liquidity is probably not yours. What if the liquidity is just from the attacker who's baiting you to trust it? And they just withdraw the liquidity and then manipulate the price. You can't trust that liquidity unless you are the one putting it in. So that's another external risk that people do not think about. They just look at liquidity. Oh, it's high liquidity, must be expensive to manipulate. That liquidity is not permanent. It can go away any day, not just for malicious reasons, but like, for example, SushiSwap did a vampire attack on Uniswap, which stole a lot of liquidity from Uniswap. What if that kind of situation happens again and the liquidity just moves elsewhere? You will become vulnerable again. What if like US government has been doing crazy things lately, like sanctioning Tornado? What if they sanction Uniswap for whatever reason? Your liquidity will just go away immediately, and then you're stuck again. So liquidity on Uniswap, you just can't trust it. And the merge. So I initially talked about 51% attack and the cost to it, but it was still probabilistic and you need social consensus and things like that. The merge removes those concerns. It actually makes it super easy to manipulate. The reason is that after the merge, you know exactly when you're going to mine a block. You can know in advance that I'm guaranteed to mine block N and block N+1. And when you have this guarantee, you know which you can include your own transactions and nobody else's transaction in those blocks, and you can easily manipulate prices over multiple blocks. So if you know I'm going to be mining block N and N+1, I can start the manipulation at start of block N and finish the manipulation at the end of block N+1 in a guaranteed way without any cost to me. It costs me nothing, not even 15K, nothing. And the price can be whatever you want. The thing here is that it's unlikely that a solo player will have enough stake to get block N and N+1 like consecutively. It's very unlikely from a probability perspective. But the thing with Ethereum is that there are very few solo stakers. Most of the validators are run by Lido or Coinbase, and they have such high stake, they actually very regularly get consecutive blocks. So if any day Coinbase or Lido go malicious, for example, they can drain any protocol that is using TWAP without any cost, which implies like Coinbase being a regulated entity, if any day like the US government comes to them and orders them to do it, they will have to do it. Like there's no way around it. So at the end of the day, then you start, if you are using TWAP, you're basically trusting these centralized entities to be honest and not manipulate your protocol. And if you are doing that, then might as well trust a more centralized oracle like Chainlink or Band protocol or something like that. Because those, you still maintain the centralization risk there, but at least they don't have the other pitfalls that TWAPs have. So it's your choice what to use. Then the final bit here I'll add is that the risk management of TWAP is so complex. I've only gone through some of the attack vectors and concerns I share, but there are many more. And not even Uniswap Foundation actually understands all of it or cares to go into details about those things. An example is like these guys just this month working with another company released a risk assessment dashboard, which helps people quantify the risk of manipulation of a TWAP oracle. Which is super nice. It's a good start. But the problem with that is that they underplayed the risk by a lot because the methodology they used just didn't count for the complete risk. And I called them out like a few times. These are some of my tweets. For example, to manipulate a USDT pool, they made an argument that, hey, if you want to buy $40 million worth of USDC, you need to spend $40 million worth of USDT. Theoretically sounds good, but practically doesn't make any sense because you can loop. You come with just $1 million of USDT and you buy $1 million of USDC from Uniswap. Then you go to Curve, you sell that $1 million of USDC, get back $1 million of USDT. And then you rinse and repeat. You go back to Uniswap, buy 1 million more, go to Curve, sell it, go back to Uniswap, buy 1 million more, and so on. So by leveraging your buys on stable coins, in a 40 million liquidity pool, you can just spend $1 million to empty out the pool. So when Uniswap on their dashboard says that it cost $40 million to manipulate the USDT-USDC pool, which is their highest volume pool, they're just outright wrong. It actually costs just 1 million. They forgot that you can leverage in DeFi in a single transaction. In fact, you don't even have to loop. You take a flash loan and then you swap. It's just 3 transactions, nothing more. So in their research, their numbers are right based on their methodology, and it's a good start. I give them that. It's better than nothing. But there are cheaper ways to do it, and the attackers are going to use the cheapest way. They're not going to use the standard research-oriented methodology. Attackers are going to use the most practical way. And the other thing Uniswap did wrong was they only focused on this liquidity amount, that how much USDT you need in your wallet to manipulate the pool. They didn't focus on how much it will cost the attacker. And in DeFi, like getting this liquidity is super cheap. There are like almost every hacker who has hacked a major protocol in DeFi in past has $1 million lying around in their wallets. Like folks just a little north of here for sure have over $500 million on their on-chain wallets. So if it costs $1 million or $40 million in liquidity, that is not like at risk or which is not the cost, it's irrelevant. People will get that money back after the exploit. So they'll just put it down, they'll do the exploit, they'll get it back. The cost factor is more important. If it actually costs someone to spend 100 million to do an attack, then they won't do the attack till their profit is 100 million. But if it's only about liquidity, doesn't matter. Like I'll use my $1 million liquidity to make $1,000 in profit, and I still have like a super high APR on that $1 million. It's like getting interest on that on those dollars sitting idle. So And yeah, for various other reasons, this dashboard shared by Uniswap this month just doesn't cut it. And that's my whole reasoning, that TWAPs are just a technology. There is nothing wrong with them, but people don't understand the risks associated with them well enough, and they start using them like in not the correct way. And when you use them in not the correct way, you get hacked. Basically, as the protocols I talked about initially in my slide, everyone who has been using them so far is on a super high risk of getting hacked. It's like walking on a minefield. If you put one wrong step, boom, you're gone. You might cross the whole minefield without getting blasted. Like you might go through it, even if you don't know all of the risk. Like you don't know where the mines are exactly, and you can still make it through based on luck. If you know where all of the mines are, then yes, it's a higher chance that you will make it through without being blasted. So like if you are going to use TWAP, make sure you know where the mines are. Don't just know half of the mines and then say, oh, half of the mines, will play it on luck. But ideally, just don't go in a landmine. Why do you want to go and risk it in a landmine? There are better alternatives you can use. So what are better alternatives? Traditional oracles. So these, the caveat here is that they are not ideal. They are still centralized. For example, if you're using Chainlink, you're still trusting that Chainlink validators are secure, and my mic is. You're still trusting that the Chainlink validators are secure. They were going to introduce link staking on that to make sure security is derived from link. Even if they do it, then you have to assume that link holders are safe and secure and so on. So there are some like risks here as well. But the thing is, you're in this scenario, in worst case, you're trusting a centralized authority. This is the worst case for a traditional oracle. But this is the best case for a TWAP. In TWAP, as I explained before, you're also trusting validators like Lido and Coinbase. And in fact, you're also trusting operators like Flashbots, for example. Flashbots has over 80% of network control on Ethereum. If Flashbot goes malicious, starts doing this in their node, then yeah, same result. So you're still trusting centralized party in TWAPs. And at the end of the day, it's your choice. I would recommend going with traditional oracles if you can. But if you go with TWAPs, make sure you understand the risks properly. And I'll just wrap it up there. Thanks for listening. And if you want to reach out, you can reach out on my Twitter, or have my contacts through my website, or you can reach out to Polygon directly. Thanks for listening in.
All right, thanks very much, BUIDL. So coming up next, we have a really, really exciting panel. We're going to be talking about if wallets are broken or not. And this is a discussion around wallets and mass adoption. So listen carefully, because I have a lot of really great panelists here. We have Charles from Amazon. We have Veronica from SafePal. We have Josh Lee from Kepler. And we have Kay from QuantStamp. And our moderator will be none other than the incomparable Danny Osario from MetaWeb Ventures. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here today. I'm Danny, and I'm going to be moderating a wonderful talk on whether crypto wallets are working or broken. So I think bear markets really allow us to pause and ask ourselves some hard questions, like how are the essential pieces of our infrastructure functioning? And wallets are the first point of entry for most users into crypto, and we really want to understand whether today, they're working to onboard the next million users, the next 10 million, 100 million, billion users. So I have a rock star panel with me today that's really going to tackle these questions. And I actually want to start with something pretty basic, which is you hear a lot of sort of nomenclature being thrown around around like wallets and browsers in the crypto space, and sometimes your wallet is a browser and sometimes your browser is a wallet and sometimes the wallet's just a wallet. But does anyone kind of want to take a quick shot at explaining this to us? Explain it to me like I'm 5, and what is really a crypto wallet?
Anyone?
Yeah, I could take it. So pretty much, wallets are a piece of software that you can use for storing the private and public key pairs that for any type of crypto or tokenized asset. And usually the keys are that are stored, the private keys usually are stored on the wallet, and that private key can be used to create a public key pair. So you end up with a private public key pair. And generally, the address where your crypto is stored is actually at the hash of the public key. So as long as you keep the private key inside the wallet, and you don't give anyone access to the wallet, your crypto is safe. Now there are different types of wallets. There's and there are different nomenclature. So there are typically hot wallets and cold wallets. So hot wallets are typically wallets that are online and typically hosted by a third party. The typical Coinbase wallets and other crypto exchanges provide hot wallets. But the problem with those hot wallets is they control and hold the private keys. So they're managing the wallet on your behalf. And if something happens like what just happened last year with FTX, they were able to, since they control the private keys, they were able to temporarily redirect your funds for other activities, and it caused a problem. That's what led to the crash. Cold wallets, on the other hand, are they could be physical wallets. There could be a piece of hardware where the actual private key gets stored in a USB-like device, like a Ledger Nano, or you can print it out on a piece of paper and have your private keys on a piece of paper. So
Okay,
that's
solid. Yeah, I think it's a good overview of a little bit of what they're doing. Maybe Kay, you want to tell me a little bit about what's most exciting to you about the wallet space today and what you think is coming?
Sure. So I think the basic thing is a wallet should be 12 or 24 words in your head, and as long as those words never leave your head, you're 100% safe. So as a security company, that's probably the ideal. What is exciting maybe is that now, people are starting to talk about, account abstraction. Obviously, it's been talked about for a long time, but we're starting to see wallets, and we're auditing wallets that have these features. It's both exciting, but, I think every new feature that you add introduces new attack vectors. And so, the problem really is that the easier it is to use, probably the easier it is to steal your funds as well. And so I think that that's something we need to tackle head on, and that's probably the most exciting thing from a security auditing company standpoint.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And Veronica, what do you think is really exciting about wallets today?
I think it's exciting that people are finally talking about wallets nowadays. It's like we started 5 years ago, and 5 years ago, nobody really talks about wallet. Like people question about the existence of wallet even because they said, I have Binance, I have Coinbase, why do I even care? I can trade my assets. Back then, there was no Uniswap, there was no DeFi, there was no DEXs. So there's no whole section of DeFi, decentralized finance back then. So we are happy to see that the market is gradually educated along the way, and people gradually realize the importance of owning a non-custodial Web3 wallets. Because of DeFi, people realize that they need wallet as a login credential, to go to all different DEXs. When NFT came along 2 years ago, people realized that, I can't really, hold it in my centralized exchange accounts. I need to have a wallet really to hold my NFT valuable belongings. So I think this is kind of a switch of mentality is kind of very exciting because we are seeing conversations around wallets being more and more popular, in the top tier events like BUIDL Asia and some other events as well. So this is quite important because it really takes time for people to be educated and to realize that the importance of holding their own keys and also managing their own funds. What does that even mean? And what does that compare to using Coinbase and all others? I mean, it's okay if they finally fold up, like choose centralized exchanges, but important that they know the differences and they make their own choices. I think it's a fair choice that they're making for themselves, but at least we need to have a fair and open and transparent conversation surrounding the many options out there on the market. And I think this is some of the most exciting kind of things that I'm seeing changing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I remember at WalletCon just a few months ago, I heard there was over 80 projects that showed up that were all building in the wallet space. And if you go back 6 or 7 years, it was like MetaMask and like 5 other people, and like that was the wallet projects,
all of it,
right?
yeah.
So it's really great to see it evolve in that way. You made a really good point about people trying to understand what self-custody is like, and so we go into a pretty common phrase in crypto where like every time a centralized exchange gets hacked, people go on Twitter and they say like, not your keys, not your crypto. So like Josh, go.
Yeah, I mean, I have an actual story which is personal. So I bought a little bit of Dogecoin in college, and this was 2014. I found it on subreddit. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool vibe.
Are you saying that you bought Dogecoin early on,
I bought like
before Elon got to it?
Yeah, so I bought that the unfortunate thing was I think I only bought like $3 worth of Dogecoin. I stored half of it in a non-custodial wallet, and I stored half of it on a centralized wallet, fully custodial. And today I lost the non-custodial part. I still have the custodial part, so I plan on selling it.
You had the opposite experience.
Yeah, so it's at the end of the day, I think it's realizing that it's humans. On the other side, there's great ideas, great specifications, but you can have the most beautiful, well-crafted, perfect system with no security flaws, but if 99% of the times it's always the humans, and designing a system with practical security in mind,
Human-centric practical security, yeah.
Yeah, more so
Got a
than
new catchphrase.
cool
right there.
ideas, right? Yeah.
Well, I think one thing I want to point out, it's important to note that for the online wallets, the custodial wallets, which is typical, you don't necessarily have to store your exchange like Coinbase. They are specialized wallet, as a service providers that are out there. That's their main job. So they're not using, they're not trading. So you can leverage those tools. And one of the advantages of these type of wallet services, they give you the option to recover your passphrase if you lost it. If you lost it, or if you had to, maybe your computer got wiped and you have to get a new computer or a new phone. And they basically integrate, biometric security, maybe putting your fingerprint and thumbprint or face to kind of help you with recovery. If you're custodying, if you're doing a self-custody, it's very hard to do that. And so there are a few companies like Web3 Auth that's, I think you guys, should check out, which...
Yeah, it's the Taurus crew.
Yeah, which offers, they do a pretty good job with that. So...
Well, on that note, Charles, you had a good point earlier about how if we're going into mass adoption for hundreds of millions or billions of users, a lot of them are going to be already trusting centralized services, and that their wallets are going to be abstracted away.
Yeah, So, and I think the important thing is if we're trying to onboard the next 1 billion users, we kind of expect that my grandma is going to learn a seed phrase. She can't even remember where her keys are sometimes. So her regular physical keys. So we already depend upon banks and different companies to kind of protect our funds. So the expectation is if you're onboarding, most of those wallets are going to be custodial. However, it's possible to for those companies to leverage other technologies like multi-party computation, where they can take the private key and break up that private key into 3 or more parts and then store it in different digital asset custodies. And it's possible to recreate the private keys by using say if you break it into 3 parts, it's possible to recreate the entire key structure with 2 out of the 3. So, and there might be hybrid solutions where you get to keep one of the strands and the other 2 are stored in different asset custody solutions.
Yeah, that's great. You know, you touched on an interesting point, which is like we've really heard a lot of talk about the different ways that one can build a wallet, and like, you know, what is the preference for one team for another. You mentioned multi-party computation. That's quite a popular one. Another one we hear a lot about that you mentioned recently, Kay, was actually account abstraction. Do you want to talk a little bit about why teams are choosing to use account abstraction to build their wallets?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's about ease of use. It's also about introducing, you know, ways for people to recover their private keys if they lose them. You know, I think account abstraction, I'll give you a couple of examples. One is, you know, making a wallet that actually doesn't necessarily need to own any ETH to pay gas. So gasless transactions, batching transactions, so you're not, you know, clicking, signing each transaction every time you say, for example, you need to approve a new currency, you need to send some ETH, you need to do this, you need to do that. With account, you know, with transaction batching, you basically sign one transaction at the end, and it's just one click, and you're done. You know, so it's about making the you know, user experience a lot easier, and ultimately you can do also things that a regular bank account might have, which is, hey, if somebody tries to send out more than, say, I don't know, $5,000 worth of ETH, it will trigger some kind of alarm, or it will actually just stop. It would just cap any transaction per 24-hour period, you know, or it might say every time you log off this browser, essentially you need to sign back on, just like you know, a lot of Web 2 apps. All great, all introduces new attack vectors. So, you know, I think there's always a trade-off between, you know, making something that's great and easy to use and fun. If you're gaming, you don't want to be signing transactions every 10 seconds. But, you know, is it the safest way to do it? I still think it's the 12 words in your head.
So let's talk about that. You said fun and easy to use, right, for users. Josh, tell us about fun and easy to use wallets for real humans.
Overcomplicating account abstraction. All account abstraction is you have an account. It's basically like previously, like Asians will get this. We have stamps, right? Like we prove, you know, anything official, you stamp something. But rather than stamping something, you basically have a program that basically say, hey, I'll just delegate all my accounts permission to this program. And if it says yes, it's basically stamping. So rather than you having to stamp it, which is like signing a transaction, you have a smart contract stamping on behalf of you, and you can run programs within it. These programs could be account recovery, automated transactions, batching, whatever. But that's all it is. And you know, I believe that traditionally removing this aspect of humans having to sign all transactions to being able to programmatically create ways that an account could interact on the blockchain is fundamentally game-changing. Obviously, we have issues, but I think the issues are more on how do we get some level of standardization on these apps. And obviously, you're going to have different, you know, security vectors on depending on who is creating these programs. But I do think that like being able to program an account is fantastic. Like it's the largest change that we've had in 10 years.
It also helps make it a lot more intuitive for users, right? Because I remember early days of MetaMask, someone was asking, they're like, it keeps telling me to keep approving this. Is it trying to steal my money? It's like, no, it just needs you to keep signing things. Don't worry. It's like, you know, how many of those are don't worry? How many of those are like, oh, whoa, red alert.
Do I really need to worry?
That issue is like, how do you know the difference, right? So, Veronica, what have you found are some of the ways that like you can make wallets more intuitive for regular users to interact with or play around with?
Building in this space is like carrying and leaking buckets, like because in the very first beginning we were only thinking about like building a non-custodial wallet that is safe and easy to use. But as the time comes by, like there are a lot of fractions in the user experience. For example, fiat on and off ramps. Like the first question that I always got from my friend is that, yo, how am I gonna buy my first ETH? Like, where do I get it, right? Do I do OTC or do I use any other third-party services? These are the questions that never came into our radar previously. And as time comes by, we have to gradually build these small bits and elements into the wallet to make it seamless and useful for people. So it's a whole cycle and loop that we are looking at, while there are a lot of steps in it that have fractions and glitches. So it really takes time. So for example, for account abstraction, actually it's a very exciting topic that we're seeing this year. While we also have a lot of concerns, for example, account abstraction, for example, the main purpose of this AA is really to build a Web3 layer experience similar to a Web2 kind of user experience. That is like, just like you are using your own Citibank, using your own credit card, you kind of swipe and pay without taking a second thoughts. But something special behind crypto is that once you get paid, you find it 100% impossible to retrieve it. So there's no chargeback in the banking system in Web3. So there will be issues when people take full control over, okay, I can fully audit, I can fully control how am I gonna stamp those smart contracts, and then people would need to be a responsible investor to really take control of those. So we feel that user education and also building, of course, easy to use UX would be some of the most challenging kind of topics that wallets are going to see nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good point about really ensuring that user education prevents them for falling maybe for some malicious actors or phishing things. Like, you know not to click on your email links, but it's like, how do you know not to send something to a particular wallet, right? Well, so you brought up an interesting point about, fiat on-ramps being something that was missing. Charles, like, let's look a little bit at this like recent wave of wallet adoption and the mainstream usage that we've really seen across DeFi and NFTs and a lot of Web 2 players launching Web 3 initiatives. Tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about the space and why you've decided to sort of really full-fledged jump into crypto.
So I mean, at AWS, we work with all sorts of companies. The companies who are in the early startup phase, who are focused Web3 focused companies, but we also work with enterprises, airlines, loyalty points, luxury retailers, and all of those companies are adopting tokenization, and they all need wallets. And right now, the current user experience where you have to integrate a MetaMask wallet into your web browser, it doesn't make any sense. We have companies that are, for instance, doing video streaming, like on Netflix, like Netflix, and they're offering, solutions like you get paid for streaming, for watching the show, and but those points are in fact tokens, and they have to provide a wallet infrastructure for it. So imagine if you're trying to integrate MetaMask on your TV screen, that's not.
So is the space you're going into is providing like white labeled wallets for enterprises?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're providing solutions. So if you go on AWS Solutions Library, they're actually reference architecture on building wallet solutions, account abstraction using AWS services.
Okay, so you're essentially providing the blueprint on how to do this and then using AWS services to power those.
Yes.
Okay, and who's building those? Because I remember the early node deployments for Ethereum needed a little bit of polishing when they launched. So like what teams are there? Like security teams or auditors that are like going through some of those blueprints that you're suggesting?
Yeah, we have a lot of wallet as a service providers and digital asset custody providers in the financial space, and in areas like in airline miles, for instance, the entire mileage system will eventually become tokens that get stored in a wallet, and you can exchange your miles for instance, you can go on Amazon and exchange your miles for Amazon points and buy whatever you need on the Amazon website. So those are examples of use cases that we're seeing beyond just NFTs.
Yeah.
So these are all real world use cases that we're seeing companies looking into.
Awesome, awesome. And then, Kay, I know we're talking a lot about why this wallet layer is really important. Can you tell us what you think, what kind of innovation is missing from the space today?
Ooh.
You can't say security.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anything is missing per se, but what I found interesting actually about Veronica's comment about no chargebacks in crypto, maybe not, I'm gonna go off the question topic a little bit, but one thing which I am a little bit interested in and what I think is still kind of missing is that, yes, I mean, people use crypto every day, people will use crypto every day, As Charles says, like you'll be managing your airline miles or your, I don't know, your Starbucks coffee points or whatever it might be. And that's fine. Like, if you lose those points, sure, it's going to hurt, but it's not going to kill you. But, I think that the thing that's fundamentally missing is that like operational security and kind of the literacy is still pretty low. And so people are keeping, their $200,000, Bored Ape in a hot wallet. In a browser wallet, and they get phished and they cry about it on crypto Twitter, and I still get amazed.
And someone
by that.
gifts them NFTs. I mean, it's a good cycle, right?
And so just simple things about like having maybe multi-layer wallets where your everyday stuff, you only have a minimal amount of crypto, maybe just to pay gas fees, and you're using your daily stuff, and then you have other layers where you can store your more important things, and maybe some way that you can connect all of those together.
Well, so that was another question I was really thinking about was, could you explain to us really the difference between like a hot wallet and a cold wallet from like a security, and trade-offs perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, a hot wallet, you're connected to the internet all the time. And so it might be your browser thing like MetaMask, it might be your Kepler wallet. And the cold wallet is something like Ledger or Trezor, where essentially it's not connected to the internet until you need to use it. But at the point you connect that cold wallet using a USB cable to your computer, it becomes a hot wallet.
Right.
I think many people kind of miss that point. But essentially, this cold wallet should be safer because you need to physically put your PIN code in and approve a transaction on your physical device. And so it's impossible for someone on the end of, somewhere, trying to phish you to actually make a transaction because they don't have access to that physical wallet.
So if I have a hot wallet that I just never use except for like big transactions, is that pretty much the same as having a cold wallet, or is the fact that it's in a hot wallet making it somehow different? Charles?
Yeah, as long as a hot wallet is connected to the internet, then it's open season. I think the model that we see, big companies that have to manage transactions, especially financial services companies, is they might provide hot wallets for customers, but they don't keep the full amount in that. So they regularly cycle through where they actually, on the back end, move some of those funds into a cold wallet, and that's all done without you having to worry about it. So that way, if somebody were to hack into the hot wallets, they can only get a portion of it. So I think that
you're talking about this sort of like ability to hack at a portion of the hot wallets, but we just had the Ledger, drama coming through saying that you could actually hack into the cold wallets, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think most people here understand what that means. So maybe one of you wants to talk
But
about that.
I think to keep in mind that not all cold wallets are like the Ledger wallets.
Most cold wallets are Ledger wallets, right? At least for regular people who don't have like institutional funds,
Yeah.
right?
But I'm talking from the institutional side, they use other tools like multi-party computation, and they also use devices like Fireblocks devices.
The corporations are safe, but what about the people?
So yeah, good question. So I think the similar structure needs to be set up, and maybe again, this is all part of the UX design, where you might have MetaMask or an online hot wallet, but there should be a mechanism where the information occasionally asks you to insert your nano wallet to occasionally transfer the wallet. So you, the end user, don't have to worry about it. It's almost like when you have your Windows computer or your Mac, it tells you you have an update. You need to update you need to update. So there ought to be something similar to that will pop up occasionally and remind the end user to insert their nano wallet and
to verify this transaction.
To move some of the crypto off and verify transactions. That's one way we can look.
I think what Charles shared exactly echoes with some of my viewpoints, because that's exactly what we are seeing users do in our user base. Because right now, like for example, SafePal serves more than 10 million users global-wide. Like hardware wallet penetration among the user base is roughly like 10% or even less than that. While these hardware wallet users are keeping the assets more than half of the total, the assets, the wallet balance inside the platform. So that is kind of very interesting interesting insight that Charles shared earlier. While another different opinion that I saw, or data that I saw, is that based on users losing their funds nowadays, it's because we have a customer support team. So based on the data that we collected from end users who claim that they lose their assets every day, actually majority are due to human mistakes. So actually, when you talk about innovation, like Danny, I think like the most important thing here, I think, is that people lack, understanding of what it even means before they install their MetaMask. So we don't lack innovation in such an early stage of Web3, but we lack user education and guidance, because most of the time people hop in MetaMask and hop in whatever decentralized applications without a second thought, because they thought that this is just another regular application, but you can lose money in if you don't make wise, smart choices. So these are some of the elements that are missing, either on the product level, either on the UX level, or either on any preliminary kind of first step when people start to buy their first Bitcoin. So these are some of the big problems that we're seeing nowadays.
Awesome. Yeah, this takes us back, Josh, to what you said about it being a human problem, right?
Yeah, and I guess I really want to point this out because I think a lot of the issues with wallets are like, the issue stems from we are not phrasing what wallets are correctly. Wallets they have multiple functions, but primarily it's a way to store keys, and it's a way to sign transactions, and then it's an application interface. These three things are very different things. I don't think you should be calling ledgers hardware wallets. It's just hardware keys, right? And you sign it through a wallet. So it could be a cold storage, and MetaMask, is not storing that key. That ledger key is just the offline cold, key. It's not a wallet. So I think there needs to be some like clarification around that. And and then people are like, it's like, oh, wallets are so hard to use, because I think people aren't realizing that like wallets are many things, right? Like now Uniswap added a sidebar where you can send money, which traditionally you only could do on MetaMask. So like, does Uniswap's front end become a wallet? And it's like, maybe, sort of, because it's serving the application interface layer of that wallets, right? So I think being able to categorize these features in different layers within the wallet stack, I think, is key.
I think one other thing I would like to say, I mean, I can't say this enough. We talked about this earlier. Your seed phrase is what you use to create the master key, and so please always ensure that you store your seed phrase. Take it seriously. It's not, it's very, very important for you to
listen to Charles. I've lost too many wallets.
Your seed phrase is very important, and I think coming up with better ways to provide storage of that seed phrase, is very important. I think that will also help.
That's a really good point, and it takes me into the next question, which is like, how can the wallet experience be made easier for newbies?
I can take that. I think one of the reasons why I think account abstraction is cool is in crypto, you always try to get rid of single points of failure. And typically, we've had this idea of one seed phrase, one private key, one public key, and that's your account. And what account abstraction can do is, you sort of have an account, but you can have multiple keys, and you can programmatically assign, hey, I would like 4 keys for me to, send a 200K Bored Ape. I would like to require a very low security. Maybe it's just me doing, I don't know, like thumb press on or Face ID to send $20. Like, being able to program these things provides a pathway for these kind of cool things to happen. In terms of what we're building, do I expect my grandma to use my wallet? No, that's not who we're building for. We just want to make sure that the advanced users have what they need, because I think that's what it takes for that 1 billion users to exist. I don't think that exists yet. We're not in the business of building wallets for my grandmas and grandpas. Like, we're starting with the degens. Let them have fun, and eventually they'll come along.
The grandmas and grandpas are the ones, especially the boomers, are the ones that have the most wealth. So
yeah, that's fine.
But I think also biometric is also another area.
Let me ask this, because we have a minute left, so I'm going to do a lightning round. But essentially, I'm asking each one of you if you can change one thing about how ecosystem or wallets work today that would set us up better for mainstream adoption. What would that be? Veronica, go. Lightning.
Oh, I want to change that. Everyone, before they buy their first crypto, they take a lesson or something. Or they get verified whether, just like you open a bank account and the bank is gonna, verify whether you are a qualified investor, something like that. We feel that this is quite interesting, and maybe that some institutions should really think about that, like educational elements built in before people really rush in, because like the gold digging kind of cycle that we are seeing nowadays in Web3 is kind of like people losing mind over those. So it's quite important that people come back to rationale and really think about like the access security and how to really protect them. And these take some learning curves, and these take some time for them to grab the knowledge and then really understand what's behind the scenes. And of course, as wallet builders, we make it easy for you to use, but fundamentally it's still on chain. So it means that like it's still on chain. So
Education.
And yeah, and people need to know that. People know that how that works. So I think something I would need to really want to change is that, of course, we are doing that in our wallet already, and we want to shout out to all other builders. If you are ever onboarding users, think about the educational elements. So try to explain them as they use the product. So that would be easier. And better point is that they don't come back to you for trouble if they lose their seed phrase, because like you gradually guide them through the process. And so they're a better educated user who can better, easier engage with the products, which is a healthy cycle loop that I see.
Fantastic.
think
Charles, lightning round. I know we're going to dash over.
Yeah, I'm gonna be short and brief. I think ideally we need to. I agree with her on the education piece, but I think there ought to be additional functionality to help with seed phrase storage. So I mean, today I store my seed phrases on LastPass, which itself just got hacked recently. So a single UX that can store both the seed phrase and the wallets would be something that would be helpful. Maybe with biometric.
I would like that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once it's game over in crypto, it's game over. Like there is no do-over. There's no extra lives, no extra credits. You're done. So that's it. Take it seriously.
Take it seriously.
Economic incentives. I think all the economic incentives point towards building on-chain applications, launching protocols. Very little is pointed at building user-facing software, tooling, libraries, and things like that. And unless that changes, you can have all the best apps, but no one to use it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone, and thank you, Danny. So coming up next, we have a very hot topic. We're going to be hearing about the future of MEV in Ethereum. It's a very complicated topic, but never mind, because we have Thomas, the founder of Nethermind. Get it? Okay. Thomas, take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. That's Thomas Stanchak from Nethermind, but also working at Flashbots and TwinStake. And this topic today is actually somewhere on the meeting point of all of those projects that I've been working on. So I'll be talking about the future of MEV in Ethereum. So I want to show that MEV has actually a deep impact on how we think about the protocol security, about the Ethereum future, about how we build financial markets, and how we keep the user value where it should be, so staying with the user. We'll talk about MEV burn, about EPBS, about the road to SWAV. Okay. So at least a few topics that are all related to the future of Ethereum, and you can see on the right, this is the updated roadmap from Vitalik. So Vitalik keeps sending that roadmap vision for Ethereum with a list of all the topics that are being started. It's probably like 100 of items there at the moment, with a few hundred core developers working, researching, developing solutions to all of these important aspects that are either paving the road for user adoption, increasing the protocol security, usability, making sure that there is much more decentralization and fairness in how Ethereum looks in the future. And many of those solutions are borrowing the ideas that are developed in other blockchains, improving on them, or simply replicating, or sometimes, or very often, defining of what will be delivered in other chains in the future. So showing really that innovation path that Ethereum has been actually participating in for many years now. So the topics that I'll cover today are only a subset of those that are relevant for Ethereum future. They touch things related to economics, to staking, to MEV. So the first one is MEV burn that is addressing the problem of overpaying the validators during the time of the spiked volatility. So we'll see how we can introduce the mechanism that is similar to something like EIP 1559 for gas prices for solving the problem of unequal payments of MEV. So unequal payments of the benefits from the arbitrage, on-chain arbitrage to the validators. We'll talk about ePBS, so enshrined PBS, proposer-builder separation, and you'll see that those two topics are related. We'll talk about restaking, which is close to the staking world, the post-Chapella Ethereum with the staking rewards and withdrawals, and now the road towards potentially a next interesting thing and hype of reusing your deposits, the validators, to support more protocols and more functionalities. The shared sequencers topic, something that is very important for the future of bridging, of bringing the rewards to validators, of connecting rollups together, bringing interoperability. Geographic decentralization, which is a topic that's very important for us, maybe from the perspective of delivering Ethereum as a global public good. How not to forget about building protocol that is decentralizing power around the world, not only with the global financial hubs, but also to the global south, connecting, bridging Asia with Europe, Asia with US, and so on. We'll talk about MEV share for order flow sharing, the account abstraction topic, cross-domain MEV, and finally, I'll try to show how Swav, the product, the overarching product from Flashbots, is connecting all of those things together. How we think that Ethereum with Swav builds the future for geographically decentralized, privacy-enabled, decentralized market for value extraction, and value extraction not by those in power, but by users back to the place where that value is created in the first place. Okay. And if you'll be listening to me, but you would prefer to actually read while you do that, so this is the link that you can simply screenshot and start checking now, and also refer to it later if you see the recordings. So I used mostly those sources. I try to focus on the things that are the newest, the freshest, so you can think of it as a research from the last month or so, and the main protocols that are being developed now. So now, after using this lots of fancy words, I come back to the glossary, so maybe to let everyone join this short journey. So what is MEV? That's a minor extractable value, so think about it as a value that is available to those participants of the protocol that have privileged position on blockchain. So in the Ethereum space and in many other blockchains, you can think that this privileged position is mostly with the validator or miner or those who are actually constructing the blocks and sending that block to the network, those who decide which transactions go in, which transactions pay transaction fees, and what financial operations are happening on blockchain. The privileged position because they are perfectly placed in the timing of like decision placing and available to extract that value of the misaligned prices on the markets, of maybe pending liquidations, and so on and so on. So this MEV topic and the fact that that value always exists and there is always some kind of like a sequential series of events on blockchain means that sometimes, always there's someone in the right place at the right time, and we need to think about how to smoothen that privileged position, how to redistribute it back to the users through the protocol solutions. The bundles, I may use it a few times during the talk. So bundles are a group of transactions that you're sending together, and they're very often not defined by the protocol, but it's just like a package that is used very often by extensions through the communication layer of the protocols or protocol extensions that build on top of a mempool, or are creating private mempools on top of the public mempool, allowing to send a few transactions together with some additional metadata, telling how to process those transactions together. And then an important distinction between all the aspects of who participates in block building and block propagation, we're splitting the traditional role of a miner or the role of a validator nowadays into a sequencer, builder, proposer, validator. Sometimes it's the same node, single operator, but sometimes, and especially with the introduction of the protocol extensions that Flashbots builds together with researchers from Ethereum Foundation and other teams that deliver MEV solutions, very often we actually think about how to separate those roles. So then we say that sequencer is the one that collects and orders transactions. The builder is the one that builds a block out of those transactions, maybe by selecting a subset, or maybe by adding additional information, metadata to the block. The proposer is the one that actually decides which of the different blocks to broadcast, to publish to the network, so selects the block that is most beneficial to them or to the network in general. And the validator as a role, I define it as those who participate in a consensus security. And as I say, those roles can be split in the various ways. But the most important split that we've introduced in the last months, practically since the merge in Ethereum, since September last year, is the proposer-builder separation. So those who build blocks, so practically combined sequencer and builder, are separated from those who push that block to the network and validate network. And this is because the validator or proposer has that security responsibility, and you want to make it as light operation as possible, so those who are responsible for security can focus on it entirely and don't have to worry about that very complex, financially heavy role of the block builder. Those who scan for the opportunities on the blockchain to select best transactions and build the best blocks to extract the most value. All right, so first I'll talk about the MEV burn and MEV smoothing. So as I mentioned, the MEV smoothing and burn are all about removing the spikes of volatility and the unequal distribution of the spikes of volatility. So you think about the large events in the market, like a collapse of a centralized exchange, like October, November last year, like things like Luna in May, or some announcement about regulatory actions, litigations, or even unrelated to the blockchain markets, the global markets collapses, or some good market situations. So all of those increase volatility. The prices of assets start to move a lot, and suddenly much more transactions are being created by financial markets participants to take advantage of those situations. They try to move assets very quickly, some liquidations happen, the prices are misaligned between different decentralized exchanges, some new opportunities appear, new products that are maybe suddenly stress tested in that situation are starting to fail. In those situations, a handful of validators that are randomly selected to produce blocks at that very moment are having a great advantage to actually take that value for themselves. Like the searchers, the arbitrageurs on the market pay huge transaction fees to those few validators. They're on Ethereum at least, they're randomly selected for that time, and they may maybe take home like something like 100 ETH for every block that they produce. The problem is that actually from the security perspective, it's undesired. Even from the perspective of many of the operators, whether solo operators or large node operators, it's also undesired. It creates some kind of unpredictability of the rewards and possibility of some so-called reorg attacks. Those who were not selected for those particularly valuable opportunities, they may go, you can imagine in the future, maybe some major roll-up collapse will lead to something like 100,000 of ETH rewards for a single block. So in those cases, you may think someone can decide that it's worth to put the Ethereum at risk just to reorg the order of blocks to get that reward for themselves. So MEV burn is all about introducing a solution that smooths that problem. And it's the discussion is currently happening on the ETH Research Forum. And what it will lead to, very likely within a year or two, because this is the timeline that we're talking here about, maybe like between 1 and 3 years from now, we'll introduce a solution that will start redistributing that MEV, either through the burn or through smoothing of the redistribution among the validators. So why MEV burn? It's a solution similar to AP 1559. The same way as an EIP 1559 forces the base fee to be burned, and burning of Ethereum, you can think of it as a redistribution of value to all the holders of Ether, because everyone who holds ETH is suddenly having a share of a smaller pie, so theoretically the dollar value of that ETH should be higher, right? So that's why we're redistributing to all the holders if we burn. And MEV burn says that if there is 10,000 ETH opportunity, then instead of having multiple builders to try to compete for that and bid to the block proposer, to validator, to make that payment of like split maybe 7,000, 3,000, we force those builders to actually bid for burning as much amount as possible. So they may end up burning something like 9,000 ETH and taking 1,000 between validator and block builder, and that 9,000 burn, similarly as we've seen in the ultrasound dashboard, is leading to the global decrease of the total cap, or decrease of the total available ETH. All right. So MEV burn is related also to proposer-builder separation, because it's the current proposal of MEV burn, of how it will be architected, are based on the communication between builders and the proposers through the peer-to-peer network. So there'll be a series of messages together with the attestations from the Ethereum block beacon chain that will observe what happens and split the block construction role into like multiple phases. The phases when the beats with the highest MEV burn are proposed, the best block is selected, and a tester saying this is what we've observed as the highest promised MEV burn level. This is what we've observed as the block selected by the proposer, and so on, so on. So multiple stages leading to the block selection. But for that to happen, we need to have a modification from PBS today, which uses the centralized relay in between the builder and proposer, into PBS endgame, some work for the 1 or 2 years, where we have just builder and proposer communicating over P2P network, and the attesters just monitoring what kind of messages they notice on the on the network. So this is, even nowadays, when we have the validators on Ethereum proposing new blocks and participating in security, you have those attestation committees that are observing what really happens. And they agree on the state of the network. They say, this is the best block that we've seen in a way. This is the block that we commit to. This is the history that we all agree on. And we can start kind of overloading that responsibility of the attestation committees to provide a bit more and more functionality. What comes else? So this is maybe slightly on the side from that, or maybe different topic. What's coming to Ethereum is also restaking. And I think that there's a big prediction that there'll be a lot of protocols that will start taking advantage of restaking. And it might be also a lot of misleading advertising of the benefits of restaking. And I think the understanding of the risks of restaking, understanding of the opportunities of restaking will be an important role. And one of the things that at Nethermind we start to work on in collaboration with EigenLayer is to understand, to provide some common framework to the users of how to best analyze the risks of restaking. And what is restaking? Restaking is using your deposit from Ethereum and using it as a potentially deposit for another protocol that is slashable under other conditions. So instead of using deposit directly for validator in Ethereum, we deposit 32 ETH through a smart contract that has additional logic that says that I have additional responsibility to either validate or maybe provide the data as Oracle or maybe settle some additional financial protocol transactions or maybe liquidate in time and so on and so on. I have additional responsibility, so also I potentially have additional punishment. If there is additional punishment, it means that I put my deposit from Ethereum, which is designed to secure the Ethereum network, 32 ETH that is actually used in all the calculations of the network security, and I put it at risk of additional slashing, so suddenly we have the additional risk of the network security, just because of some overhyped, well-marketed project that is inviting all the validators to restake with it, may fail, may cause the massive slashing, which may lead to the decreased security of the entire network. And I think that understanding of those risks, but also opportunities, because it leads to additional rewards on top of your stake, is what will be very, very important aspect of building on restaking. And I hope you all take it into account when you'll be planning restaking in a few months when it happens. The next topic, so shared sequencers. So this should be, again, coming to Ethereum, I guess, maybe in a year, maybe a bit faster in the first examples. Maybe it's already there in some very early forms. And this is very important for the rollups and for the world also of a cross-chain MEV, as the shared sequencers are promising the role of building blocks for multiple chains at the same time. And when we think about multiple chains, usually they'll exist within the same domain, like within the same family of chains. You can think of it as a maybe Optimism stack with superchain, or some solutions across, like for Starknet, like all the layer 3 on Starknet and layer 2, or Ethereum ecosystem as Ethereum and its rollups together, or maybe something, well, I guess in Cosmos we're talking more about the Cosmos-specific solutions. But here about Ethereum, the shared sequencers will bring the bridging capacity, the potential cross-domain MEV extraction, and potential significant decrease of the cost of security of building a new rollup. So shared sequencers, and I invite everyone to read a very long but very comprehensive article from Jean Charbonneau, which I link here, to understand really this scope of what are shared sequencers, what is the centralization spectrum of all the sequencers that we can build, and how many functionalities we can do to the overloading the sequencer, or like proposer world. Geographic decentralization. So there is a bit of like a geographic decentralization manifesto from Flashbots that says that as now we are defining the protocols for MEV, for rollups, for new layer ones, there is very often an incentive to build for latency, to market the products, market the L1s or market L2s that they have the lowest latencies, that are fastest in processing transactions. And there is a risk that through that we see the geographical centralization, that to catch up with the network, you will need to co-locate the validators in a single region, that you'll have to be close to the block builders to deliver your transactions as fast as possible, and so on and so on. It's this like famous world of the traditional finance where you buying the space in the same rack in the data center to be as close as possible to the decentralized exchange operator. So geographic decentralization means that for all of us in the, like among Ethereum research, Flashbots, MetaMind, and so on, whoever works on the protocol, it's important to have it always at the back of our minds that the design of protocol has to take into account that when we design for latency, we design for centralization. So we should have the protocols that ideally do not deliver more value to those who have higher latency in delivering messages to some reasonable level, I think. So there has to be some compromise. Obviously, you cannot wait hours, but if you start thinking of maybe milliseconds, that it might be that the protocol should have some modifications to simply batch together, collapse transactions over time. Well, this is also an opportunity to think of how to keep bridging the various regions when building. So breaking the barriers of either language, understanding, communication, meeting together, and introducing the infrastructure from different regions and building cooperation. So I think whenever we see builders from the West coming here, or vice versa, there's an opportunity to start building protocols together and build them together from the beginning with the validators in the regions from two ends of the world, and making sure that even within those latency situations, high latency situations, the protocols are operating great. So I feel that on the Nethermind side, it's always invitation for cooperation between Nethermind that tries to be global, but definitely has a bit of like European roots, and that's when much of the infrastructure for Nethermind exists. Cooperate and collaborate and invite to collaborate for anyone here in the Asian region to help bring those infrastructure operators to the Ethereum ecosystem. One more thing that is coming, or it's almost being deployed now on mainnet in the 1.0 production version, is MEV share. It comes from Flashbots, and it talks about the order flow sharing. So how to, and by order flow we mean here the list of orders or transactions from users that flow usually through the wallets, through the front-end transactions. So it can be maybe the list of Uniswap orders, or the orders from a wallet like MetaMask, or the list of orders through 1inch, and so on and so on. So that order flow in traditional finance market very often is a part of transactions like OTC transactions or order flow selling. So we go to some broker platform and we don't pay fees, but our order flow is being sold to the market makers who take advantage of the knowledge of the excuse me, to the knowledge of in advance of the market movements, of the direction of trades, and they trade against that flow or background on top of that flow. And we want to introduce solutions having potential in blockchain for the privacy, for the control, for both privacy and transparency. We're introducing solutions that are protecting users on the side of ensuring that we do not give away the details of a transaction too much. We just share some aspects of it, but not everything. So the user transaction cannot be front-run, cannot be taken advantage of, but we share enough information that the transaction can be background, which means that whatever misalignment in the prices on the centralized exchanges it can introduce can be detected, background, and then the value can be shared with user back. So I make a large trade, let's say, as a user, can be large company, right? Can be a user as well. So you think of a user as maybe a single person using the MetaMask, but we're thinking here of a user as maybe a large company operator that makes a trade for $10 million to change from one currency to another. And if they introduce a trade like this, then they can move the prices significantly, and ideally some of that value misalignment, if detected by arbitrager, can be paid back to the user. So MEV share comes from Flashbots, is at the moment in the beta stage on mainnet, and you can start connecting and analyzing how the matchmaking algorithm works, how we provide the privacy solution for the users to not show all the data of the transaction. Okay, and the account abstraction is one more topic that will have MEV, because when you think about account abstraction, it's like splitting the transaction into more granular level. So block is constructed of transactions, and the account abstraction ERC-4337 on Ethereum, we split further transaction into user operations. So user operations are some small actions that are signed by user, but signed not using the typical transaction signing methods from Ethereum, but any other abstracted way. So it can be signed with a password, signed with some custodial key by someone else, signed with some electronic ID, and so on and so on. So the same way as we can have MEV available for the block builders by reordering transactions, maybe even injecting transactions, and so on block level, the same way we can have MEV in the world of reordering and selecting the user operations to the transaction. So instead of block builders, we are talking here about bundlers, those who bundle transactions together, bundle user operations together to create a transaction. So now account abstraction gets a lot of attention. There are lots of builders, and it's good to start thinking that there will be a world of MEV in the account abstraction as well. The last one thing before Suave, I was actually asked to speak a bit longer, so I'm having, I think, 3 minutes more. So the cross-domain MEV concept, as I mentioned, with the shared sequencers and with the rollups and in the world of multiple layer 1 chains, we talk about extraction of value that is only possible if you have access to multiple chains at once. So in particular, you can imagine solutions like Ethereum Polygon, or Ethereum Binance Smart Chain, or Ethereum Optimism, Ethereum Starknet, and so on. So what if I can only liquidate a position on Ethereum if I move the assets first from Starknet back to Ethereum? What if I can do that in a transactional way? So if I'm using shared sequencer, then maybe I'm guaranteed to do that. If I'm not using shared sequencer, can I introduce mechanisms that allow me to make a promise that I will be able to do that in a transactional way? So there is a solution, or like multiple solutions that we're researching at Flashbots now that will allow us maybe to improve the mechanism of providing those promises and providing this communication layer between the block builders on multiple domains and the domains themselves. So by domains, I mean maybe decentralized exchanges, centralized exchanges, layer 1s, layer 2s, and so on. And finally, we say that for Flashbots, there is a Suave as a unifying solution, single unifying auction for value expression. So allowing users to express what has value for them, what is their intent, what they want to achieve, where they want to trade, and allowing them to participate in a single auction that unifies all the domains, while at the same time providing users with privacy, providing users with a full decentralized permissionless access to the financial market that is fairly redistributing that value back to where it's created, so back to the users. Which, when you think of something that we've at the beginning been considering an important aspect of blockchains, was disintermediation. Not having intermediaries that were charging the fees for execution of the most simple operations, as we see it in traditional finance. So in Suave, we have an idea that by introducing systems that are permissionless, redistributing value back, and operating with privacy, you no longer need intermediaries. You simply allow users to connect to the system that works, that provides the functionality of participation in financial markets, and distributes value exactly in the fair way. So you no longer have the intermediaries' fees. And this is a long, long way from multiple steps, components, progressive decentralization, removal of centralization bridges that let us jump from one stage to another forward. And some of them are MEV share, some of them are cross-domain solutions, some of them are solutions like enshrined PBS. Everything that we talked about is part of this. Thank you so much for listening. Contact details. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Thomas. So we're moving right along, but there's been a slight change of the program. So unfortunately, Adrian is out sick. So Adrian from Ledger will not be speaking next. And just a reminder that we still do have workshops upstairs on the 4th floor that are going on. But a very exciting talk from a speaker that I'm looking forward to hearing from is Jin Kwan from Saga, and he's going to be talking about the magic of horizontal scaling, evolving from app chains into multi-chain. So very, very, very nice talk coming up. Come on up, Jim.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Jin, and I'm the co-founder of Saga. And today I want to talk a little bit about the magic of horizontal scalability and what kinds of things you can get done once you start developing applications in a more horizontal fashion. And one of the things that you can get from this kind of architecture ultimately is you can get potentially, quote unquote, infinite performance essentially from your applications. And so let's first talk about the history of horizontal scalability, because this has happened in the compute space a long time ago. And the behaviors and the things that we can learn from scaling applications horizontally can be applied to Web3 as well. So let's kind of start with how horizontal scalability came into the compute space. So in the beginning, if you take a look at most kind of compute platforms, there was one CPU, one core essentially, and different applications that were mostly single-threaded competed for the same resource essentially. So this is pre-2005 when processors essentially had a single core. And so most application developers were developing their applications in a single-threaded fashion, right? So these individual single-threaded applications were competing for that single fixed resource. And the single application performance was kind of limited by the performance of that processor ultimately. And there were lots and lots of congestion issues with multiple applications because they were all trying to compete for a singular resource. Now going forward, in about 2005, Intel and AMD and these kinds of new chip developers came up with multi-core, and they started building essentially processors with more than one cores in them. And in the beginning, the developers didn't really know how to optimize their software for that. So what they did is they just took the same applications that they had during the single core time periods, and they just put it in the multiple cores. So essentially now, applications were competing for multiple fixed resources. Now, instead of one, there were two cores, which is great. And so congestion kind of decreased, but it was mostly limited because the actual performance of each of the applications was still bound by the performance of that singular core, right? And congestion still kind of exists because let's say you go from one core to two core, and in the past you had 4 applications running. But if you just have 8 applications running now and trying to like stick all these applications into 2 different cores, you still run into the exact same congestion issues that essentially you had. So over time, what developers did is they figured out, we need to do a little bit better, and we need to change actually the software that we're writing to be able to support this kind of new infrastructure, right? So essentially what application developers did is they multi-threaded their applications. So their singular apps were now threaded, so they divided their applications into kind of smaller chunks that could be sent into different processors. And essentially now, instead of one application competing for fixed resources, it was multiple threads within each applications that are now competing for these fixed resources. And it was great because single application performance increased with a number of kind of cores that existed. So over time, processor developers essentially started building 2-core, 4-core, kind of more cores into the system that can make things a little bit faster. However, one of the problems that existed here is that adding cores is essentially something, it's a very long process. It took many years for a quad core to come out after dual core to come out, et cetera. And so congestion still kind of existed in this space because adding cores was something that was kind of difficult to do. So now, what happened afterwards? we got what we call kind of new infrastructure, right? So from the multi-core stage, first it was, hey, let's deploy these single-threaded applications. Then developers had a paradigm shift in their development where they started threading their applications. And now what they had access to was called elastic scaling solutions, like cloud solutions like AWS, Google Cloud. It essentially allows you to borrow as many cores as you want arbitrarily. And then what you can do is then now your application can start throwing these threads into kind of a dynamic number of cores across all these different systems. So you really didn't have congestion anymore, which was really great. So single application performance can kind of scale almost infinitely now at the limit of essentially the capacity of AWS or these kind of cloud solutions. And you can stand up compute like on demand, which is a behavior essentially that helped developers get into these scalable solutions for their applications. So why am I talking about this, right? Let's talk about where we are in Web3. So in this kind of context of things, if you think a little bit about how the evolution of going from single-threaded to multi-threaded to elastic scaling happened, the same thing is going to happen in Web3. So if you take a look, this is kind of where we were at, I would say, about 2 years ago, where most people were developing on these monolithic chains. So there are these, what I would consider single-threaded applications, single applications that are getting deployed onto these monolithic chains like Ethereum, Solana, Polygon. And these applications are competing for a single fixed resource, right? And we all saw kind of during these other bull cycles that these applications started the gas cost and the performance issues started being pretty obvious because all these single-threaded applications are trying to share this monolithic chain, right? And single app performance essentially is capped by the performance of the single chain. So you can never develop a smart contract that can be faster than the capacity of that single chain essentially. And there, as mentioned, there's congestion issues with multiple applications that are coming in and trying to share the same chain kind of infrastructure ultimately. So now, where are we right now, right? Kind of in 2023, middle of it. We're kind of in this early stages of multi-chain, and it's kind of the same story. So now we have more than one chain that people can go to. So let's say I'm an EVM developer. I can deploy my application in Ethereum. I can deploy my application in Polygon. And really, but the application developers really haven't really figured out how to take advantage of this multi-chain situation. So to this day, most EVM developers just take the same smart contracts that were kind of deployed on a singular chain, and they deploy it on multiple chains, right? So now the applications are competing for now multiple fixed resources, right? Multiple fixed chains. And the single application performance is still capped by the capacity of each chain. And adding each the chain actually reduces congestion, but you still run into the same congestion issue once you increase the number of applications or if there's more things required for each of the applications. So that's where we are today. And if you kind of take a look at what happened in the Web 2 world, you're going to see what's going to happen in Web 3. So what's next for Web 3? Essentially, we're going to have to go through the same developer paradigm shift where people develop applications in a more multi-threaded way. So the traditional kind of application that people are thinking about is not going to kind of go to only one chain. It's going to go to multiple chains kind of in parallel. And different operations that you have with each chain is going to essentially start getting spread out into different chains and start planning around that essentially. So now instead of having one kind of blockchain application that is competing for multiple fixed resources, kind of small threads within each applications are going to start competing for fixed resources. So some will go to maybe Ethereum, some will go to Polygon depending on capacity. And single application performance then now can scale across as there are more chains essentially to start deploying across. And you can actually start scaling your application much more than the capacity of a single chain. And adding chains kind of decreases congestion, as mentioned. It's kind of the same situation as before, but congestion still exists, right? And so because it's very difficult to stand up these chains, it's not going to be as if I can add infinite numbers of chains into the future to get as much capacity as we want. And so now what's going to happen is we're going to get to a space where we need elastic scaling for infrastructure ultimately. And this is kind of the end state of what Web3 infrastructure will be, where developers can stand up chains kind of on demand. So let's say I have an application that I've been spreading across multiple chains, and suddenly it gets even more popular. What you want to do is you want to get to a point where you can stand up chains on demand then single app chains can kind of scale almost infinitely because you can kind of push up transactions across all these different chains. And you can actually get rid of congestion altogether. And so you don't have to worry about the capacity of like kind of your applications at the end of the day. So I just talked about how horizontal paradigm shift essentially leads to elastic scaling. And this is kind of what the future of Web3 will be. So let's talk about how this happens kind of in the Web 2 world, when people kind of started doing multi-threaded programming. And then I'll start talking a little bit more about how this will be functional in the Web 3 space as well. So on the top here kind of shows you, let's say, a single threaded application that you can kind of segment into 8 different parts. In the past, what you did is you developed applications that all run in series. So you would have to run the first one, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth. And everything has to kind of run serially. When multi-threading kind of happened, what people figured out is you can kind of segment a lot of these use cases into these individual chunks that you can spread across all these different cores. And you can kind of run them in parallel. So on the bottom now is more of a horizontal application. So you have a controller application essentially that schedules the different operations 1 through 8 essentially across these 4 cores, right? And then when those 4 cores are done computing these things and doing things, there's a cleanup step that comes back essentially to the application to make sure that they gather everything and compact it back into a state that you need. And so now what you can do is add elastic scalability. So in the previous slide, essentially, there's 4 cores that exist that kind of just exist in permanence, but you don't have any, let's say that in the example where there's 8 of these operations, you can kind of spread this out. But let's say now the operations is there's like maybe 100,000 different things that you have to do. If you divide that by 4, there's still a lot of things that are going into each of the cores. So the next step is elastic scalability, where you can kind of manually spin up as many of these chains on the left side as possible, and that gets kind of included into your process flow of your actual application, right? So as demand comes, let's say, as previously mentioned, there's 100,000 of these little operations that you need to do, then you can spin up actually 100,000 cores here, stick all these little operations into those cores, and clean up when you're done, essentially, with all of these, and then tear down all these little processors at the end. And this is how elastic scalability kind of in Web 2 happens. And the end game for Web 3 is pretty much the same. Functionally, it's going to kind of look identical. So let's say you have a transaction that requires essentially 10,000 different parts, or maybe there's even 10,000 different transactions. You can kind of, in the very beginning, look at the demand that you have, spin up infrastructure that you need kind of ad hoc to kind of service those transactions. You can schedule those transactions across all these different chains. Then you can kind of clean that up data backwise, and then you can shut down those chains ultimately. So now you have these like elastic Web3 infrastructure solutions that exist today. So what do you need to make this happen in Web3? Because obviously we don't have this right now, right? So the first thing you need is that developer paradigm shift, as I mentioned. So now developers are going to have to start thinking a little bit more about their applications in a horizontal sense, right? So they're going to have to change some of their actual programs to be able to support spreading out these operations across all these different chains. The second thing you need essentially is an asynchronous cross-chain communication protocol, because now you're no longer actually doing every operations in one chain, you're spreading them across all these different chains. So you need, for example, something like IBC that Cosmos uses, or other kinds of asynchronous cross-chain communication that requires you to spread out transactions across all these different chains ultimately. And the last thing you need is a new elastic infrastructure that allows you to spin up and tear down kind of chains on demand. And so this is what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to introduce Saga, and that's kind of exactly what Saga is. Saga is a chain, essentially, that launches chains on demand, ad hoc, in a permissionlessly automated and secure application deployment, essentially. So applications are launched on chainlets. So the mainnet of Saga doesn't do anything. All it does is it sits there and it receives transactions saying, hey, I would like to spin up a chain. And validators of the Saga chain are listening in on that chain and looking to see. And when they see that transaction to spin up a chain, they will spin up a second chain. We call them chainlets, and essentially secure them using interchain security. So, and interchain security is a concept that's in Cosmos that allows essentially you to borrow security from another chain. It almost works like EigenLayer's restaking protocol, essentially. And so what Saga does is it automates the manual process of actually launching these app chains, and it automates them, and you can kind of do that in pretty much seconds. So the Saga mainnet, as mentioned, is built on the Cosmos SDK and Tendermint core. It's essentially a chain. All it does is it receives transactions to launch these chainlets. And the nice thing about this is because we're using IBC for all the transactions, every little chainlets here are interoperable using IBC. And so Saga Chain supports launching, upgrading, and terminating of these chainlets. What are these chainlets? Chainlets are single-tenant VM blockchains. So essentially, it's a highly configurable way to launch kind of a different app chain. And so the first chain that we support is a Cosmos-based EVM chain. So any kind of EVM-compatible chain can launch a chain using Saga. But we can kind of expand this out into more different kinds of VMs, different kinds of consensus algorithms. So we have a partnership with Polygon. We have a partnership with Avalanche to kind of automate the launching of subnets and supernets. We have a partnership with Celestia to kind of go into rollups. And we also have a partnership with Exploit and Come to Us to kind of expand out their network ultimately. And so the idea here is that earlier we mentioned the kind of what is the infrastructure needed to make these elastic kind of blockchain launching. It's essentially Saga is a tool to do this effectively. So we have a test net right now. It's been going on for about 2 months. We've been kind of testing the capacity of how many chains we can launch automatically. Our team has kind of tried essentially launching 500 chains, and it took about a little less than an hour. So it's about a couple of seconds per blockchain. And each of the blockchains we have launched essentially get a dedicated RPC and block explorer that's fully available for everybody. We have about 200 projects that are kind of interested in building on top of Saga. We have an innovator program, which is essentially our ecosystem program. And most of the projects that we've actually been talking to has been gaming companies, because a lot of game companies want their own dedicated space to be able to support these kinds of things. But there are other kinds of, our platform is pretty general, so it can, anybody like DeFi, social, whatever kind of Web3 infrastructure can ultimately deploy on Saga. So let's do a quick summary. The idea is that you get commoditized dedicated block space. Everything is automatically interoperable using IBC. We have automated deployment and upgradability of these chainlets. You get dedicated chains with no dependencies on other applications, so you kind of get your own space. There's smooth end-user experience, and one of the things that we have is that there's no gas fees in Saga. So there's a lot of ways to do flexible monetization using any kind of tokens. That it can be the project's own token, it can be ETH, it can be USDC, it can be anything that the project wants ultimately. So we talked about this in terms of what is needed to get to the end state for Web3 in terms of infrastructure. And really, Saga is there to try to develop this kind of infrastructure. What cloud did and what AWS did for web infrastructure is something that essentially Saga is trying to replicate in the Web3 world so that we can have really good scalability ultimately. And so one of the things that we like to do essentially is be able to support all projects from the very beginning all the way to the end. So in the beginning stages, when projects are kind of testing and don't really have any customers, the fact that we can automatically in one click deploy a chain for you means that it's very convenient, and we would like to get essentially. And as they start getting adoption and get more kind of users, they can kind of experience low and predictable costs because of the way that our cost structure works ultimately. And then when they hit that growth stage, essentially, they can take advantage of the elastic scaling capabilities that allows them to essentially stand up as many chains as they want instantly. So now that we've talked about kind of the infrastructure and Saga, we introduced this a little bit, let's start talking about some of the fun things you can do using horizontal scalability. So one of the examples is, let's say, an NFT drop. So in Saga, essentially, you can kind of create an NFT minting platform that segments the NFTs based on different chains. So one thing you can do is, let's say there's Bored Ape, Yacht Clubs, and punks that are really popular. Essentially, you can spin up a chain that's just dedicated to those transactions ultimately. And then you essentially have a third chain that services all other kind of NFT transactions in there that are not those two. And let's say one day suddenly there's this game, we'll just call it Game 1, and Game 1 starts getting really, really popular and starts making the congestion in the other transaction bucket, essentially. So then what you can do is you can kind of dynamically say, hey, I'm going to spin up this new chain that services game one, which is really fantastic. And the nice thing you can do with this property with horizontal scaling is that it doesn't have to be just one chain. Let's say, for example, you're expecting an NFT mint, and let's say there's going to be 100 million people coming in that wants to do an NFT mint one day. You just spin up essentially 100 different chainlets right now, service all the actual minting process for that, and then when the minting cycle is done, you have a lot less transactions, right? So you can shut down all these transactions over time. So let's say over time, game one popularity goes down. You can actually clean up the actual state that you have in this chain that's dedicated to game one. You can compact it back into the other transaction section. Then you can tear down this infrastructure at the bottom so that you're no longer paying for this chain that you have at the bottom. And you can actually divide the actual use cases of blockchain horizontally like this in almost infinite numbers of ways. And we're just going to talk about a few, but this is just some brainstorming ideas of how Saga can be used to make transactions a lot more scalable. So here's a DeFi example. Let's say you have a bunch of these DEX transactions that are coming in. What you can do actually is start putting different pairs into individual chains. So you can spin up a chain that has ETH Uniswap, maybe that's because it's super popular. USDC ETH is another pair that's really popular, so you can kind of stick a bunch of those transactions in there. And you have a chain essentially that services every other pairs at the moment. And when, let's say, a new coin kind of has high in demand, you can spin up this new coin chain, maybe new USDT pair, and stick it in another chain. One of the things that that's a little bit difficult about this process is that you're going to have to migrate over some of the liquidity. But if this is something that you do not very frequently, this is something that's very possible, and you can kind of scale up your DEX application almost infinitely. And as the new transaction essentially, maybe new tokens are no longer that popular anymore, one day you can actually start cleaning up this operation, move all the liquidity back into the other pair section, and then tear down your actual chain. One more thing, let's see another parallel processing example. So in a game, let's say you have game players, and suddenly on day one, let's say you had 100 players, and so you could service them using one chain. But let's say tomorrow you get 10,000 players, right, or 1 million players, and suddenly that one chain can't really handle that use case. So what you do is you start geographically segmenting your users. So maybe the European users will go to a European chain. There'll be a Korean server, so Korean users will go and use that chain. And then you can essentially start spinning up multiple chains. So in here you can have United States 1 and United States 2, each spin up a chain essentially and try to service everybody that way. And maybe one day you'll notice that maybe the US players are no longer very interested in your game anymore. Then you can kind of compact that US chain essentially. You can move all the people from the US 2 chain back into the US 1 chain and then tear down that infrastructure so you don't have to pay for it anymore. So this kind of the ability to spin up and tear down these kinds of infrastructure on demand is something that you can use, and it's a very powerful way to do so. There's other ways you can actually split up, and this is going to be one of the last ways I talk about. You can do functional unit segmentation, so you can have, let's say, a game chain that has all your game state. Then you have an NFT chain that essentially does the NFT minting. And then maybe you have a DEX chain that allows people to swap essentially items that you generate from those other chains. And so you can kind of start daisy chaining these kind of operations across different blockchains that you have so that you're no longer essentially putting everything on a singular chain. So this is like one more way you can use to segment it and use horizontal scalability to make your actual applications much better. So that's kind of some interesting ways that you can use horizontal scalability and use Saga essentially to make your developer journey a little bit easier and a little bit more scalable. And this is a QR code just for our website, and it actually will take you to like a builder's website. So it's just a form. If you're a building, we would love to kind of get to know you a little bit better and onboard you onto our actual testnet that's going on right now. So if you are, please join us in creating wonders together. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jin. That was awesome. And we're going to be doing another panel, so please be patient. We'll just set up some chairs. Just a quick announcement. We're going to be wrapping up the workshops upstairs pretty soon as well, but they're still going on. Also on this panel, Adrian, once again, will not be able to join us. He's out sick. So Coming up next is the interoperability roundtable, but because we'll be discussing blockchains, maybe square table, and there's no table. So maybe it's like some ZK stuff thrown in the mix, I'm not sure. So we have John from A41, we have Hishashi from DYDX Foundation, we have Thomas, once again, from Nethermind, and our moderator will be a friend of mine, Kent Barton, from the Token Economics workstream at Shapeshift. All right, coming up, guys.
All right, thank you, Matt, for the intro. And great to be here, guys, as we start to close out the second day here. And I think this panel is the topic is broad but extremely exciting. Believe it or not, at one point there is people positing a scenario in blockchains where there's only a couple monolithic chains or one monolithic chain. Clearly, that world does not exist. Even if you're an ETH maxi and you think, oh, that's all there is, even then there's clearly multiple rollups. We live in a multi-chain world, and obviously there's a lot else happening in particularly the Cosmos ecosystem and elsewhere. So yes, I'm with Shapeshift DAO. Shapeshift DAO is predicated on a sort of multi-chain future, certainly not building on any particular thing. And these gentlemen are also working specifically on a lot of things that touch on interoperability. So if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself, guys. I guess we can start with you, Tomas.
Sure. Hi, I'm Thomas. So I work mostly on protocol engineering, working with Nethermind. So I spent the last 6 years now building Ethereum ecosystem, building on Starknet, working on MEV, lots of infrastructure projects as well, making staking for institutions at TwinStake.
Hi guys, this is Hisashi from DYDX Foundation. I'm in charge of the Japanese market. Basically, KPIs keep changing, but basically I'm mainly focusing on the marketing and communication in Japan. Sometimes BD partnerships. DYDX Foundation is based in Switzerland. It's a non-profit organization. The mission is to support the development of the DYDX ecosystem and DAO. So lots of things to figure out moving forward. That's me for now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is John Park. I run a company called A41. We are an infrastructure company based in Seoul, South Korea, and we're a multi-chain validator, including Cosmos, and Aptos, Sui, DYDX, and a bunch of other chains as well. And I'm excited to actually talk about a lot of things regarding the infrastructure, including interoperability. So happy to chat today.
Wonderful, cool. I thought it would be cool to start with some specific questions for you guys, and then maybe we can open it up to just some broader, fun topics and have a freewheeling discussion. We have a good chunk of time here to chat. Let's start with you, John. So in terms of like operating validators across a lot of different chains, one of the cool aspects of that is you guys are accumulating a lot of different tokens, which of course has economic value, but you're accumulating a lot of governance power potentially as well across these different chains. So how do you approach governance? Are you taking an active role in governance? Are you kind of sitting back to see how these ecosystems unfold?
Interesting question. I think in regards to on-chain governance, there are multiple ways that validators are approaching. I know there is a discussion that we need to separate the validator and governor, but let's set that aside a little bit because right now validators are actually acting in both. In terms of like we are block producing, but at the same time with the delegated tokens and the power to vote, we are voting on behalf of the stakers on our node. Until about like a year ago or 2 years ago, a lot of the validators were a little bit negligent to the idea of like governance. But then with the emergence of roles like protocol specialist and like big validators starting to take care more about the governance, we had during the Korea Blockchain Week last year, we had a governance chat among the players like Course One, us, Stakefish, and whatnot. With more interest in the governance, I think there are multiple ways people are approaching this. For instance, A41, like what we do is we try to publish weekly memos on like all the things that are up there on the on-chain quorum and forum, and we tell our stakers how we voted, like yes, no, or no with veto, and why. And I think a lot of the validators are doing that these days as well. I think this is a very basic, way of approaching governance. But if you think about, all these validators' size, I know there are, validators that has 100+ people, but most of the validators are kind of capped at around 30 to 40 people at max. So, it may look like a little from outside, but we're doing our best. But I think we could actually make it better at the end of the day by having more of a committee style of where the validators with focus on, let's say, with strength on, let's say, DeFi may have bigger voice in chains like Osmosis, or or validators who have bigger strength in terms of how we need to technically update the chain may be in the committee where they talk about hey, let's update this this binary code or whatever, in terms of how and why. And dissecting these governance into many areas and having these validators to be in charge could be better. Right now, everything is amalgamated into one. So we talk about DeFi parameters, we talk about the chain update, we talk about everything at once. So sometimes it's a huge burden for validators too. So I think as we evolve and as we think more about governance in the future, these core teams and L1 foundations and validators will have to talk more about how we want to enhance the governance. And we can, in order to do that, we need to dissect the areas that we want to vote on, and specifically putting some burden or responsibilities for certain validators to certain areas. I mean, this is a suggestion, right? I mean, this is something that will not be done in 1 day or 2 days, but it's going to take going to take a while. But I think starting these type of discussions along with L1s, L2s, and other validators or other infrastructure players like Nethermind would definitely help in terms of how we want to proceed. Because at the end of the day, if we are all here for decentralization, and if we do really believe that on-chain governance is the way to improve the network together, I think we need to be more sharp. We need to be you have more sharper look and an angle in terms of how we want to improve the whole participation as well. Right now, it's all just a mix. So,
well, thank you for the detailed answer. And it's interesting the notion of sort of validators starting to make a point to really signal their intent. It'll be interesting, emergent order, as there's going to undoubtedly be controversial issues and things arising across all the whether it's Cosmos Hub or all these things. So fun stuff to watch. Hisashi, so you are with DYDX. I think most of you are probably familiar. DYDX has taken a unique path, I believe the first of its kind path, in terms of they started out in Ethereum and are now moving over to a Cosmos Zone, a specific app chain. I understand that DYDX Japan specifically is doing some interesting stuff in terms of bridging and stable coins. If you could speak to a little bit about that.
Yes, of course. So as said, so DYDX is moving from Ethereum to Cosmos blockchain currently. We are really in the transition phase now. And the question is, of course, stable coins. Now we use stable coins as a collateral, right, for the perpetual swap trading. And how are we gonna make sense with stable coins in the Cosmos ecosystem is very important question. And of course, mainly USDC. So we currently at the V3, the current version of DYDX, we use USDC as a collateral. And before it's going to be, we haven't, I think it hasn't been decided, but yeah, USDC probably is the collateral as well. And how to basically migrate the Ethereum-based version of USDC to Cosmos is really important topic to discuss now. And that's kind of that's already ongoing discussion. And recently, what I'm personally is excited about is since I'm based in Japan, I see some Japanese positive development regarding stablecoin. So just to give you a bit of the Japanese context here regarding stablecoin. So historically, we haven't any Japanese exchanges have not listed any stablecoins. So in order to use stacks or DeFi, you kind of have to first buy Bitcoin or XRP, which is really popular in Japan. You have to buy them at the Japanese exchanges and go to unregistered exchange to buy USDC or USDT. So you send Bitcoin that you buy at the Japanese exchange to the unregistered exchange and buy USDC there and send the USDC to the private wallets, right? So that has been historically the Japanese frustrating condition for DeFi and X users. But that situation is finally changing because of this new regulation just enacted, taken place in the actually like last week. So it's now possible it's possible for the stable coins to be listed on the Japanese exchanges. And basically you just need to buy stable coins on the Japanese exchanges and then send to the private wallet. So that's now we are catching up. Yes, that's the first exciting part. And then some of the Japanese players are trying to go beyond that phase. And in short, there is a mega bank called Mitsubishi UFJ Trust and Banking Group, which is kind of the biggest Japanese banking group, and they are talking about cross-chain and IBC enabled cross-chain solution.
Mitsubishi's talking about cross-chain.
Yes,
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, right? So we are really behind when it comes to the stablecoin, and now we're trying to catch up, and then we are kind of they are kind of moving step forward in a way and already talking about cross-chain. So yeah, and that essentially means that it may be possible in the next year at earliest to bring Japanese yen stablecoin to the Cosmos ecosystem or other blockchains by using this IBC solution. So that's that's a really exciting part. Yeah.
Wow, and it's nice to know that those frictions with stable coins will slowly get eliminated, presumably.
Yeah,
that's something we have to deal with a lot of crap in the States, but we haven't had to deal with that for a while. So it's good to know. So great, two perspectives kind of from the Cosmos ecosystem. Let's turn our attention to Thomas and the ETH ecosystem. You're very well ensconced in all things ETH infrastructure. I'm curious to get your perspective, Thomas, in terms of specifically from where you stand. How do you see things shaping up in terms of interoperability between all the different rollups? Of course, now we have Arbitrum, Optimism, Starkware, ZK Sync, Aztec, to name a few. There's this wonderful Cambrian explosion of rollups. I think for them to reach their full potential, you want to see interop between these different L2 rollups. Where do you see this headed?
So, as it stands now, with Ethereum being this natural hub where everyone resolves the trades, moves between different L2s, it works, but it's awfully centralized in a way that all the rollups nowadays on Ethereum are having centralized sequencers and usually rely on the native bridges. I think the direction for all the rollups is to increase that interoperability. So you ideally would be able to move assets directly between L2s, to use multiple bridging solutions, probably use some of the innovation in bridging to maybe by using risk staking, maybe by using like more participation of validators, maybe shared sequencers that probably at the beginning will exist more like within their ecosystems. You can think of something that will look a bit like the Cosmos ecosystem, the hubs around Optimus hubs around Starknet, hubs around Arbitrum, and so on. So all of them having a bit like layer 2 to layer 3 hub and zones like in Cosmos, with Ethereum being there even more in the center. And the closer to Ethereum you are, the more expensive it is, but also it feels a bit more set in stone, more reliable using native bridges. So there's definitely much work. So the next 1 or 2 years is the movement towards decentralization of sequencing. With decentralization of sequencing, it's a bit of more opportunities, but also more challenges for bridging, because you say, there's no longer one party managing all those flows, so you have to build some, ideally trustless solution, or start spreading your trust between various permissionless bridges. Lots to do. And so now we see some good bridging solutions between L1. So Ethereum is well connected with Solana, with Cosmos. There are some leading bridges solution, but it's still long way. It's still very insecure.
And I want to touch on that next, bridge security. But as a quick follow-up question, Thomas, how do you think the advent of sharded data availability, kind of at the protocol level, will that change the game with interop, with bridges, and if so, how?
So I think the entire modularity idea is leading to the solutions that try to bring some various like L2s, L1s together, closer together, and whenever they are ended on the same data availability, on the same base layer, and so on, there is some opportunity to take advantage of it and exchange the value, bridge the value, or batch the information. So yes, all of those components in the modularity, whenever they are existing on the edge of two chains, will lead to possibly better interoperability, but it's still in its infancy. So there is a big update coming to Ethereum 4844, and then so it's called proto danksharding, and then it leads to the danksharding and data availability solutions. And now we don't even know yet whether those modular independent solutions will be the leading ones, or simply, once again, it will be enshrined in protocol and everyone will just adopt the Ethereum solution. I think the second is more likely in the Ethereum ecosystem, but those like roll-up subsystems may have their own shard sequencer, shard data availability solutions. So it's all in the making. There's lots of promise in that space. There's lots of tooling being built now. So next year should be very, very interesting in that space. Like the last year, we've seen the most basic bridges suddenly exploding, and then offering this arbitrary message bridging, the concentrated liquidity, the shared liquidity solutions. But there were a few problems that were highlighted for that space, as you mentioned, in the security, the lack of maybe unified liquidity is still not resolved perfectly. This we'll see, like next year or two should be lots of innovation, like one more attempt, like the next generation of solutions.
Thank you. Let's stick with the topic of bridges, because bridges are so fundamental with the notion of interop. We're talking about liquidity and value and transactions moving back and forth across these disparate and sometimes very, very different ecosystems, different finalities, different fundamental infrastructure, EVM versus things working natively on Cosmos. Hisashi and John, so let's talk about bridges in a Cosmos context, and specifically, let's talk about bridges from ETH, where the majority of liquidity is over to Cosmos. I think we could all agree that Cosmos could benefit from good, reliable bridges, a nice highway, taking liquidity over there, and even on the way back too. You can imagine like the project Sommelier that I think Zaki and Jack Zamplin are involved in. That's kind of they're using both elements of Cosmos and ETH. There's a lot of cool stuff they could do, but this is all predicated on secure bridges. So how can we make bridges more secure? And what can we learn from everything from the last cycle? We had some real, for lack of a better term, we had some real clusterfucks there, like with Wormhole, and bridges have been bad. How can we make better bridges?
I'll give security side to Hisashi. Maybe it's a difficult topic, so I'm just like pushing him to the hole. But I like when I see the bridge, like I see it more from like you're right that the Cosmos ecosystem or any other L1s basically like would benefit from ETH ecosystem if they get a bridge, right? My take is it's more about user experience from the user's perspective, right? Secured bridge is more on the like infrastructure players part. It's their job, right? The ones who are building bridges. I mean, whenever we talk about like is the current lock and mint mechanism really good or apt or whatever, like whenever we talk about that, nobody cares, right? It's more about the seamless user experience. So I would probably talk more about the comfortable like or user experience side. When we dabbled with the idea of creating like a liquid staking platform on top of Cosmos per se, when Stride was there, like everybody was there. We were also like thinking about doing our own product too. IBC transfer was a little bit of pain in the ass in a sense, because the current modules within the IBC are not really geared towards user experience, and it kind of acts like a blocker. So even if you have a secured like bridge to like send or transfer your asset to like like in the mini Cosmos like cross chain world, it is UX wise is very painful, and that actually is just a blocker. So the people's usage just goes lower, right? So when we're talking about bridges in more like public facing like venues, what we need to consider more is like, are the bridges right now like really apt for the usage of DeFi, like in terms of cross chain, or are we? And even if we talk about all these security or secured bridges, like would people really care? Is also my question as a validator who is like acting in between the two, right? L1s and the users. So I'm actually like quite curious on how DYDX is going to like approach this issue, because like a lot of people are excited, especially on the Cosmos eco, that DYDX is coming over, but it's technically will it be really part of the Cosmos, or will it be just like using Cosmos SDK? Like we never know, but like how are you trying to like acquire both Cosmos and ETH, like all the users? Like how are you gonna like make it so like seamless and easy is also my question.
Great question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good question, I think. I guess the way to approach that question is that we often talk about DYDX is product maximalist in a way. So we care about is to to ship the best possible product, right? So we don't talk about chains or bridges in the fast. Well, they are very important, but we tend to think first about the product, right? We ultimately want users to think about DYDX as an application and then choose to use it or not. Not ideally, many other things like bridges or chains. Just purely focusing on the DYDX as an application part. So that I think would be the ideal state. So in this sense, so I'm not like developer. So it's what I heard from the DYDX trading team, which is different entity from foundation, is basically working on the code, writing codes and product. They are for now the best possible product that they can come up with is a Cosmos, maybe changing in the future. So that's the conclusion for now. It's not about picking a community, let's say. So I guess in that sense, it's not really about Ethereum or Cosmos. It's about DYDX or not. So that's, I guess, something we want to push as a message. Yeah, that's one possible answer. And about the security part, the bridge, I think, so basically DYDX is mainly almost all the energy is focusing on V4, which is it's basically the Cosmos DYDX chain. Yeah, the successful launch of that is the primary target, and not really, let's say, paying too much attention to bridges or other parts. Let's say we just want to ship the DYDX chain fast, successfully, and then I think we can think about other things maybe later. And that's kind of the current situation now. And also, everything's going to be open source basically, and that means we're going to be having lots of bridge solution proposals coming from external third parties. We are really like we want other experts to join the conversation in the DYDX DAO to find best bridge solutions, I think. So that's really, so it's really open source, and I guess that's something, it's not just DYDX effort, but it's we want, I guess, get everyone involved in the situation, I think. That, kind of to echo what John was speaking as governance participation as a validator. Security is also, it's important to educate users about security, right? It's not like, okay, I give you this perfect security solution and then you're going to be fine. I guess the users need to be educated as well. And in that sense, validators, let's say we're going to be having lots of validators, right? And they can discuss about, let's say, this bridge solution A, if it's more secure in what sense, and how to approach when it comes to the security solution. No, I think validators can be really a good educators in that sense. Can really move the discussion forward on the
real advocates for this. Yes.
Yeah, and maybe there are conflict of opinions among validators and voters, but that's I guess the way to keep the conversation forward about bridge and security.
This is one of the cool aspects of, I think, proof of stake over proof of work is the notions of validators being separate and maybe very vocal participants in the ecosystem. Yes, miners could play the same role in a proof of work network, but it's things seem quite more nuanced and interesting, and also more transparent with validators, whether you're talking about ETH validators or Cosmos across the board.
Yeah.
Just to kind of wrap up with the bridge topic, Thomas, working with Nethermind, you're I imagine security stuff, you're building and shipping a lot of code, it's extremely important. So this is kind of a two-part question that comes courtesy of Matt at Router Protocol, but he was thinking, you were talking about this panel the other day, he's like, he had two really good questions. How can you even really quantify, or maybe how can end users quantify bridge security? How can you measure this? And then the other question was sort of like, is there maybe a future where bridges don't matter because aggregators are kind of taking care of all that directing liquidity around, and they're not necessarily bridges, they're just aggregators. So feel free to jump on both of those, either one. It's kind of two-part bridge question.
Yeah, I feel that when we are closer to the protocol engineering, the innovation happens slower, and there's much more testing, the progressing with a few focus areas, a few improvements. We're talking about Ethereum protocol upgrading maybe twice a year. And when we look at the Web3, the user space, then you have to innovate much faster. So there are NFTs, there are new DeFi solutions. You want to bridge applications to applications, sending arbitrary messages and so on. So I think where we've seen spectacular problems with the bridges before was when the bridging solutions tried to cater to that user space, to the DeFi space, and connecting those protocols, and we're a bit more distant from the base layer. And you asking here about the validators. So validators are very close to that network security. So they are concentrating their efforts on ensuring that they never fail. And I think we see so far a good track record of the Ethereum validators, Ethereum security layer, consistency in building block by block without some major slashing events. So, and you were asking about quantification of it. So we do have methods for quantifying security for the protocol layer, for the L1, for the security of the entire network. We say we can show how much value is behind the protecting against reorganization, how much value is to protect against forks or like attacks over the network. So with solutions like maybe restaking, you can reuse the same quantification methods by reusing validators to stand behind the bridging solutions. So maybe this will be the approach, the same way as we see native bridges being quite robust, maybe by using the layer 1 security to do the bridging between the layer 1s, between layer 2s, and putting some stake from Ethereum security at stake at the bridging. We can say that for every 10 ETH or every 1 ETH transferred from Ethereum to Cosmos, there is 32 ETH protecting it, and it's slashable if something goes wrong. So this will be quantification methods. You say like, you can say how much value the operators will lose if something goes wrong. And you see that that value is locked, it's staked, and it's available. So that's not the case with maybe with the bridges that we've seen failing last year. So they did very often cover the losses, but it was not ensured by the protocol. They stepped in because they knew that there is a long-term value that they were securing, but you couldn't rely on it. So this might have happened or not. It was a traditional trust solution, like a traditional finance solution where if something goes wrong, this is our protocol, we pay for that. It was great to see that. That was a great dedication to technology, but we'll have to see that quantified and verifiable on chain. The same way as we were talking last year about the proof of reserves for the exchanges. Well, this is not maybe the perfect science there, but with staking, with restaking, with the quantification methods that we use for validating network security, we can have some similar approach to bridging.
So what strikes me, I just want to say, what strikes me that talking about this, some of what you're talking about with, with respect to ETH validators, that is specific to the ecosystem. But what's so cool about this, we're all building this shit together. So there's so many shared learnings from both the Cosmos and ETH ecosystems, especially after the merge now, and especially with these different chains. But John, you got some thoughts along these lines?
I mean, like, I just like, hearing from Thomas, I just like, we're thinking that, I mean, Kent, you were alluding to a lot of the multiple exploits that were happening in bridges, and that's why probably you mentioned about the security. But if you think about it, like, and as what Hisashi said, DYDX currently has, like, I mean, it has a 100% focus on the product, but for the bridges and all these other infrastructure, it is basically delegating that responsibility to infrastructure builders. And what I would probably think from now on would be that at the end of the day, the quality of the bridges would probably converge into at certain level that everybody could, I mean, the bridges that are left over could be like kind of trusted in a way. So like, as you were saying, like if people start relying on aggregators, it is probably because they don't really have to worry about the differentiations or differences between the bridges, because the quality are probably going to be not so much different from each other. That's why like people will just like rely on the aggregators, right? So like these assumptions, I mean, these are just like, assuming in a sense that at some point, like the bridges, their quality will be like, converge into a certain level that we could be acceptable. And also the not thanks to, but like due to the multiple like, exploits that are happening on the bridging side, a lot of the postmortem was done, like not just by the individual users, but actually by the infrastructure players, like, all these like, because if you look at the size of the exploits, it was just like humongous. And because of that, we were alarmed by how much money could be just like, be gone, like if the bridges are like acting in a wrong way, right? So with those postmortems, I think there are a lot of lessons learned, and it will be a keep learning process. But like not necessarily we don't really have to worry about the secured bridge. It will come by with those players who are working on it constantly, including Wormhole, and like we're not part of the Wormhole Guardians, but I hope that the validators who are part of the Wormhole Guardians will do their jobs as well. But it's just that like I just have this belief that we don't really have to worry about it at this point. We may just worry about, for the sake of this crypto industry, maybe more so like focus on the UX of these bridges and how it could like smoothly transition people to like use like cross-chain DeFi's. Basically what Hisashi said on Japan, like, how it's moving towards like, centralized exchanges don't really allow USDT, USDC purchase. I mean, it's kind of same story or similar story in like, multiple other countries. I won't name Korea, like at the Korean conference, but, so if that is the case, like after people buy USDC or USDT or convert their crypto asset to USDC or USDT, the journey afterwards is really important. And if you're like, a builder who are focusing on bridges, I think what you want to focus on is the journey itself, because the security is the part that everybody is concerned about. Everybody's working together, and you learn from others' mistakes. But the UX is something that not many bridges were really like concerned about, I guess. So maybe I'm taking it too wrong. Like maybe I'm just like too like inclined towards the UX of the bridges. But security part is something that we don't really have to worry about. I think it will be something that will be cared as we move forward.
This does sound like the holy grail. It's a bridge that combines a wonderful, sexy, frictionless, nice UX, almost something akin to what you would expect using Coinbase or something, a centralized exchange or bridge, but in a secure way. So that'll be interesting to see. We have 4 minutes left, so I just want to end with maybe 2 really quick hot takes. 2 minutes each. Hisashi, what learnings do you think you could share from DYDX, your experience so far, for other projects that want to build zones specifically? What have you guys learned that you might want to share with other projects building in the Cosmos ecosystem?
Right. So I think, so we are actually, I think as far as I know, the first application moving from Ethereum to Cosmos. So I mean, people can build on the Cosmos from the scratch, right? But we have already something already on the Ethereum blockchain, and was kind of the starting point, right? Maybe because of that, we had about like 8 months ago, we had like really like 1 month long discussion about what to focus basically. So again, I think it also depends on the size of the company and how many developers you have and what resources you have. But we have been promoting. We used to promote a lot about V3, the current version of the DYDX. Meaning we did campaigns, we trading campaigns, trading competition, and we work a lot with affiliates, for example. Lots of marketing effort was there. But at some point, the leadership team has decided to focus only on the launch, the shipping, the V4 launch. So that was, I saw what I learned. I'm not sure if it's going to be successful yet, but what I learned when I was in my DYDX experiences, really the shift was really abrupt and really sometimes shocking. I mean, I was hired for marketing, so I mean that part is gone. So that decision making was really, let's say, bold and very making sense. So
right. Sorry, just to cut you off. So talking a lot about focus with launch. I just want to make sure we have enough time for a final hot take from Thomas here. What exciting use cases do you see emerging for sort of general interoperability? Maybe is there anything that we're not really thinking about right now? Exciting use cases, or alternatively, if you want to take the darker view, how could this all get really screwed up? What could like blow up? So choose your own adventure. Positive, negative. We'll finish on that note.
I feel we're still waiting for the realization whether liquidity will be split between multiple chains or it will be forever heading towards one place. So there is always a risk that when bridging becomes super smooth, like super convenient, then you're asking, does it mean the liquidity just like flows so easily between all the chains and stay more or less equal everything, like it's like connected containers, or it will actually flow immediately to one place and prefer to stay there to have this like large liquidity pools and they just flow for a moment to other chains as needed. So I feel like it will be the second solution, and it may come as a surprise because it will say, oh, when we finally reach that interconnected world, then this will be more of a very, very aggressive competitive rush for who is the winner in attracting liquidity, who is the most efficient protocol. Because smooth bridging will tell you, yeah, you can always move somewhere else. You don't have to keep the liquidity separated between multiple spaces. So I think the world will just change a lot when bridging is very, very well designed.
Well, we're at time. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights. The cool thing about this space, if we were to have this conversation in another year, and especially another 3 years, I think the answers would look vastly different. It's fast evolving. You guys are all working on awesome projects. Check them out on Twitter and their respective projects to get more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Whoa, 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 everybody. We made it. We made it to the end. Thanks, everybody, for staying. This next panel, it's going to be a hot one. It's a topic that's on everybody's mind. Will this be the start of a post-US crypto market? So coming up, we have Danny Osorio from MetaWeb Ventures. We have Augie, the head of Asia at CMT. We have Steve and Sierra from C-Squared Ventures. And our moderator will be Sam Reynolds, the senior markets reporter at CoinDesk. This is a heavy hitter, everyone. Come on up.
All right, the last panel of the show, but it'll be a good one, so don't leave quite yet. So look, we've seen the news this week. We've heard about the CFTC suit against Binance, the SEC suit against Coinbase, and you might think to yourself, like, is there a future in the US market for crypto? And these guys, these big brains, investor brains, think there might be. So that's our topic. All right, guys, from the top, Danny, is the US done, yes or no?
Whoa, hard question. I think innovation will still predominantly come from the US, but it's possible that a lot of the token-based projects might shift abroad.
Steve?
I think regulation is always up and down. So now US being hard on it. But if you think about a year ago, South Korea is very hard on it. And then a year ago, China was hard on it. So I think it's just throughout the innovation cycle, it's just a matter of what it should be happen. So I don't consider this means the US end, but it's just we are moving forward.
Short answer, no. Don't think it's dead. I remember back in 2017, 2018 time, all of the good infrastructures are US-based teams. So having the Bay Area leading the way for tech development, it's always the place we find some of the best founders. So in that sense, I think US is still one of the area that we're going to be focusing on for investment. And also talking about China, back to Steve's point, I used to run listing and investment at Huobi, and we were pretty much shut down by the Chinese government twice. The first time in 2017, we were forced to exit completely 100%, and then like 2021 September, when the new document about you cannot really operate exchanges if you're based out of China or even helping doing consulting work for Chinese exchanges, you need to be moved out. So we'll be exit from the Chinese market completely again in 2021 and then sold to a third party. So after all that's done, Chinese market is still one of the most active market in the space. It still accounts for 84% of the whole trading volume, if I remember correctly. I just did a show with Run from CNBC, and it's a quite fascinating number, right? Asia as a whole still counts for a lot of the trading volume there. So regulations of when we see documents like that coming out, at first it can be harsh. It can, short term maybe impact the price, and long term I think is always good because fundamentally it opens up doors for more retail users and legitimate institutions. So I look forward to what it will look like for our industry long term, and I think US is still a very innovative place for tech developments for crypto.
Yeah, no, not much to add from my side. I think I agree. I don't think it's the end. We will maybe see some talent flows from the US to other markets. We're already starting to engage with our portfolio selectively, like having these conversations. Does it make sense to be based elsewhere in the short run? But I'm still very optimistic about the market. And I think to Sierra's point, like when I look at, I mostly focus on Asia. And while I wouldn't necessarily say that a lot of these jurisdictions are friendly to crypto, at the very least there is clarity in certain markets like Singapore, Dubai, etc. And so that clarity, I think, is the bare minimum that a builder might require to feel comfortable. And so I think that's one of the things among many that Asia has going for it.
Right, there are rule books around Asia, not perfect rule books, but they do exist. So I guess the next question would be like, what's changed in the last year? Like as the US has had its war on crypto, right? How has your deal flow changed? Have you seen more deals pop up from Singapore or Hong Kong or Europe? Or do you still see that balance of deals globally?
Okay.
Go, yeah.
I think two ways. So price-wise, the valuation came down a lot. I think it depends on stage you're looking at, but back in November, it's peak of right before the bear market starts. Valuation I used to see is early stage, it means pre-seed Series A. I used to see 80 million to over 100. But now most of the deals I'm looking at for last 2 months is sub 30 valuation. So price down a lot. The second point is the quality of projects, the founders are still improving, steadily increasing. So I was in ETSO 2 days ago. I was a judge, but the quality of the developers and founders are amazing. And also deal-wise, I see they're much more the strong, the consumer, more application focus. I mean, there are good infra, but I see the more application deal flow that I'm looking at. So that's two angles I can share.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think for us, we have historically seen most projects coming from US or Asia, and the flow of quality projects seems to be stronger in the US, and actually Canada has had a really strong flow of founders as well. I think because they're a little more focused on the company building entrepreneurial side of the ecosystem, and I think a lot of the projects, at least that have come through my desk that are Asia-based, focus more on maybe the tokenomics aspect of, or like the DeFi games aspect of something. And I think that's probably a reflection also on the regulation that represents each country.
Well, great to Steve's point, valuation definitely came down to a more reasonable range the past year. And then as for deal flow by region, we do see lots of deals now pop up in Hong Kong, and just because Hong Kong from the end of last year until now, this half-year period has been moving really, really fast on Web3 regulations. And basically three things to sum it up. First, ETP and ETF products. And second is the retail exchange license, where you don't have to just serve qualified investors. It's open up to just all the retails, and it's is one of the biggest move ever happened in Hong Kong and China-related regions. And third is NFT. NFT is classified as a commodity, so it's gonna be for sure 100% not a security, not like States it's trying to classify Ethereum and all the other coins as the security. So NFT trades and primary market launch is gonna be very, very easy in Hong Kong, so access to the greater China area as well. So given that, and now Hong Kong's travel rules between mainland China is so much better, so that it's like 10 minutes by train to Shenzhen. It's connected, and Shenzhen is where the tech talent hub are for all of the Web2 big companies like Huawei, Tencent, some of the Alibaba sub business centers headquarters are all there, so it has access to great tech talents there. So we see a lot of good projects now based out of Hong Kong instead of Singapore. It's just because Singapore is so hard for actually getting a qualified work visa. As for Hong Kong is now giving out 500,000 visas to Web3 and tech talents. Yeah.
I guess one question could be from that actually is in Asia, do you decentralize your talent pool, right? So if Singapore says no to work visa sponsorship, but you still want to incorporate there, do you look abroad? And do you have any like emerging markets where you see lots of good talent coming from here in Asia?
Speaking of talents, I think we still see majority of the talents are still, kind of China-based, and then also very good developers in India as well. And we see more in Southeast Asia, and Korea is actually a very, very good market. That's why we travel here so much. Good teams. It's just a more closed-up ecosystem. I feel like building a trust here in Korea, you have to work with local companies. It's kind of like Japanese culture, right? So it's harder to break in, but once you're an insider, the customers here and partners here are very, very loyal. That's one of the things we notice.
Maybe, yeah, just to echo those thoughts, I think India in particular, I view as being very high potential when it comes to this particular topic, supplementing your team with usually engineering talent, but I think India strikes me as sort of the perfect confluence of very strong technical talent, but also like, English fluency and just success stories in the Web2 world of a global go-to-market, right, on the SaaS side, for example. And so you pair that with, frankly, the headwinds that you're seeing in South and Southeast Asia in tech more broadly, right, like lots of layoffs. Like I think as challenged as Web3 is today, I think Web2 is also going through its own existential crisis in terms of what works, what are people willing to pay for. Like VCs and builders now are asking themselves these questions. And so that just suggests that there will be even more talent that is open to opportunities, potentially starting up or potentially joining a Web3 business from these geographies.
Sure. Steve?
No, I just wanted to add the Japan market because we cover most of them. So Japan-wise, for last 6 months, a lot of talents moved to Singapore as a normal trend. But for last 2 months, government noticed that, oh shit, all the excellent founders are moving out of the country. So they put actually very solid, clear regulation, Web3 white papers and such for last few weeks. So now I heard that a lot of Japanese founders moving back to the Japan and then to join the mega support from government.
Also, back to Japan, one of the reasons it's kind of slow for Web3 is because the tax is so high. For retail to trade on Bitflyer and CoinCheck, they pay 55% of tax, and that's crazy. And now they're working on bringing it down. So it's definitely more welcoming and open.
It's actually a good point you make because tax in Asia can be quite high, right? Here in South Korea, it's not a low tax jurisdiction, right? And yet you also have excellent talent here. So how do you balance that when you're doing a deal, right? Do you look for the advantageous tax regimes, or do you prefer it to be like full of talent as well? Or is there like a medium there to look at?
I don't think we care.
You don't care?
We don't care. Yeah, we basically were like, what's your runway? What's your burn? Like you figure out however you're doing this, you figure out where your talent comes from, you figure out whether you have an office or not. Like, what's your burn rate? What's your run rate? And then you figure out if that deal makes sense or not. Like, I think with VCs, it's actually pretty good to like be hands off on a lot of the things. You don't want to end up babysitting all your founders. You want to give them autonomy and empower them to be the great entrepreneurs that they're going to be.
So
it's always a global team, anyways, for projects. Once they made it, like Near have a very big team here too, right? So like they have to figure out their global burn rates for hiring local talents and the tax issues. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to like the bear market part of this, right? Like Bitcoin isn't at 10K like some thought it would be last year. It's at 26 odd K, which is not bad, but we're still in a bear market. So as VCs, how has your like processes changed in the bear market? Do you take longer to do deals? You know, is it not changed like that? Valuations, of course, have changed. What about like analysis of burn rates and runways? How's that changed?
I mean, I think that, we're calling it a bear market, but like that's really relative. Like, I started back in 2017 working for like Joe Lubin, early days of Consensus. Like we saw a lot of ETH, like, 80, like 200 was like, okay, it's not terrible, If it once it crossed 1,000, people were like, yes, we're going to the moon, right? That sort of vibe. So even though it's like lower than the latest high, it's actually still quite strong. And there's a lot more institutional capital that's interested in deploying in the space. So I kind of agree with what Kira said earlier, that like valuations are in a more reasonable place, but only because they got to an outrageous place before. Like you were just looking at this thing going like, I think I'm exit liquidity, right? Instead of like, being an early investor, you're like, I think it's like the opposite cycle that's happening. We're calling it a bear market. Maybe that becomes more true when other economic macros or indicators sort of corroborate a global recession, like then sure. But ultimately for us, it's really about like supporting builders who are building valuable technology, infrastructure, DeFi, consumer applications, whatever that may be, and that the fluctuations of the market really shouldn't impact. Like a good project is a good project, in any market, and then you figure out the details of how that comes together.
I think a bear market is not associated with the absolute price. So if you think about Bitcoin up 70% this year, why is it? If you look at this price, I don't think it's the right way to say the bear market. But I think bear market definition comes from liquidity. I think the market is basically low liquidity from traditional market that spoil into crypto. So because it's such a low market, low liquidity, I think we can call it a bear market. So in terms of investment wise, I think, let's say, bull market, I saw the 100 deals, 90 of them are scam, and 10 of them are due diligenceable. But now I would say I see the 50 deals, but maybe I see the 10 of them are due diligenceable. That means the concentration of deals that I want to do diligence is higher. So for me, price is lower, quality is higher. So if you have money, I think this is a golden period for VC investment.
So as a builder then, right, you have a better chance of going before your desk and getting your eyes on the project in this market. Is that what you're saying? Since there are less obvious, BS deals and there's higher quality and you're still looking at deals?
So I think it's more higher quality deals. So as Augie mentioned in the room, I think we can spend more time on due diligence and then on the deals that is due diligenceable. So I think for VC, I think this is sort of a normal. We want to back the founders when they have a hard time, rather than we don't want to be just one of them to just put the money in 48 hours. And we want to spend some good time to understand the founders better. We want to support them when they need the really support. So for me, I think this is when VC can be VC.
Yeah, to your question, I think the net effect is a bit difficult to understand just because while there's less noise on the builder side, there's also frankly less noise on the investor side, and some crypto funds have sort of moved on to quote unquote greener pastures. So is it easier, is it less easy? That I think is harder to deduce, but it is certainly true that I think we now have the luxury to do real diligence. Which is something that sounds obvious, but maybe wasn't so obvious in the last bull cycle. And to Steve's point, I think we also have, at least for me, I've had an easier time assessing what I consider to be one of the most important founder attributes, which is what are their motivations for building what they're building. They're almost self-selecting into what is today a very crappy market. And so, perhaps they're not in it for solely monetary gain, but for other reasons, which are more enduring, if that makes sense.
So less mercenaries, more actual change agents, I guess.
Something like that.
Okay.
We are very happy of this current investment period, actually. So, okay, back to our season. We are a 100 million early stage fund. So we have to try to get in and lead the deals. So back in bull market, we're trying to compete for other VCs, trying to give out a term sheet that they can just give out a term sheet in a day or two. We can't do it. We have to take the time to do code due diligence, where we found in bull market a lot of the other, I don't even call them VC, like money, they don't really do it. And also, like, they don't even take time to understand the token warrant ratio and whether they're reflecting to a certain portion of the token, founder's token, investment token, or just the whole pool of the token. So it's unbelievable how much due diligence they do. It's like very minimum. So we can't compete with that. Now, like, we can actually take the time, and the deals can wait as well. Other than that, I think it's a great time that we focus on post-investment. We can now do weekly and bi-weekly call with the deals that we invested in the last year and really help them to focus on, shifting their product or figuring out their go-to-market strategy. I think it's a really good time for builders to actually sit down and spend more time to figure out their overall strategy and also manage their treasury.
Good. So things are good for you guys then, right? So,
Like to Steve's point, it's the best time to invest.
so for the builders here at the conference, what does a DD process look like these days for you guys, right? So if they pitch you tomorrow on the project, what can they expect in this market for DD, for check size, for that whole process?
For us, the check size didn't really change. It's still the same check size. And for the due diligence part, it's rounds of calls with our team, and then access to the data room, and we do code due diligence to see whether the codes they built are the same as they talk about for the product site. And then we even do background check for teams as well. And team is always the most important part. And in the end, we give out, term sheet based on our negotiation. We recently passed the deal just because the team is actually really good, and they want to do it like kind of a new type of exchange. Decentralized exchange was centralized exchange experience, which we think it's going to be the future, as centralized exchanges now tons of problems happening. But we had to pass on the deals just because during the due diligence process, we found the founder had exchange before. It's not in crypto, but then got sued by some retail. So it was, during bull market, you probably don't have the time to do this in-depth of due diligence.
So as a quick follow-up question, these days, lots of DeFi projects, people are under pseudonyms, right? Like, they're not Sam Reynolds, they're some Discord name. Would that be a blocker for you? Would you want to make sure you know their real name, their docs, or are you comfortable investing in a pseudonym?
Actually, it depends on what they're building. So, like one of the teams we are investing in ZKX is a ZK-backed DEX, where they just did a Dunkirk event where the website is shut down, then the team all disappear for a week, and then users can still get access to their funds and get their funds all repaid back to their accounts. So in that sense, the team doesn't matter. So it's like truly decentralized in some sense of the things. You can just track the technology itself, then it doesn't matter.
And I guess there's also the degree of doxing, right? Like, we've invested in projects where, like, to the world they may be a non, but like to investors or to certain parties they are not. And so, I mean, that is my personal preference, at least currently held, which is
me too, definitely.
Yeah, I'd want to know who it is that I'm working with. But I understand, obviously, especially in these times, why you may not want to, in certain geographies, reveal that you are a crypto builder. Sure.
I mean, Sam, you told us the story about those two brothers.
Yeah, I mean, with Solana, for instance, right? There was these two brothers who had built up this Russian nesting doll of projects because no one did DD on them to realize that they were all the same person. So that's a risk, but at the same time, as you said, right? Like, you might not want to dox yourself to the world because in the US, that might mean crazy stuff, or elsewhere in the world as well. Steve, what do you think about this?
No, I great point, Augie and Sierra. So I'm more about, on due diligence for me, 4 important things out of 9 is founders, product, market, and community, and the founder part is most important. So I prefer to talk with the founders a lot because that's who I'm going to support for the next few years. And if I don't know a person as a human being, it's very inefficient for me to do a VC. But after I heard the Sierra's example, I think I can be more flexible. I can completely agree that It's basically one beauty of the Web3 and anonymous part, and then if application in appropriate way, maybe I can be a little open-minded on that part.
I guess it's just you don't know their true identity, but I still get to see them. You know, it just at least you know it's not an AI. It's a real team.
Problem. Yeah, real problem.
So in this bear market, we'll call it that, like, has your thesis changed for investments? Like you mentioned earlier, Danny, that one of your things that you like to look at is, can this project be ported to another chain, right? Is it chain agnostic? Is that more important now in the bear market, or is that always important, bear versus bull?
No, I think it's always important that a founder has like a long-term mentality to like how an ecosystem is going to develop. So like, you know, what I mentioned earlier is like the internet as it exists today is not one protocol. It's like a series of technologies and protocols that talk to each other. So we expect that the internet of the future will also be connecting all these different technologies together. So for example, like I'm a fan of what like Near Protocol is doing with Boss and like having decentralized front ends that essentially work anywhere. Because like when I go to the internet, I check my email, like no one asks me like, do you have an account with AWS? Like, please log in to read the New York Times. You know, I just like, I bought the New York Times and like they serve it to me and I don't care like where they're storing their data or like where their security is coming from. I just trust that particular application or publication to give me, you know, what I'm looking for. And so I think that like ultimately when you think about blockchains, layer ones, they're infrastructure and infrastructure is invisible to consumers. So, you know, I want to talk to founders that have something more to propose than like, I'm going to copy this product. Like it's basically like, you know, you remember like back in the mid 2000s, there were people who were doing like Uber, but for China, Uber, but for Vietnam, Uber, but for Brazil, right? It's like there's something similar happens in a lot of blockchain projects, and you want to make sure that they're thinking about it from like an innovative perspective, that they're thinking about like how they're going to like transform or improve some piece of the ecosystem, and that it's an idea that supersedes the underlying technology.
Right. Less of the copycat nature to make a quick buck versus actually trying to change the market. Steve, what do you think?
Sorry, what was your question?
The question is about like, do you have like an underlying thesis?
Yeah.
Bull versus bear.
So I don't think this is changed because in bear market. I think it's more about degree of each due diligence category, that whether I should focus a little more on this category or not. So let's say in bear market, I think from founder's perspective, the one that I try to read the most important is whether this founder is resilient. Because resilience is goddamn important based upon my the past investment. So, or if the community-wise, in bear market, if someone can build 100 people, that means that 1,000 people in bull market. So it's more about you kind of adjust the degree of each due diligence. So I don't change dramatically. And this is why it's not about bear market, bull market, but it's where our Web3 is at. So my thesis is, I think we have worked on a lot on infrastructure on last few years, and layer one and a few others. But now I would say I want to put more effort on application. That doesn't mean that I don't do infrastructure, but let's say I did infra 16, 40 or 70 infra, 30% application back in 2 years ago, because there's no infra. How can you build application? But now I see that infrastructure or layer one have a meaningful community members. So now I increase the portion of application and then shrink a little bit on infra.
Is there a thing you just won't touch now? Like, is there something that you won't touch in this market that you would other times?
I think data analytic or those more sub kind of infrastructure is something that I'm personally not that excited about in the bear market.
I guess it's not really like bull market or bear market. Just if we say it's like different year, I guess. You know, in 2019, when we see institutions are really coming into the market, at 12B, we see institution trading volume percentage increase from 7% to 75% in only like 18 months. And that's where we see like mass adoption of institutions actually coming into the market. So during that time, we were investing heavily into infrastructures or any deal that's related to help with this process. so that they can actually, during that time, get real tractions from institutions. And now, to Steve's point, infrastructures are more ready. We see a real working large number of TPS. So we are focusing on application layer, applications with real mass adoption for users, because that's our thesis for where the real bull market is going to come back next time. That's where we see all the good retail users from Web 2 actually get bridged into Web3. So anything that can help with this process, applications or tools or like infrastructure, so that's where we're focusing on. And I guess during bear market, we like also deals that can generate positive cash flow. So that's something that we're looking at as well. So one example would be, especially given Hong Kong now is like supporting NFT as a commodity, we're looking at Asia-based NFT marketplace, because I think that's going to be a real market. Is going to be getting a lot of the market share from the space. It's just now I think I see problems with OpenSea, even Blur. And I think Asia is going to have a real giant NFT marketplace coming up in the next few years. When it comes to in detailed user operations, it's always Asia lead the way. As for all of the other exchanges, spot exchanges, crypto exchanges, and then large retail platforms. So I think that's one area we're focusing on, and they do generate good cash flow, no matter it's bear or bull.
Yeah, no, I mean, not much to add. I mean, I echo the thoughts that have been shared. I don't think our thesis has changed broadly given the bear market. Maybe the one thing that we do try to think about more is this whole apps versus infra question. And like the reason for that being a little bit, if we are operating in a market where you cannot expect there to be significant retail flows, how much should you be spending? I mean, should you be backing these companies today when they may be sort of dead on arrival if there's no if there's no retail interest at this moment? That's kind of the question that I ask myself. I mean, for what it's worth, I spend a lot of time looking at apps, despite everything that I just said. But I think it's something to think about, right? Like, how much time will they need to actually really reach scale, given the market dynamics, and like, what does that do to the founder mindset, right? Like, when you're just throwing stuff at the wall and nothing sticks because of the macro, not because of your own efforts, perhaps.
But founders still are founding, right? Like, you haven't seen a slowdown in that regards. So I guess perhaps, has it changed at all, or?
No, I mean, I think it's more just, it will take longer to achieve PMF if you're consumer facing, is my view today. And that is a different founder journey than maybe building in the bull market.
You know, when I look at consumer applications, the ones that we do invest in, we actually look for ones that aren't looking to get crypto users as their user base. Because I totally agree. Like, if what they want are crypto users, it's like, well, now I know you have like X many people that are available to you that know how to use DeFi, right? Versus we're looking for applications that hide the technology and they go after like Web2 users. And that is an infinite market. And then you have to sort of put it in the context of like, is this a good app, period? Not is this a good crypto app?
Right, that great onboarding of Web 2 to Web 3.
Invisible onboarding.
Yes. So the bull market, I guess, was a crazy time for things like valuations or founders' belief that DD is a one-day process. So let's all share a story, not name names, about the most crazy asks from a founder during this last bull market for things like valuations or DD being done quickly. You better go in, Danny. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. I mean, there were some crazy things happening in the bull market, and we talked about this earlier. Like, you really had to go fast because the good deals also moved very fast. I think one of the craziest ones was a founder, building a cool infrastructure project, put together a beautiful PowerPoint, and went through the presentation of what is this idea, finished by saying, okay, our valuation is 50 million, and said, okay, do you have a lead? They're like, nah, we're still starting this out. Okay, cool. It's like, okay, so like, where are you right now in terms of your development? Like, have you, where are your devs? Like, have you built an MVP? Or like, no, we haven't started. I'm like, oh, like you haven't started like in production? Like, no, we haven't written a single line of code. I was like,
So,
okay.
no code,
but
$50 million
$50
valuation.
million, beautiful presentation. The round was oversubscribed.
My lord. Steve?
I think bull market, in bear market, investors become a little arrogant, but I think in bear market, I would say founders become a little arrogant. So they they basically give us the 48 hours window to make a decision after first call. So I think that's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all had these horror stories where it's you know, like it's, you know, the content is all the same now, which is, you know, here's my company, this is the valuation, this is your ticket size, you have 2 hours to decide, and go screw yourself, kind of thing, right? Like, but I guess one small story I can share that was somewhat humorous is, you know, someone was pitching us last year. It was a founder based in Bali, which, I mean, I don't know about you guys, is already sort of a, not a red flag, but maybe an amber flag. But then we turn on the camera and this guy's in the pool shirtless. No, I mean, no deck, obviously, just talking about his business. And so, like, obviously, we didn't end up investing there. But that's the stuff that got done.
Note
in the
to
bear
builders: don't do your first call shirtless.
Yeah, wait for the second call. I would say at least, you know.
Yeah, get comfortable first.
I see crazier stories in the last bull market, 2017, when ICO was crazy. I've met a founder who had successful launched a project. Token price performance is very good because apparently they were manipulating the price. And then he's like ready to launch a second project. What he had is it's just a picture. It's a picture with a pet. And then he's like, just guess what we're building, but you have to put on your money now. It's gonna get listed soon. You're gonna make money. So just invest now. That's it. I had no idea. Like what's the vision? I don't know what they're building.
So
I'm not gonna tell you.
Pure YOLO play on that regards.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
A founder told me he raised $1 million on a napkin.
On a napkin.
On a napkin, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I invested in the later round, but when there was something solid. But I said the first one in the bull was on a napkin.
So I guess though, like it has changed where investors now have the upper hand in these deals, right? Where you have time to do DD over a few weeks, not one day, and your valuations aren't as insane. But how do you stop from like nickel and diming companies? Because you don't want to squeeze everything from them.
Yeah,
but
so
you
I
can.
think you have to remember that investing is a competitive sport. So like I'm actually not competing against a founder. I'm like competing against the VCs that might want to take my deal, you know, or I invite the friends that also invite me into deals, right? And so if you are a founder and you want to get the best possible deal, you should talk to a lot of VCs. Like I recommend that like founders, like one founder told me they were raising and they had a term sheet and it wasn't that good. They were really squeezing them. And I'm like, how many VCs did you talk to? They're like, oh, we talked to 12 VCs. I'm like, seriously? Like, that's insane. Of course they're squeezing you in that deal. Like, it's your only term sheet, right? It's like you should talk to 100 to 200 VCs to get, you know, 1 to 4 term sheets on average, and then you'll see where the average is. You'll see like where people move the terms. You'll get a fair deal because VCs will compete against each other. Again, not to name names, but like a very, very, very large fund is known to sometimes accidentally compete against itself. You know, so you never know. Put some things on the table, and like then you start to see movement. But if if it's a one-to-one negotiation, then you know the parties are going to be polarized. But if you bring more people to the table, you'll end up with something fair based on a competitive market.
Steve, what do you think?
No, actually, nothing to add. I think she covered well. That's exactly how I view it.
No, maybe the only thing to add, I think that helps with this particular topic is actually what Steve mentioned. I think it's also about like, what is your mindset around the time frame of the investment, right? Because maybe if I was the investor who's in it for the short run, then I'll try to be more value extractive and cute when it comes to the deal terms. But if I am approaching this from a, I guess, more classical VC mindset, like this is a long-term partnership for 5, 7, 10 years, well, then it's actually not in your best interest to nickel and dime these folks because that might have negative implications down the road or to how they perceive you or all these other things. It's like, I mean, I think long-term investing is more like a marriage kind of this thing. You do diligence, you date to like understand if you're the right fit, but it's not like you're trying to like win anything. It's a partnership for the long run kind of thing.
Good analogy. And shotgun weddings are, you know, hit or miss.
I think a lot of the recent negotiation with projects are because we're all doing safe with warrant is now about the ratio. And I don't think anybody is trying to squeeze anybody if like we really like click and really like the team. It's more about helping them understand their strategy for like how to capture the value of the company, like what's the percentage or what business model is captured by your equity and what is captured by your token. So it's more about trying to help them understand and trying to help them figure out those strategies and then figure out the right benchmark for valuation. Yeah.
So we're almost out of time, so let's do a quick plug. Tell us your favorite portco under your company and why it's A, US war and crypto proof, and B, bear market proof as well. Go ahead.
Okay. My favorite portco is called Niche. Niche.clubs. And basically, it started by the co-founder of Bumble and Tinder and a senior engineer at Facebook. And the idea is sort of that historically, these applications like Tinder and Bumble that were meant to connect us sort of become something that commoditizes people. And that if Web 2 was about like influencers and like me-centric, Web 3 is going to be about communities. And so what Niche does is it connects people by communities they belong to. So you start a niche community that the community itself owns, right? And then people are invited based on whatever criteria the community decides they should apply. So it could be, you know, because you all own a Bored Ape token. Could also be because you're all part of the Master Gardeners Club, or because you're part of the same alumni group, or because you're like, you know, part of like the Full Souls crew on Telegram, right? And so basically the idea there becomes that it's really about forming human connections and connecting based on your interests, and that's how actually people form real relationships. And so, you know, hopefully it'll make people a little less lonely. Maybe you'll meet some cool friends along the way or talk to your friends that are in all parts of the world. And I think it's transformational because it is the type of, I think, social media application that we see coming in waves in the future. Niche started probably about a year and a half ago, and even now you start to see a couple of like Gen Z apps that are popping up for Niche for particular things. I'm over time, but it's cool.
Steve, quick plug.
Oh.
Yeah. So first of all, I like all my portfolio company. So if
you must have a favorite. Come on.
No, there's no favorite. I'm forced to pick two. So the first one is first of all League of Kingdom, which is one of the two South Korean projects listed on Coinbase as of today. And what I like about them is they have a huge Web 2 knowledge from gaming industry, but they do understand Web 3. So I was always looking for gamers. If they come from Web 2, they need to solid understanding Web 3. So now they are launching the second game. That's what I'm excited. Second one is YGG. I know the founders since 2017. Not many people know, but YGG is the founder's third company. So first two company didn't go well, but I know how he was resilient over failures and then how he applied to third company. And now he's making a global franchise of this DAO, the gaming model, so which I'm very proud of. So I'm very looking forward to their future.
Okay, so first one, Ubox is an Asia-based, Hong Kong-based NFT marketplace. Reasons I already said about it, and they do have a very, very good ability to generate cash flow. Even last year, they made 180 million in profit. And then the second one is actually my all-time favorite is WOO, W-O-O. WOO invested them very early when there were only two founders. Now it's a 300 people team. Very good culture, high integrity, running exchanges, centralized exchanges, and then also trying to change it into a decentralized exchange with order book experiences that can really onboard institutions. So I think that's going to be the future of crypto.
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, similar to Steve, I don't pick favorites, but I can share maybe our most recent investment that we've done in Asia. So it's a digital collectibles company called Anime Metaverse, and as the name would suggest, what they do is they partner with marquee anime IP in Japan, and they help them launch digital collectibles or NFTs for their users. And the reason I mean, it's US proof because it's not in the US, but also I think it's interesting because it doesn't require such a dramatic change in consumer behavior. Anime already has, you know, it's a $30 billion market of which 40–50% comes from physical collectibles. So it's not a stretch to assume that these Gen Z people, as they, you know, spend more time online, will also want to purchase the digital version of those. So pretty straightforward.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. That was a great panel and a great conference, too. Let's go party now.
Okay, Okay, thank you so much everyone for sticking to the end, and thank you panelists. It was amazing. It was so fun. 너무 감사드리고 끝까지 남아주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 저희 내년에 또 뵙도록 하고요. 네, 좋은 인사이트 많이 받아가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네.